sermon of the prophet, then I'm going to go. Okay.
Oh man, pull up the fucking.
Well, it's probably like 2 in the morning where he at though.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So look, can I just read this? Hey, Truist, can you just listen? Okay. Okay. This is the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad. I'll just go to this bit. It says, all mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority over a non-Arab, nor does an Arab have superiority over another Arab. Also, a white has no superiority over a black, nor does a black over a white. So I can just, you want to leave it there or what? You want to keep going? That's his last sermon. That's hadith. Is that racist or what?
So now you accept hadith, right? You accept it, right?
No. You're the one that's bringing hadith. I said from the Quran. You don't want to bring the Quran, so I brought you the last sermon from the prophet's mouth. Peace be upon him.
So that's fine.
So do you agree with that? Hang on. You agree with that sermon? All mankind is from Adam and Eve. An Arab has no superiority, even a non-Arab, nor does a non-Arab have superiority over an Arab. A white has no superiority over a black, nor does a black have superiority over a white. What the fuck does that mean? You
sound like all men are created equal.
In English.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like to me.
Sounds like to me. It sounds like
Martin Luther King.
Absolutely, yeah.
It sounds like the same political jargon we hear a motherfucker like.
I think I do with you. I think I do with you.
Hey, come on with something.
I'll put it in the chat so you can.
You had to know he was going to bring that. You had to know he was going to bring that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I knew he was going to bring that. That's what I'm saying. It's the
I see what Truist is saying though. Like that can sound like a politically correct thing, but if you were to, I don't know really that much about Islam, but go ahead.
Like for example, Fetty, what you read.
I'll put it in the chat. All right. So you can have a read.
What you said you read, what you read about what Trump said during Black History Month, all of that sounds beautiful. But when you look at the man's actions,
right,
it doesn't match his political jargon. Like
really?
Well, no,
I know y'all just didn't say that in here.
No, Corey. I mean, in terms of what Betty read, someone could come 30 years from now and say, look at what Trump said during Black History Month. This is how he actually felt about Black people. But then when you look at the man's actions, you would know that was a bunch of bullshit he said last month. So what I'm saying is, if he would have just pulled up the hadith in the back chat I put, he could see that the prophet.
Why do I have to read it? You're the one that's fucking spewing it out. You fucking read it.
Okay, because I'm driving.
But don't put any apparently bullshit with it. Read it word to fucking word.
No problem.
You can't put your opinion in it.
This is a question I don't really know. Do Black Muslims face a different kind of prejudice when they're in certain places? I don't know.
It depends on where they at, Eddie. It depends on where they at.
I'm saying like
so if they're in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure they getting a foot put up their ass just as well as we is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But what about like Malcolm X or like the nation of like how does the world at large look at? Go ahead.
Malcolm X in the 60s.
They probably look at them as clowns, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Malcolm X in the 60s. Fetty, Malcolm X in the 60s went to Hajj, and he went back to his family or his people, and he said to him, he's never eaten from the same plate as a white man. And he was saying, white man, skin white as snow, with the bluest of eyes. He done Hajj, because when you go to Hajj, you can't, a rich man, so you can, a rich person say you're a multimillionaire and you're a poor person, both of you's got to wear the same clothes. So there's no ain't no
classism in the Hajj when you take your Hajj. Yeah.
So
we all looking like we all
when they do
Hajj,
they eat together, they do everything. And he was doing it with white people. It was his first time in his life. he's ever done that. So don't
He
believe
did
that.
say that. That's true.
But the thing is, though, to be so if we don't keep it 100, though, they weren't as it wasn't the same kind of racism. So when Malcolm X got there, right, it didn't seem like racism, right? But if a black man was to take Hajj today, and I mean, I don't think he would experience some overt racism, right? But the underlying, like, you know, like
You're picking up on context clues.
Yeah, you see the underlying racism.
There's sheikhs in Saudi Arabia that are black. There's sheikhs that read the Quran, that do sermons.
We got Catholic
from West Africa, from East Africa. They don't even look. They don't even talk about color and all that. Saudis are black anyway. To me, they're all dark. The only reason they're white because they married Caucasian women about 1,000 years ago.
I guess, yeah. I mean, they West Asian. I mean,
they're West Asian, but they're dark.
They're Caucasian. They're Caucasians. I mean, like the Saudis are Caucasians.
Well, hear me?
Somalis are Caucasian too. Somalis are Caucasian.
Yeah, Somalis
and
Ethiopians.
That's
why I always make the distinction.
Yeah, I like how them scientific races always said the dark Caucasoid. Look, I like that.
Yeah, because they keep it real. See, that's front porch shit right there. That's actual front porch shit, right? Because again, it's now y'all understanding what I'm saying. Like, if you strip the skin off, right, you get a whole different picture. It's the skin color that's confusing y'all. You see what I'm saying? Because somebody's dark skinned.
Astro. Why did the prophet? And I put it in the back for everyone to look at. Why did the prophet trade 2 black slaves for 1 non-black slave?
He traded 2.
He traded 2 black slaves.
Go one.
1 non-black slave.
That's a good one. He's got
everybody can go in the chat and look at
I already know what it is. That's a good one. Keep cooking.
Answer that. Explain.
What do you mean? It could have been the value of their
prophet trade 2 black slaves.
Hang on. I already buried you and you're still coming back. Are you coming back from the dead now?
Yeah, okay. Answer the question.
Okay.
Answer the question.
No. I gave you the last sermon of the prophet, peace be upon him.
Yeah, that sounded good. Let's look at his actions. Let's look at his actions.
It sounds like a Trump speech. What a dumb thing to say.
Let's look at his actions.
I can't pull it up.
Why did he trade 2 black slaves for 1 non-black slave?
No, come on.
I'm just reading it quickly.
Okay. That's good.
No, I'm not scared.
No, I ain't scared.
So what it is it takes 2 of you niggas to add up to 1 white
it's
man.
It's a 2 for 1 special.
Takes 2 niggas to add up to 1 white man.
They half a human. Yeah. You could apply math to that and say, well, damn.
So can I read this? So can we read it?
Yeah, read it.
So this bit, all right. It is not known whether the child will be male or female, good looking or ugly, normal or handicapped, alive or dead. All these things affect the price. You're a fucking dickhead, mate. I'm not going to even fucking reply to you. Oh no, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Next time you pull up something, you should read it and explain it.
Yeah, I asked you to read it.
Have a look. I got something for you. This is you. I got something for you. Read it. Apparently, what the fuck does apparently mean? I told you before. You got fucking gonna debate me? Bring something from the Quran. You keep going to hadiths, and then you can't even fucking read the hadiths properly. What the fuck am I debating?
So when I park, I'm gonna read it for everybody. I'll read it for everyone when I park.
You didn't fucking read it. You know why you didn't read it? Because it goes against you. I said to you, the value of the slave could depend on the sex, the age. As soon as I fucking opened it, it fucking said it explained the sex and the fucking age.
No, it
So
doesn't. The Hadith doesn't
Oh
explain
my
the
God,
sex
you want
of
me to
age.
read to you? I'll read it to you again. Should I read it to you again?
You're reading the
You got a
Tafsir.
fixed goal or something?
The Hadith doesn't say the
Hang
sex
on,
of age.
I'll read it to you again because you didn't fucking. Here it is. It is not known whether the child will be male or female, good looking or ugly, normal or handicapped, alive or dead. All these things will affect the fucking price. Read your source next time because you end up looking like a fuckwit.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen,
Okay.
y'all.
Is that okay?
No, yeah, it's okay. Let's go
all right.
to the Hadith right now. All right.
I'm out. I gotta go, man. I'm not listening to this bullshit anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Come back next time, but next time,
Yeah,
before you send them, before you send the Hadith, make sure you read it.
I gotta
Make
say,
sure
I
you read
like
them.
those English disses, right? I'm incorporating now, right? The fuck with, bro, that is a good fucking, that's a good
I
diss
got other
right
words,
there.
but I
Like
can't use them.
that's an old school English diss, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that come from the early 80s, like late 70s, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm definitely incorporating that.
Okay. Have a good night, boys. All right, I'll leave you to it. Truist, I'm waiting for you next time. All right, bring some better shit.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Have a good day. All right. So yeah, this is
Don't be a
Sahih.
fuck with.
Yeah, I'll try my hardest. This is Sahih Muslim 1602. All right. So it said, there came a slave and pledged allegiance to Allah's apostle on migration. He did not know that he was a slave. So Muhammad didn't even know this non-black person was a slave initially. Then there came his master and demanded him back. So this non-black slave's master came to Muhammad and was like, no, this is my slave. I want him back. Whereas Allah's apostle said, sell him to me. And he bought him for 2 black slaves. And he did not afterwards take allegiance from anyone until he had asked him whether he was a slave or a free man. So in this hadith right here, it does not state age. It does not state gender. The only distinguishing factor to let you know the difference between the slaves Muhammad possessed and the slave that he wanted, the only distinguishing factor pointed out here is that the 2 slaves he offered up for them were black, and that the one he wanted clearly wasn't black. Now, I'm not going to say it was white.
There's a little ambiguity in there. I will say it's some ambiguity in there, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. For sure either way.
It is ambiguous. It's ambiguous. But what I'm saying is very clear. What's very clear is what it decided to distinguish was that the 2 slaves he gave up were black. And by doing that, it also was very clear that the one he wanted was not black. All this other shit about age and gender and all this stuff he's bringing, it's not there. But he was
I'm reading probably 2 different hadiths then, or different verses.
Yeah, whatever he's reading. Whatever he's reading, he's probably reading a commentator's opinion on it, which is Tasfir. Right? He's probably looking up what a Muslim scholar or interpretation.
Well, that would be from a scholar, though, wouldn't it?
Probably, but they would be twisting.
We don't take biblical scholars. We don't kind of go with the biblical scholars go with when it comes to the Bible.
Not all the time, because sometimes they add things that aren't there to try to cover up the doctrine. And I'm saying
that is fair.
A lot of Islamic scholars do that. They add shit that's not there to cover up the doctrine and hide the racism and hide the things that's clearly in the text, but they will try to excuse it away with explanations. And I'm saying the only thing that is apparent here is that the 2 slaves he gave up were black. That's what I'm saying.
I could I could. So I could see where you coming from, right? I'm not gonna sit here and act like I don't see what you're saying, and what you're saying is some wild thing. I'm gonna sit here and act like that. But if one wanted to argue, right, and because it seems to me now, if I'm standing on the other side of the argument, it would seem to me that y'all already damn near tried to run off with my boy, right? All right, now I want my boy back, right? And they like, oh, well, let us buy him. It's like, I really want my boy, but if you give me two of them niggas, then fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be that, the white slave is more valuable. It's the fact that it's already his slave, and then they want him now. You see what I'm saying? And so what is seemingly that he's realizing they need this nigga for a particular reason, right? So if y'all want this nigga so bad, give me two of them niggas. So that's what I'm saying. Like, on the other side of the argument now, can I see what you saying? Absolutely.
Yeah, because the reason Muhammad wanted him is because it said in the hadith that he pledged his allegiance to Muhammad, right? But all of Muhammad's slaves pledge allegiance to him. So that's not something special, right? And then also, Muhammad didn't even think the man was a slave. I could get into why I think that part is a little racist.
Explain that. Why would he think? I mean, because he's kind of a white. He
probably maybe spoke Arabic. Maybe he fit the phenotype of the people in the region. Maybe the way he was dressed.
More than like, say it plain though. Say it plain. More than likely, blacks were the predominant slave class.
Exactly. I didn't want to go all the way there.
You got a front porch.
Yeah, historical context overrides a religious rhetoric every time. So.
Right, absolutely.
So this is what I'm saying.
But was what I said fair? Now,
no, what you said is fair.
Context, it kind of knocks what I said in the way, right? And I'm fully on your side. But when I said it, was that kind of fair though?
I definitely got where you were coming from with that. But that's why I was like, we would have to examine, okay, why would Muhammad want this motherfucker so much? And the reason
that was the key to it. That was the key.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Muhammad, right? He said,
so it don't give any other context other than, I just want him because he pledged his allegiance to me. He doesn't like me.
Yeah.
And that's the only kind of context you get out of that whole story, I guess, whatever that is. What do you call them? Serums? I don't know what you call them.
Pretty much it was because he devoted himself to him. He pledged his allegiance to him. And that was what
we know that they both we know that he wasn't black because they made it clear that the ransom for him was two black slaves. You dig what I'm saying? Like if they was all black, then they wouldn't even would have had stated it, right? So
that wording adds a whole nother layer to it, Jeff. Like I think that would have been more pertinent. I think we could have been able to attack Astro a little bit better, right? And we came with that wording that this is a ransom. So now that changes the whole. So the ransom for this nigga, I'm for this nigga, right? And like if y'all want this nigga, you got to pay. The ransom for him is 2 black slaves, right? If you want this one white slave, the ransom is 2 niggas, right?
And the thing is, Muhammad didn't have to accept it. He didn't have to accept that. You know what I'm saying? Like the other slave owners,
he didn't even argue. So
he didn't argue. He's like, I get it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. He could have. If he really stood on that humanism shit he was spewing in his last words, he could have said, "No. Why the hell would I give you 2 human beings for one?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, overall, it ain't no doubt in my mind that it's racism in Islam, right? That's the whole point in coming up with a religion, right? It's the othering, right? We these niggas, and then that's them other niggas. So it's already foundationally, like religion comes with that foundationally, right? The othering is the whole purpose of it. You know what I'm saying? So anytime we're talking about religion, we have to start with that anyway. Like the fact that
because I wouldn't have anything to say.
You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't have anything to say about that if it just simply said he gave his 2 slaves for that 1 slave. But the fact it had to highlight that the 2 slaves he gave up were black, that's pointing to intent.
And the fact that they actually wanted to make sure that we knew what was what, you know, the difference, that these is black and this one was white, you know. Absolutely. How did y'all jump from the Trump question to that though? I didn't see that.
The nigga calls me a Zionist because I beat him up on this shit all the time, so he calls me a Zionist.
But not only that though, right? If you was to look up a Google search of probably racist sentiments in Islam or racist statements, those type of things would come up. So Truist probably, he not making that up. Like he didn't pull that out of thin air. The West has always been questioning certain hadith and literature and framing it in, you know, what we would classify as racist. You dig what I'm saying? So
right.
It ain't him making that part up. You feel me?
You know what I got a problem with, Sheffrey, right? Is the fact that we let motherfuckers run off because it's not a 1-for-1. You know what I'm saying? So racism don't have to look like racism in fucking Alabama, Mississippi. You dig what I'm saying? Yes. Like, racism looks different in every country, but I can guarantee you it's racism there. This is why you get Chinese niggas bleaching their skin. So the niggas in northern China they other those southern Chinese motherfuckers, because you know them niggas is dark skinned down there. And you can, if you go into China and you look at the dark skinned niggas, right? And then you look at them pure white Scandinavian looking Chinese motherfuckers, right? You see the classism. You see who poor and working in the fields, right? And then you look at the white folk and you see them they not out working in the fields and shit. Or they class. Now, of course, you'll have some white looking Chinese people but overall, the ratio is more the dark skinned motherfuckers being impoverished or oppressed than the white motherfuckers. You see that in every country, bro. Every country.
And that's what was killing me. He kept talking about Australia
and Southern American, everybody in South America, the darker motherfuckers, Ecuador. If you go to Ecuador, it's a lot. I don't know how it got like, I guess through colonialism, right? But you'll see these white looking Mexican motherfuckers, pure white, like, you know what I'm saying? But then, because Ecuador is in the name, it's on the equator. Then you'll see a bunch of niggas looking like me. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, and the motherfuckers who look like me, right, is the ones who's being oppressed, and all them white looking Mexicans, right, is the ones who
they don't look like Corey. You looking, bro? I got an Ecuadorian homie who's darker than me, bro. Bro, fat,
you're doing too much.
You ain't lying, bro.
I'm just keeping. See, this is coming from a concrete worker in Indiana. This is, you know.
They don't
Oh,
look
yeah.
nothing like no Corey.
Ecuadorian homie, man, listen. He told me all about they social dynamics out there. And he's because he gets a lot of like, we joke on him a lot saying, yo, you black for real. You know what I mean? And he broke it down like, yeah, it's a lot of that shit going on in Ecuador.
You know, because Ecuador sits on the same longitudinal line that Ghana sits on. You know that, right? You see what I'm saying?
The Ecuadorian homie, he be wearing the David Ortiz jersey, hat to the side, J's, all that.
And I know y'all ain't in here claiming some damn Ecuador after I done heard
No. We're not. We saying how racism is throughout the world. It just don't always look the same.
It's a global sport. It's a global sport.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all was letting him talk about Australia like it's some fucking race utopia. There's a lot of
about the. No. He talked about the Aborigines, you know, that would tend to be more dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? Than the other, you know, kind of.
Yeah, but he was saying the white people in Australia look at Trump as a joke. I'm saying there's a large population of white Australians that are overtly racist as well.
No, he qualified that. He's saying that it's bleeding into their government. So that
No.
It's kind of bleeding it over into their government.
It's not bleeding into it. It's not bleeding into it, Corey.
Why would you let him get away with that? Because if he's saying that attitude is now bleeding into Australian politics, that would imply that this is a
word. I'll say kind of the more overt Trump.
No. You're mealy mouthing, Corey. You're mealy mouthing.
Am I? Okay.
If you him to get away with this notion that it is quote unquote bleeding into Australian politics, that would imply that this is some sort of recent phenomena. No, that attitude, that mindset is endemic in Australia. It is one of the most virulent anti-black racist places since its inception. Has nothing to do with no motherfucking Trump. Don't let Astro 87.
He ran off on.
Man, y'all let that Middle Eastern saltine get up on here and get away with that shit. Man, I wish I was in here, man.
That's why I was just sitting back. I'm like,
I'm a little ignorant, Scale. So you know, sometimes I ain't not.
Them white people are there because they come from the same fucking English people that were banished there.
Right? And Brass, if you in here,
but I know some Australians.
Brass is working. Really.
No, never mind.
Okay. I would not. This is what I'd say. This is what I would say. My friend is married to an Australian girl who mother came to Jamaica and had a Rasta man as her husband. The women like black men because of the big dick. The men are some of the most racist people.
The mandibular. Let's say the mandibular.
Yeah, them love the prejudice. It's like the Ukrainian women know. If you're black and go to Ukraine, make sure you're super black. Them don't want any light-skinned Negro. They want the super mandibular.
Oh, I'll be a king. King down there.
King down there in Ukraine. King, go online and look at it.
So another person I want to call out, Brass, come down to the floor, man. I see you posting in the chat all this racist shit Biden did. When me and Corey was having that back and forth, when I told him he was acting fanned out for the Democrats, right? And I was citing Biden's long list of racist bullshit, you was giving me heavy pushback. Now that Chef and Corey got you fighting for your life, now Biden is a racist now. Come on down, get off mute, brother. Let's talk.
I'm working on something.
I miss you. I gotta get
I'm working on something. I'm not on mute. I'm not even. I just joined the chat.
Brad ain't been in here for a while.
I haven't been in here the entire time. I'm just recording the show. 1 second.
All right, let me pick a different.
Don't do me. Get somebody else real quick, Haskell. Go ahead. No.
I want to pause. Why so concerned about these Levant niggas all of a sudden? Why should we care?
If you asking me,
Who you talking about?
What do you mean?
You talking to me?
What did I say to suggest that?
You said you busy, Brad. So I had to pick a different
and I said I wasn't busy. I just joined the chat. Go ahead. I'm working on a show with Mujasi, but I'm waiting for Mujasi to be free. Go ahead.
No, real quick before I want to. What did I say to suggest that?
Back we was having this. I think this was like 2 months ago. We was talking about. It was basically along the same lines of the whole good cop, bad cop, Democrat, Republican shit, right? And he was bringing up the point that Trump is a racist and blah 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 blah.
Who's
and
bringing
I
that up?
countered that. Huh?
He talking about me.
He talking
about me, Brad.
No. Remember, Corey said you want to deal with his issue before yours, Brad.
Okay.
So you had brought up the whole Trump being
smoke next. He got the smoke for you next, Brad. You just hold on.
Yeah. You was mad up. You was saying Trump is a racist or whatever, and I countered with the fact that Biden is just as racist, right? And now I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit, but
because I was capitulating to the Levant niggas or something about something.
Yeah. So I've been hearing you in class recently. You saying, "Oh, they over there killing the Palestinians, and it ain't right, and this and that." And I want to know sincerely, why do you give a fuck about a motherfucking Palestinian? First of all, just so you know. Them motherfuckers don't fuck with us neither. Just so you know.
Absolutely.
You talking to both of us at the same time?
No, he just getting me right now. You on pause. Your smoke coming next, Brad. Your smoke. You just hold right there.
You got to wait.
Yeah, but I ain't got a whole lot of time if y'all gonna be here. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, this is gonna be quick. So let me qualify that. And I hear you, Haskell. I ain't gonna say what you saying ain't fair or it's out of left field or something, right? But what I'm saying is, like, when I say, why is we giving a fuck about these Levite niggas, right? Is to delineate that, we don't have anything to do with that legacy, right? But now when I see a genocide happening, right, and I understand, like, most motherfuckers probably wouldn't give a damn about a nigga and how for them Palestinians wouldn't have gave a damn when that white man was putting his boot on niggas' neck and releasing German shepherds on us and shit, right? But my humanitarian in me would not like my tax dollars going to support a genocide, is what I'm saying. Now, maybe if it wasn't my tax, if Israel was just doing it with their own money, might not have that much to say about it, right? You know what I'm saying? But the humanitarian in me would always say, like, doing that kind of genocide and shit like that, that's wrong. And I wouldn't want that on nobody. You know what I mean? But go ahead. Now, Brass, you got the smoke now. You up, Brass. Get him, Haskell. Get him.
Yeah, so Brass, why all of a sudden you care about, now that Chef and Corey got you on the run, got you fighting for your life, all of a sudden this nigga, I'm seeing posts about Biden being a racist. When you was giving me pushback on that, when I brought it up, when Corey was acting fanned out about Biden, and I was posting like his different track record of racism, and you was giving me pushback on that. Now Biden is a racist. What's the haps on that?
I didn't type Biden was a racist. I just showed the 94 crime bill.
And that's the implied what? Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't
because you wasn't in the chat when I brought up the 94. It was said that we don't vote against our own interests. I was just putting it in the chat to show that we do when we do vote Democrat sometimes. We do. I wasn't saying that he was racist. I don't know if Biden is racist. When Astro came in talking about Trump, I asked him, well, do you think Biden isn't racist? Do you think Biden is some kind of MLK? But he said he wasn't aware. So I posted the 94 crime bill that was backed by him, and Clinton was the president at the time.
So you posted that 94 crime bill as a counter to Astro's
assertion. No, he didn't know what it was. No, not a counter for the racism. He didn't know what the hell I was talking about. When I said we don't, the way it was presented to him is that we only vote when we vote Democrat, we're voting for our interests, and that it's always in our interest to vote Democrat. Because I was talking to him about the percentage of Black votes since 36 is roughly 85% Democrat, no matter what. So he was told that we never, when we vote Democrat, we don't vote against our interests. So I was just showing him
that we do.
The 94 crime bill was written by Biden while Clinton was president. And if you're and if you believe that the 94 crime bill is somehow in the interests of Black people, then okay. But I wasn't talking about him. I don't put I wouldn't say that I would. My only question was, from him being in Australia, how the hell are you so, if you're so locked in on Trump being racist, you're not even aware of what the other side does. You don't know anything about Kamala Harris or Joseph Biden.
That was very clever on your part, what you just did, right? But it's really 6 or one, half dozen of the other, right?
No, I understand your point. I'm not saying none of this to say I don't understand your point. But I'm gonna say this to you. Wait. If this was live, hold on. So I'm in the hot seat. I guess I'm fighting for my life now with you now. My question would be, when have I ever said that Biden wasn't? Have I ever made a statement about Biden being racist? Have I ever said that to you?
That's what I'm trying to address right now.
Right. So why are you saying?
That's what I'm.
Okay. When have I ever defended Biden to you?
This is what I'm trying to address right now.
Okay, go ahead.
The 94 crime bill is in regards to race relations in regards to Black Americans. It's a racial issue. Astro is caterwauling about Trump and his racism.
Right.
When you post up the 94 crime bill, that is a popular talking point amongst the Blackologists like me who point out Biden's racism. Whether or not you want to explicitly say that is of no consequence. That's what's being communicated.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand that. I ain't gonna argue with that. But in this particular case, believe it or not, he just never heard of it before. So I just posted it. It meant to. We was talking at 2:00 in the morning last night. I just woke up and posted it this morning. But I just woke up and posted it this morning. But I don't just think he's. I don't think the 94. I think the ramifications of the 94 crime bill, and the consequences of it, the results per se, ended up being very racist. I don't know. I know it was targeting a group of people. Hold on. It was targeting not just Black. That bill doesn't target specifically Black people. It targets
too. The bill never says Black people arrest Black people. We all know that.
Right. So when you say he's racist, he made a bill. But hold on, because by that same supposit, the Black Caucus supported that bill too. Are they racist too?
Because they're coons. But go ahead.
Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders supported that bill in his statement. Do you want to hear from me? Someone talk to me.
I'm listening.
All right, so Bernie Sanders, he supported the bill because inside of the bill, like most bills, in order to get his support, they added a violence against women part. So that was his reason for supporting the bill. Now, the part that is troubling me about Biden, it isn't the bill. It's that roughly all the people that supported the bill, after they saw the consequences of the bill, they all pretty much said, we wish it would have never happened. De Blasio, Bobby Rush, many Black Caucus walked back their statement of support of that bill. And for some reason, Biden, while running for president, when asked about does he regret the bill, he said no.
Why would he? He hates Black people.
I didn't know. That's where I would go. That's when I would put race into question. If you know the
bill,
ramifications and the consequences of that bill and what it did to the black community,
you gotta allow somebody else to speak, Brass. The
oh,
bill
yeah,
did
I'm done. You can try the rest of it. I'm done.
but you're still speaking, Brass. You can't say you're done and that's still speaking. Just stop talking, right? The bill did exactly what it. The bill did exactly.
Hey, hold on, Haskell. Hold on. Now listen. I'll be quiet, bro. But you ain't gotta talk to me like that. I know, but you ain't got, I know. Hey, Haskell. I don't talk to you like that. Show some fucking respect when we talk to each other.
But you're not showing any respect.
I understand that, but just show some respect when we talk to each other, bro. That was quite disrespectful. Yeah, I know, but that was disrespectful. But go ahead, bro.
Brad, if I ask you nicely once or twice,
go ahead and talk, bro. But you know what you're doing. That's you're being spicy for no reason.
No, I'm not. I'm calling out what I view as hypocrisy. Like if I ask nicely can you allow me to speak? And you say, yeah, go ahead and speak. You're doing that thing. So yeah, I got disrespectful, but you got
respectfully.
You got disrespectful first.
Oh God.
But y'all go ahead, man. Y'all go ahead. And I feel like you were mealy mouthing by saying that it wasn't about race because it wasn't expressly stated that it was about race, but that somehow magically the results happen to end up along racial lines. When if you read the bill, the federal government incentivized the state governments to do exactly what they did. The bill operated in the manner in which it was meant to operate. It was a racial bill from the very beginning, right? And those Black Caucus members, they're either too stupid or they're collaborators, right? And they went along with it. And you posted it as a counter to Astro 87's assertion that the Republicans are the racists. That's what you did. I just don't like the mealy mouthing, bro. Like that's what it is. You were trying to demonstrate, hey, these motherfuckers are racist too. That's what you were doing, Brass. But I'm gonna go on mute though.
The 94 that crime bill, whether we like to believe it or not, black people supported it. We don't like to talk about it. The black grandmas supported it when they look around and saw all the crackheads in the neighborhood. But then it becomes a middle point where Republicans started to use it to say other black people, look at you Negroes. You're supporting Biden when Biden was locking all of you up. It became about that. It became about how we can use this against Biden because Biden was the one who brought this up. But the Black Caucus, as I said earlier, was in full support of the bill. Right? Was in full support of the bill. But a lot of people go around and talking like, oh, no. Black people didn't support the bill. Grandma didn't support the bill. Grandma enjoyed seeing you Negroes in our neighborhood tearing it down. So Grandma would never have supported that bill. And Grandma supported the bill.
Yeah, but what's your point in saying that, though? What's your point in saying that, CP?
Based on that is that all of these white crackers racist. That's my point of view, right? And to point out Biden being any less racist than Trump with that bill that your grandma asked for. Because your grandma asked for that bill during the 80s when the Jamaican shockers were there spraying up the neighborhoods in Miami and New York and Philly, right? They asked for that bill. We need to get rid of these people out of the community. And we get a bill that we couldn't stomach. It was more than we asked for, yes, but we asked for it. We were tired of what was going on in our neighborhoods. Right? And we asked the white racists to prepare a bill. Now, you calling the people them coon when all of the church at the time and all of that was tired of burying the black babies and tired of the shooting in the community. Now, calling out Biden as a racist is a waste of time. Because Biden, by his age and where he grew up, we expected nothing less of him. Because Martin know that 90% of the white people that he worked with were racist. But he chose the best amongst them to work with. Because they were running the country. So somebody jumping up now and say, aha, Eureka, this 90-year-old white man is a racist. And he was born in 1930.
You expect anything less? Or 1940? You expect anything less? No. Right?
Right.
Trump is a racist.
Trump is a what?
When was Trump born? Trump's father was a racist, Ku Klux Klan. Trump's grandfather was a coward, run away from Germany. He's a breed of coward and racist. So you expect anything less?
And we shouldn't caterwaul about Trump's racism then. He's just a product of his time. Right?
No, that's not saying it. That's not saying it. It is it is acknowledging that I have a shotgun in my house, right? And I know where the trigger is, and I know where the nozzle is, right? Acknowledging that this is the trigger and that is the nozzle. Don't make it any less dangerous. But don't act as if you discover the world by saying, I see the trigger there and I see the nozzle there. Right?
I don't understand the analogy. So again,
the analogy.
Do you find it similarly a waste of time to caterwaul about Trump's racism?
No,
being that
no. I find it that is necessary that you acknowledge what Trump is.
Okay, so why is it different? Wait a minute. So why, when it comes to Biden's racism, it's he's born in 1930.
Get him,
I didn't get him. No, you can't get me. You can't get me.
Hold on. Let me speak, because it's not about getting anybody, right?
Right.
I'm trying to honestly discuss these things going on. Right? Why is it in the case of Biden, when it comes to his racism, it's the 1930s? He's a white. What do you expect? But when it comes to Trump, hold on, let me finish making my point. But when it comes to Trump, it's we must point out the nozzle and the trigger housing, or whatever the analogy is. Why the difference in tact?
All right, because can I answer now? Can I speak now? Because you make an assumption a while ago. You're assuming that I did not acknowledge that Biden is a racist. You're assuming that most black people don't know that Biden is a racist. Because you just discovered now that Biden is a racist. You're running around the town telling everybody that,
were you on platforms? Were you on platforms?
No, let me finish.
Expressing your frustration?
Let me finish. Let me finish, man. Why the fuck you always do it? Every time somebody will tell you that.
Keep going, bro. Stop getting up. Keep going, bro. I said one thing. Keep going.
Why you always do it? You couldn't
don't do that,
I always do it.
No, answer the questions, PP. Stay on what Hansel was saying.
Let me see
I think you're trying to find a way out. Calm down.
No. I don't have to find a way out.
Don't get nervous.
No. Askel suddenly look up into the sky. Askel said, Jesus, Father, I just discovered that the sky is blue. Let me run around and tell everybody that the sky is blue. The reason why we go after Trump is because many Negroes inside here will tell you that Trump's sky not blue, that Trump not racist. But we're reminding them that Trump is the relevant person now. Biden is no longer relevant. So I'm not wasting time calling out somebody who is irrelevant and his racism, because he's no longer relevant. He has one foot in the grave and nobody taking him serious. So me wasting time on an irrelevant individual is like a dog howling at the moon. Right? So if you want to go howl at the moon, howl at the moon.
I think we was talking historically though.
But historically, everybody knew that Biden was racist. Historically, everybody knew that Biden was racist. It's acting like people didn't know. Historically, everybody knew that Biden was racist, that Hillary was
Let me know.
What was the name of that? No, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, because a while ago you just call out somebody for that a while ago, Askel. You just call out somebody for a while ago. You're looking hypocritical. No, don't do it. And Hillary Clinton was a Bridgewater girl. And we know that Bridgewater, whatever his name at the time, was racist. We know that. I'm not howling at the moon. But your turn now. Go ahead.
All right. So again, we're gonna go right back to the question again. If you're saying that, I just recognize that Biden is a racist, all of that is irrelevant, right? You're not denying Biden's racism, but you are mitigating it, right? Saying that he was born in the 1930s and everybody already knows that, so why are we caterwauling about it? It's called mitigation. You're lessening it. And so I'm going to ask the question again. Why don't you have the same attitude towards Trump? If you already know that he's racist, and I forgot, you said it's because he happens to be in office. So then my question would be were you similarly as outraged and critical about Biden's racism when he was in office? That's a rhetorical question. You were not. And I would like to know why.
All right. Now, you're saying that, listen, two peas, when Biden was in office, you're saying that you didn't criticize Biden for his racism when he was in office as a president between 2020 and 2024. Right? Now, if we look at Biden policies while he was in office between 2020 to 2024, it was totally different than when Biden was a senator or whatever it was for the last 40 years. If we look at his policies were in step with Obama policies. It was a continuation. So did he carry out any racist policies while he was in office? I would say no, because he was under a microscope at that time. If we compare the Biden policies to Trump policies, it's two totally different policies. But what you want to say now is that
Are we forgetting what happened in 2020? In 2020, 2021? Are we forgotten?
What happened in 2020, 2021?
Do we need a recount of the events that occurred?
Revisionist
history. No. All right, so we're talking about all of those black people who were shot by the police, right? That's what you're talking about?
Are we?
No,
I don't know.
You cut me. All right, you cut me to bring up something. Let me stop talking. What did you cut me to bring up? What policies, and I'm using the word policy now, what policy did Biden institute that cut DEI, that removes favorable legislation for black people? What policies did policy now? Because we have a policy argument when he was president. Because president make policies. What policy did Biden institute that you would consider racist?
All right, let me do some research during that time period.
Absolutely fucking none. None. So go have a seat. Go have a seat. We know that he was racist. Just like we know that Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer, was racist also. Just as we know that Ronald Reagan was racist also. Just as we know that every fucking white president that ever take the oath of office in the United States of America was fucking racist.
So what racist policies did Donald Trump put in his presidency?
Go and research that. If you ask me that question, you're arguing for arguing's sake. And I'm not arguing for arguing's sake.
I'm not.
No. If you ask me that question, no. You can't ask me a question. Don't argue with me like I'm a conscious community. I ask you the question. Don't ask me the same question that I asked you. No, you can't. You can't. That is your homework. Don't give me the homework.
I already admitted that I don't have the information on hand, right?
Yes, hold on. But that don't give me the ability to ask you the same question I asked you. We learn to debate.
Why not? That's fair.
No, that's not fair. It don't work like that. You have never seen that. You have never seen that happen in a debate. Never.
Well, we're not having a debate. I don't think we're having a debate. I didn't think we were having a debate. But you asked. Yeah. You asked me what were some of Joe Biden's what would qualify as racist policies, and I said that I don't have the information offhand. I can't recall the information offhand. Right? I do know. I can vaguely remember. Them talking
let me give you one.
Hold on.
Let me give you one. Since you asked me a question, let me give you one.
Go ahead.
The rollback of DEI.
Right. Well, there you go. There you go. So similarly, then I think it's fair to ask what word trumps racist policies.
I just told you that the rolling back of DEI. I just answered that question.
I thought you were talking about Biden. Okay.
No,
The rolling back of DEI. But that's not was that targeted to black people?
Oh Lord. Okay, all right. Let's stop talking. Let's stop talking. If you don't understand what DEI is and what the implication of rolling back of DEI is, and who's affected by DEI, then we can't have a conversation.
I'm just playing the game. I'm playing the game the way you were playing it, right?
No, I don't play the game that way.
Yes, you do. Because earlier when we pointed out that that wasn't you, it was someone else. But okay, you kind of you hold on.
No.
Hold on. I'm talking though, right? You kind of acceded to that there wasn't anything expressly racist in that bill, right? So I'm playing the same. Hold on, I'm playing the same game and saying that there isn't anything.
No, you're putting words in my mouth. Which bill?
No. The 94 crime bill.
No, I said the 94 crime bill was respected by your grandmother and the black leaders in the communities who were crying. I did not say that there was anything not racist in that bill. So stop putting words in my mouth. You're wrong again. Too wine.
Okay, that's the impression that I got.
No, but I just clarified. So
I just clarified. Hold on, Stu. I didn't say that you said anything. I said that's the impression that I got. Somebody got to mute out. I was saying that's the impression that I got. Right? So similar.
I'm in the gas station. I'm coming out now. Thank you. All right. So you're walking around with the one impression. Ask me to clarify that. And as I clarified, I said nothing of what you're thinking. I did not go in that direction in any way, form, whatever. All right?
No, but for me, someone saying that your grandmother, etc., supported the bill, it amounts to a tacit defense of it. If it's not an express defense, but it's a tacit defense of it. Did I read that wrong?
Look, your grandmother defending the bill is not a defense of the bill. It's just a fact of what was happening at the time. So me expressing what was happening at the time with the grandmothers, the pastors, the church leaders, and everybody who supported the bill is not a defense of the bill. It's telling you what was happening at that time. No, you coming and saying to me, oh no, I'm stupid. You cannot speak the truth of what was happening at that time.
What's the point? So what's the point in you pointing that out then? What's the point of that?
Because you're acting as if the bill existed in a vacuum. You're acting as if this bill came out as a result solely based on one individual. And that is not true. And I'm telling you, this bill.
And you're acting like DEI was solely because of one individual. I'm playing the game you're playing.
You're not playing the same game. What you're playing is that you got paint in the corner. You got paint in the corner. And guess what? I should have dropped the mic from I said DEI. Because you're done. And you know you're done. So stop tiptoeing now. Just say, I know that I'm done. I came up, I saw, and I was conquered. I am done. I done you. I'm going to drop the mic now. You can talk for yourself. Because what you're doing is just talking for talking's sake now. Because you don't know what you're talking about now. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so for me, when I'm having these discussions, I never come in with my disposition is never to win or to like catch anybody up or show anybody up. So like I can never lose that way, right?
I play to win. I play to win and I just beat you. I play to win and I just beat you. No. You don't have to talk. You got beat.
You just said to go ahead and speak.
I play to win. I play to win and I just blow you out the water. And I want to dance. I'm not giving you a chance to dance. I blew you out the water. You know you got blown out the water. I play to win.
Fine.
You know that.
That's
I
fine.
play to win.
That's fine.
No, I'm celebrating.
No,
I
but
am
when are you
celebrating.
gonna stop?
Yes, no,
Okay,
losers
but
don't determine winners. Losers don't determine winners' action. You can't tell me
no,
when to stop dancing.
no.
I
Get
done
about the
beat you
losers.
already.
I'm
No,
asking for
losers
basic.
can't. No,
No, but when are you
You-
talking though?
Listen,
That's all I'm asking
listen.
for is for you to stop
A loss
talking.
cannot be
You
defended. No, a loss cannot be
no,
defended.
stupid.
Losers can't
You
determine when I
little
stop celebrating.
to me. Go ahead and
Losers
speak.
can't
You're done
determine.
speaking.
Yes, let me celebrate.
Let me
And
know
you
when I
wait
get to
until we
talk.
stop
Let me
celebrating.
know when I get to
Look,
talk.
you
Come
came
on.
in.
You gonna raise your
You
blood
came
pressure,
in.
OG. You gotta relax, man.
Eh? Who? No, man.
Let me know when I
Losers
get to
can't
speak.
determine.
Go
No,
ahead. Let
no.
me know.
Speak about what?
Let me know to speak.
What you going to speak about? Something that was already determined? What you want to do? The clock run out already. There's no more attempts at the free throw line. The clock already run out. Just admit that when you jump in and you're saying that you're acting like all of a sudden Biden was like people didn't know that Biden was racist. When everybody knew that Biden was racist. That Biden being racist historically, it is good to know. But is it relevant today? No. Because Biden don't have any power. Is Trump being racist relevant today? Yes, because Trump is in power. There's a distinction between the two men. One is in power now, and one don't have any power. But you're jumping up like chicken licker, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. All of a sudden, people, how you acting like you're defending Biden? When the majority of black people knew that Biden was racist long before he ran for president. But what we do as black people is that we choose the lesser of two evils all the time. We have always had to play that game in America. We always had to choose between the lesser of two evils. You think black people don't know? Are you saying that black people is stupid? That they didn't know that
I
these
don't
white men are
care.
racist?
Just,
Right?
just
But
let me know when I
you're
get to.
coming now. You're
Just let
coming
me
in
know
now,
when
the
I get
sky
to.
is falling. Yeah, the sky is yours now. Try and defend the sky is falling, chicken. Because you're acting like
No,
chicken
when
little.
you
Like you just
when
find
you
out the sky
say
is falling.
no, what I want you to do when you say go ahead and speak, I need you to go on mute and don't talk for at least 60 seconds. If you cut me off, I think I'm close to the edge, Stupies. I'm being respectful.
I'm done. I'm done. I'd win. I don't say anything.
No. Listen. I need you to be respectful. I don't care about the winning and all of none of that shit. From a man to another man, I let you speak. You say you're going to allow me to speak. I need you to stop talking for about 60 seconds. Can you do that for me from one man to another? I don't give a fuck about none of that other shit. And try and show out for audience. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Yo, y'all there?
I just came from the
Yo,
smoke. What happened?
y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question I want to ask again, if I'm acting that the 94 crime bill is something that happened in a vacuum and is the result of a unilateral action by some autocrat, right, which would be Biden, because that's the thing you put out there, like I'm representing, like Biden is the sole person who did the 94 crime bill, blah 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 blah. Likewise, how are we acting like Trump is some sole autocrat in the crafting and the implementation of the rollback of DEI? I think that's a fair question, and I would like a cogent answer to that question.
Can I speak now? Because I went on mute to go. All right? Because I can be civil. And let me answer that question civilly before I lose connection. You have changed your original argument based on my responses. And if I make an argument now, I can further box it in. Because now, what you're coming with now, you're actually putting in a Philly shell. If anybody look at the conversation we'll have and replay, you realize that all you're doing is just putting up your defense, shelling up. When Stu P says something, now you have to go and respond to this. You didn't know about Trump policies. You didn't know about policies. When I brought up policies, all of a sudden now, oh, it's about the policies. Did one person create these policies? No. Biden didn't create the policy. Biden was a part of a system. Is Trump a part of a system also? So I'm boxing you in. And I don't want to box you in anymore. This is not fun anymore. This is too easy. Trump and Biden. Trump is relevant. Biden is irrelevant. Biden is historical. Trump is present. You jumping
I'm
up and
still
say,
waiting on
"Oh,
that.
I found out."
I'm still waiting on
No,
the
there's no
answer.
answer. I'm answering
I'm
it.
still
I'm
waiting on
answering it.
the answer.
You're making
Anytime you feel
irrelevant
like asking
statement.
a question.
You're making irrelevant statement now. And it's not progressing that conversation any further. Because I'm done already. I'm done. And you're done too. And you're done too. What you're doing now is finish shelling up. You're done, Haskell. Just admit that you're done and let you move on. No, you're done.
All right, let's move
It's
on.
done. It's
Let's
over.
move on.
You're done.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
you're
move
done.
on. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Can someone else answer the question for me? Why is it in one instance we look at things like the DEI rollbacks, all the little bullshit policies that they've done with the Army, where what are some of the policies I read recently where you're not allowed to what is the shit they targeted with the black soldiers and their hair and shit like that? The little microaggressions that Trump does, right? Why in one instance, when it comes to those sort of policies, we call it, kind of look at it as a unilateral action of this autocrat, this sort of monarch. We've in a sense essentially made a monarch of Trump, right? And we kind of excuse his actions or we don't excuse his actions, right? We virulently go after his actions. But when it comes to the Democrats, there's always a mitigation. Oh, well, he was born in the 1930s. That's how it is. He's racist already. So why are we making a big deal out of that? Or no one man is responsible for these policies. It's the part of a system. Why don't we afford that same sort of grace to a person like Trump? Can anyone answer that question for me?
Damn, Miss Crick is in his joint now. Everybody there? Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to stay out the way.
No, why you staying out of the way? The discussion is for everybody.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying right now. There is
you cooking.
Yeah. Like I don't really have a disagreement with what you said, so that's another reason I'm not saying much.
Yeah, because look, True, for me, it's about self-assessment and taking self-inventory of who we are as a body politic, right? I don't engage in discussions to win or show up people. It's just not my style, right? When I ask questions, I'm asking them sincerely, right? And I hear all this caterwauling about Trump and how racist he is and his policies and this and that. And my thing is, why have we made a monarch of this guy? Why are we acting like this guy is some all-powerful dude? I don't get it. And as far as that's another question I wanted to ask too, because I'm not as well versed on politics and foreign policy as a lot of the people in here. So I actually had a question about the Iran deal that I actually wanted to ask Brass specifically. Right? I don't know if he's still on the panel, but if there's anybody else on here also, I'd like to ask them the question, right? So I think yesterday I had asked about I was making the same argument that these political parties play the good cop, bad cop game. And I asked Corey specifically if he believed that insofar as what is happening right now in Iran and the Middle East, if he believes that there would have been any fundamental difference in terms of the U.S.'s how the U.S. is acting right now towards Iran if Kamala was in office as opposed to Trump. to Corey's credit, he says no, right? And I really respected that he said that. He just said it would have been sort of like a different flavor. Now, another person says that they believe that there would be a fundamental difference, and they cited the. No, it wasn't just you. There was another person. No. Listen, there was another person on the panel that made the same argument that you made, and he cited the same thing that you cited, which is the Iran deal, right? I believe it was Brass. I don't know if I'm speaking on that, but they said that essentially Obama entered into the Iran deal, right? Trump reneged on that deal, I believe, late 2017. And my question would be to that person and people who hold that view, what stopped Biden from re-entering that deal?
Okay, I read the PBS report that you dropped. You sent me a PBS report earlier saying that when the Iran deal was in place, or when the Iran deal was being negotiated, what the Iranians asked for based on what the American was willing to give concession to. Now, Corey is a union member, and I used to be a union member back in, and I used to go into rooms in negotiation, right? Now, in negotiation, both parties put the cards on the table. And if you look at that PBS, what you're saying, Iran asks that, listen, all sanctions being lifted. Is that wrong for them to ask that all sanctions be lifted? Or should they be still sanctioned, although they are trying to negotiate a deal? No, when somebody says, oh, but Iran wanted all the sanctions to be lifted, that's not anything big. Because when you go into negotiation, if you sanction me and you bring me to the table, and you say, let's make a deal, one of the things that I'm going to ask for is that if I make this deal, will all the sanctions be lifted? That's not being disingenuous. That's part of a deal. That's part of negotiation. And I'm not saying that you're ignorant to how negotiation takes place. But unless you're in rooms where we're negotiating issues, everything is brought up. And each party wants what is best for their own interest. And sometimes these don't align. Right? Is that when a deal is finished, how a deal works is that both parties never fully satisfied. But both parties don't feel like they have been taken a fool of. There's always concession. But what you're saying that based on that PBS report, America didn't get what they wanted, and Iran didn't get what they wanted, and so the deal didn't work. And sometimes that happens also. But be careful when you read something. You're not reading it from a level of ignorance and not understanding what negotiations actually are. Corey can tell you that because he goes into. I think it might be. But no. I'm not might be in anything. You brought that up. I said with a guts. It's a stupid. Look at this. Look at this. Iran wasn't being fair, but America wasn't being fair either. That's how negotiations go. But you read one thing and you jump and you say, Eureka, the sky is falling. Biden is also a racist. But the racist angle. Yeah, the racist angle doesn't have. The same thing with the deal. No, it's the same. It's the same thing with the deal. It's how you think. It's how you approach deals. Is that if you're saying that we have to throw the baby with the bathwater, then no baby bathing there. No baby bathing. If you think that in every deal you have to throw the baby with the bathwater. If the gloves don't fit, you must have quit. That's how something wanted to try. Because he knew that he had people around him who are so single-mindedness that one thing would allow them to throw all other evidence. So one thing you're saying that Iraq didn't concede, they wanted all the sanctions lifted, so Iraq must be wrong. And deals don't work, so negotiation don't work.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Go ahead. Your turn.
Yeah, I think you might be surprised to learn that I see it exactly as how you see it. I'm actually bringing it up for the opposite reason of how you're reading my motives for bringing it up. They countered me saying that things wouldn't fundamentally be different with the fact that Trump pulled out of the deal, right? So I'm saying if it's just about Trump being this runaway rogue, right, then how come Biden, if he's the quote unquote good guy, what stopped him from re-entering the deal, right? So what I actually wanted to ask Brass was, there was a provision in there where the Iranians asked for not just the sanctions being lifted, it was the other thing. Oh, they wanted a guarantee going forward.
That promise that nobody would pull out in the future from the deal.
Right.
And that's something he can't do that.
Right. So that was my question. It says in the PBS report that legally that, they can't do that. And I wanted to ask someone who's kind of educated in that area is, what are the legal, I mean, I could look it up myself, but I thought it would be interesting as a discussion piece. What are the legal roadblocks?
Ramification?
Yeah. Why can't they institute something that says, okay, whether it be legislation of some sort that a member of the executive portion of the government can't do an end around or some other way, why can't it have some level of permanence?
Have you ever have you ever researched the Cuban Missile Crisis? There was a deal by John F. Kennedy and Khrushchev at the time, the Cuban Missile Crisis deal. During that deal, when the Russians agreed to pull the bombs out of Cuba, if the Americans pulled their nuclear bases out of, was it Afghanistan at the time? America had bombs in Afghanistan at the time. Many persons don't understand that was part of it. That the Americans pulled their missiles from Afghanistan or one of those countries that was close to Russia, and the Russians would pull their bombs out of Cuba, right? One of the stipulations of that deal was that Cuba would never be attacked by the Americans. And that was from 1960. No, it was unrealistic, but it was a provision that was put into the deal. The same way the Iranians asked for that provision. People have always asked for provisions in negotiation. Sometimes they're agreed to, and sometimes they're not agreed to. But don't act as if people don't act. No. There's no legal impediment. There's no legal impediment. There's no legal impediment. It's called negotiation. No, there's no legal. Listen. Stop.
No, listen.
As I just said earlier, what was the legal impediment for the Cuban Missile Crisis? I gave you an example. Oh, go ahead.
Listen, it's not about what I'm saying. According to the PBS report, it says the reason why the U.S. could not grant that request by the Iranians is because there's some illegally they can't do that. And my question is, what is that legal thing that makes it so that the U.S. government can't enter into that sort of deal with any sort of permanence? That's my question.
I don't know why PBS said that, because I gave an example about the Cuban crisis deal, that they had provisions in it that America will not attack Cuba. And that deal stayed relevant for almost 60 years, if not more than 60. For almost 60 years. America could have attacked Cuba at any time, but they didn't.
No, but that doesn't answer that's apples and oranges.
No, it's not apples and oranges. It's who is in power and what they regard as being relevant and significant. It's part of a stipulation.
So you think PBS made an error? So wait. So PBS made an error when they made that assertion?
I'm not saying that they made an error, but I'm giving an example I'm giving an example
of an error. Then what is the legal impediment why the U.S. can't do that? Then? If you don't know, Somebody
No,
else
I
can
said
answer, or I can go look it
I
up.
said I don't know, but I'm saying historically, people had made stipulations in the that has nothing to do with legality. It's an agreement between both parties. It's an agreement between both parties. And agreements have been made in the that some people stand by. Just like how the agreement was made after World War One with the Germans, and certain stipulations were put in place, but they caused so much economic distress onto Germany that Germany broke them. That in negotiations, you have to understand that in negotiations, certain stipulations have always been put in place.
Well,
And people ask for these stipulations.
In that instance,
But you-
Stupies, what happened was the United States and its allies blockaded the fucking Germans and starved them people out and forced them out of that, right? So that's a little bit of a different situation. But the reason why I brought it up is to say that this notion that what's happening right now wouldn't have been happening if a Democrat would have been in office can't possibly be true if Trump pulled out of the deal, and that is basically was the impetus that led to where we are now. Then we likewise have to categorize Biden not re-entering into the deal as being in that same vein, right? He took the same tack that Trump did. Trump just happened to be the person in office when they formally pulled out. But Biden not re-signing the deal is basically doing the same thing that Trump did. So it circles right back to my point that what's happening right now wouldn't have been no difference if Kamala was in.
And
Would you
that's
agree
not
with
true. I would not agree with that. Because if Nixon was the one who deals are made by personal, some people are more open to make deals than other people. And it's in arguing politics that if Nixon was the one who made, Nixon would have never made a deal as the Kennedys, because they were of different personalities. So when people go into negotiation, you don't go into negotiation based on facts alone. Personalities influence deals. Personalities influence deals. It's not about facts alone. The deal that the Kennedys made with the Khrushchev, Nixon would not have made it. Right? Nixon would not have made it. Right? And Nixon and the Republicans probably would not have made it. That's why they went into Vietnam, because personalities dictate deals. Right? I would know that some people are more to negotiations than others. So you're saying that Kamala is no different than Trump. Her personality is exactly like Trump. She's not willing to negotiate, and we have no evidence of that. So you're basing your assumption based not on evidence, but on feelings. Because we know unless you're going to... let me finish.
That's not my position. That's not my position, but go ahead.
All right, okay. Because personalities determine negotiation. I would know that through time that some persons are more willing to negotiate than other people are. Right? Some persons believe that the negotiation never ends, that you make concessions and you turn around and you make further concessions. Sometimes it's to the benefit and sometimes it's not to the benefit. Because you understand the price of negotiation is cheaper than war. Negotiation is always cheaper than war. And some people negotiate more before they went to war. Negotiation is cheaper than striking. So although we have, as a person who was a part of a union, who went into union meetings, the first thing we threaten the employer with is striking. And what he rebut with is that, listen, I don't need you fuckers. I can move my factory anywhere around the world. So we came with, everybody come with them biggest weapon to the table first. And then now we start to say, that is not necessary. What can we do to reach a middle ground? All of us might not be in agreement, but then we're not going to blow this thing out of the water. And that's what negotiation is. You're assuming that, listen, Kamala is the same person as Trump, that they're not willing to negotiate. Anybody who have business here, Brass will agree with me, and Corey will agree with me if Corey's on the mic, that this was a negotiation, that Trump wasn't willing to negotiate. And he quickly cut off the deal because he wasn't willing to compromise. Are you saying that Kamala isn't willing to compromise? Are you saying that the Iranians weren't willing to compromise? You're making so much assumption based on your argument. It's a lot of assumption.
Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. You ask me questions, but then you keep talking. Are they rhetorical questions? What's going on?
They're rhetorical. They're rhetorical.
Okay. Right,
they're rhetorical because all the answers is. But you're going to try to beat around the bush. But go ahead, beat.
No, my position is that Kamala would have took the position that Biden took, right? Which is to find that whatever the Iranians were promoting was untenable, and as such, she wouldn't have re-entered into the deal similarly as Biden didn't re-enter into the deal. That's my position.
And that's an assumption.
Is that beating around the bush? Hold on. I'm not done.
Would you agree that
Hold
that's
on,
an assumption?
I'm not done. Is that beating around the bush? Is that dancing and assuming, or is that a direct question?
That's a direct answer. And my question to you now,
okay.
Based on what you just said, is that an assumption or is that fact?
What part of it it's a fact? What part of it is the assumption in your estimate?
No. I'm asking you. You made a statement a while. Is your statement based on fact or is it based on assumption?
No, I said
that's an easy answer. No. Based on the statement you just made. Is that
stupid? I can't
statement
answer if you're talking. Why do y'all do that?
Answer.
Like you can't direct me to answer. That's why I got pissed at Buddy before. Like, y'all got to stop that, man. Like, come on. My position. I said my position is that I believe that Kamala would have taken the same tack as Biden. In that, similarly, and it's not even about fucking Kamala. First of all, these people are fucking stooges for the most part, especially somebody like her, right? But that's a whole other point, right? My overarching point is, whatever it is that made that deal untenable, and according to PBS and other sources, that included legal impediments, among other things. One of the other things being supposedly Iran kept doing enrichment beyond, I guess, the 2015 protocols or whatever, right? Point being, whatever it is that made the deal untenable for Biden's administration, I'm saying that those same set of circumstances would have existed right now if Kamala were in place. So if it were untenable for the Biden administration, it would have been untenable for the Kamala administration.
Okay, and then let me. I hear your position, and I'm going to make one step before I ask that question again. When the enrichment of plutonium restarted, it's after Trump pulled out of the deal. Would you agree with me or disagree with me? Because now I'm speaking fact. So are you saying to me that the Iranians started to re-enrich plutonium after Trump pulled out of the deal? That's a fact. Everybody in the world knows that. So they have no deal. Let me finish. Let me speak now. So they had no deal now. So if no deal existed, there was nothing stopping the Iranians from restarting enrichment of plutonium. We know that. So there's no deal, nothing stopping there. But you're using the argument that, these people resume enriching plutonium, so they weren't in good faith. There was no deal to be broken at that time when they started. Let me finish. There was no deal in place, so there was not stopping them from resuming enriching plutonium. Right? No, the second thing you're so that PBS, how PBS wrote that.
That's not PBS's position. The Biden administration cited that as one of its reasons why it found the deal untenable. That's according to the Biden administration.
But there was no deal. I know the second thing you're saying. Based on what you're saying now. Let me ask
they said that they didn't re-enter into the deal because, amongst other things, it wasn't the only thing, but it was one of their sticking points, was that Iran had continued to enrich plutonium beyond the 2018 protocols or whatever. That's what they said, Stoopies, not me.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that, but no protocol exists anymore because the deal did not exist anymore. So when Biden used that, that was just primarily an excuse that if you're blind to the fact, no. All right, so no, let me finish speaking to you.
So what
let
are
me
you
finish
saying then?
speaking.
So essentially, you believe that Kamala's administration would have taken a different tack than Biden's. That has to be what you're saying.
I'm saying that I'm not making the assumption that you're making, because since you do not want to say that you are assuming that Kamala wouldn't, because you're let me finish. No,
I just want to be clear. Listen, just so we're fair here, and you know I'm not playing games with you. I'm making the assumption that the Kamala Harris administration would have taken the same tack as the Biden administration.
Yes. Am I wrong?
No, I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that.
But that's all I ask you from day one. That's all I ask you. Are you making an assumption? And you did not answer it until just a while ago. So are you making an assumption? Yes or no?
I just said yes.
Okay. So therefore, I can't have a conversation based on your assumption. You can't dispute to me as it's
please. None of us are in those rooms, right?
And I agree with you on that.
Yeah, us on the outside looking in. Yeah.
I agree with you.
When we're on the outside looking in, right? The only thing that we can form our positions on is based on reading the tea leaves, right? Reading how things have gone historically, and that's what I'm basing my assumption on. So, when you say, hold on,
with that.
Yeah, hold on. When you say that you believe that if Kamala Harris were in, if Kamala's administration were in right now, that what's happening right now wouldn't be happening, that's also an assumption. Would you agree?
An assumption. I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. But the difference between you and I is that I was upfront with my assumption while you were acting as if yours was fine. And it took you half an hour to agree with me that you were also making an assumption.
I think you're reading into that. I think you're reading into that.
I'm not reading into that. I'm not reading into that. I was upfront.
No, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with I wouldn't agree with, because essentially whether or not I'm making an assumption or not is immaterial to my point. My point is that I believe that there would be no difference, because I'm looking at the policy of basically the party. That's how I'm looking at it as I'm not looking at it as a Trump or a Biden or a Kamala or a Obama. Those are just people, right?
I hope it's not me get cut off. Hope it's not me get cut off.
I mean, I guess we all cutting each other off. But did you have something to say? Go ahead.
Hello? Can anybody hear me? Mic check 1, 2, 3.
I can.
Let me just say
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
If we look at policy, no, I couldn't hear you a while ago. You got cut off. Now this is what I'm saying. If we look at all three personalities, let's put 4 personalities in, and let's look at whose personalities most match to each other. We're going to put the Obama personality, the Biden personality, the Kamala Harris personality, and the Donald Trump personality. And we're comparing these 4 people. And we're going to ask, who are more in line? Would you say Kamala Harris is more in line based on her speech with Obama, with Trump, or with Biden? Which person would you say Kamala personality is more in line with?
Yeah, I don't care about the personalities.
No.
The
personality is important.
I'm answering
personality is what determines.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Listen, you have to allow me to answer the question the way that I want to answer the question, right? Earlier, you made a very astute point that when it comes to these policies, no one person is no monarch or none of that shit, right? So regardless of what this person personality is, it's a bunch of people who got to be on board for some shit to actually happen. For some missiles to get sent off, ain't no kings here, right? So that's why
Again,
I said,
I'm asking you the question.
hold on.
No, answer the question for me, please. Ask that
I
question.
did
Why
answer the
you
question.
can't?
I said,
All right,
I said,
so
hold
to
on.
you,
I
it
said,
doesn't matter.
I said that
It doesn't matter.
I said that an individual's, particularly a president's individual idiosyncrasies as far as their personalities is inconsequential to geopolitics and world policy. And you said
And
the same thing. You said the same thing 30 minutes ago.
I did not say that. I did not say that because I brought an
You
example
said one
of
person was
no.
responsible
Listen
for
carefully.
policy.
Listen
You said
to me
that
carefully.
Biden
Listen.
by himself wasn't responsible
I
for
said
no.
no.
And
I did
agree.
not say that either. I did not say that either because I brought up an example earlier where I compare Nixon to Kennedy. And I said that the Cuban Missile Crisis deal would not have happened, how it happened, if it was Nixon that was in power. I brought that up earlier because I know how to fight. I bring up something and I pin that to the wall for an example because I'm coming back to it and I'm going to use it because it's important. Because if you read history and politics, people will tell you when you read politics that if it wasn't for the Kennedys, probably we would have went to war during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So their personalities were more open to negotiation. Now I'm asking you the question again. When we compare these four individuals, who would you say Kamala Harris' personality more in line with? Was it Obama? Was it Biden? Or is it Trump? If you're supposed to compare her personality to these three individuals, everybody know that she's more aligned with
who?
Obama in terms of willingness to negotiate. Obama spoke softly and carried a big stick. He dropped the most drones in the history of any president. But he's respected around the world because his willingness to negotiate. And if negotiation does not work, he is going to use his big stick. And everybody knows his personality. And that's what her personality more aligned with. So she would have entered based on her personality and based on what we know about her and based on her willingness to negotiate and her historical willingness to negotiate, whether it want to be in California, when she was there, she showed a willingness to negotiate. And when negotiation break down, she showed a willingness to throw people in jail. She spoke silently and carried a big stick. We knew her personality, and it was more in line with Obama. Now, nobody in this room can come and tell me anything different than that. She's not Obama, but her personality is more in line with his than Biden. So you're using Biden now, and she and Biden has total different personalities. Even when it comes to a discussion. Right? And we know that during negotiation, ask Corey as a union member that personalities is important. When Dr. Martin Luther King went down south and he was trying to negotiate with the Southerner, and that Southerner, Pierre or whatever his name, in Montgomery, who had a personality stiff as a wood, who's not willing to negotiate, Dr. King recognized his weakness, that a person who's not willing to negotiate and is willing to use force is always going to lose. Because force is an ugly thing, and there's no winning unless you can thoroughly justify it. And you could not justify bringing dogs on 16 and 14-year-olds. So King knew what he was doing. King had that personality similar to Obama. He spoke silently but carried a big stick. He knew what he was about. He didn't want to tear America down or burn America down. But he showed that, listen, I can burn this shit down if you don't come to the table. But you're assuming that everybody, because of the system, is the same persons. And anybody who goes into negotiation recognize that personalities, who you're dealing with. When lawyers get judges, they know how to approach it. They say, oh Lord, that judge is an asshole. What I need to do? Or that judge is more favorable. In negotiations, personalities matter. And that's all I'm telling everybody on the table. And if they don't believe me, go and research it. that personality when it comes to negotiation, man. And Trump and Biden and Obama are three total different personalities. And Kamala is more aligned with Obama. But if you don't agree with me, you don't have to. But that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Anybody else got anything? I don't want this to just be the coconut show. Where the FBA
No,
is at.
I like the volley. I mean, y'all was having a pretty good volley there, back and forth. I
So
appreciate
Corey,
it. Yeah.
let me ask you this, right? Because you see it a little bit differently than Stu Pease, at least from our last discourse. I don't know if maybe you've changed your mind since then. Because you said
might
that
have
you
done
didn't
convincing me right there. Go ahead, Bill.
huh?
Stu Pease's
No,
argument, I couldn't talk because I
I
was
was convinced, right?
escorting my boss around the fucking job site. But I was listening
So let
to
me
his
ask you this.
argument.
Let me ask you
Go
this
ahead.
then, Corey. Before you go, let me ask you this then. Before you heard Stu
No, I'm
Pease's
good. I can talk now. I'm good now. Go ahead.
before you heard Stu Pease's compelling argument, why did you believe that even if Kamala administration would have been in office, why did you previously believe that what's going on now would have still been going on?
Because you remember what I said when we had the discussion, right? It was a very detailed qualifier there. It's because Donald Trump in his first administration pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, right? Now, this is something that Israel kind of wanted anyway. And with that comes the idea where Israel can kind of start throwing its weight around, you know what I'm saying, in the region. You know what I mean? So I think that the reason why I think we may have gotten to some type of conflict, I don't think it would be to the degree that we are now, right? Is because Israel, kind of would have got out in the middle of the street with them guys, and then we would have kind of had to do something. And I think they would have sent a message, Israel bombing them would have this time would have made them reduce some retaliation, and I think Dubai would have been pretty much on the table. And that would have kind of pulled us in this kind of situation. But like I said, it's because of the damage had already been done. And you come with the yellow cake, like Stu P said, you come with the yellow cake argument, which you got these Zionists and religious nuts in the Republican Party who half of them trying to do end times biblical shit, and the other half of them is paid for by these Zionist special interest groups.
Sorry to cut you, Corey, but they're all through every aspect of government on both sides. But go ahead.
Yeah, and that's fair, but it's a more prevalent. I don't know why. The problem is we never keep it 100, right? We do the both sides, right? And I understand where you're coming from. See, me, I always qualify like, yo, I hear you. But when it, on the other shoe, on the other foot, right? It's like, no, I don't see what you're saying because it's just both sides, right? Like, we gotta be fair and say, like, yo, it's more prevalent on one side. A religious zealot end times motherfucker is likely to be more on the Republican side than on the Democrat side. Like, if we can't keep shit real at that point, this is where I'll be stopping the conversation at, right? Because once we can't keep that real, then we can't continue on with the conversation.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because again, I'm a little more politically ignorant than some people on here. I've kind of checked out years ago, right? So a lot of this is me edifying myself. Now, from what I've read in a lot of media, it's pretty much promoted that the the Democrat Party is the party of Israel. Am I off base on that, or?
No, you kind of off base. Like there's some corporate Democrats, some people that the Zionist kind of special interest group have got a hold of. I won't never say that, right? But as far as this,
but am I right?
Israeli,
am I right when I say that the media pushes that idea that when it comes to the interests of Israel, that the Democrats are much more amenable to Israel's interest than the
Republicans?
No, that isn't what it, no. I'm not saying that's the truth, Corey. I'm saying insofar as what the media says.
No, I don't think so. I don't believe that's the way I'm reading the media now. But again, I get, so my news sources kind of keep it a different, like I don't listen to mainstream media. So maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe you're right on that, Haskell. I will concede that. I don't listen to mainstream media, so I'm gonna concede that I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Can I say something to Corey? How is important personality when it comes to negotiation?
Oh, the personality is the main part of negotiation. Y'all remember when I talked about about Condoleezza Harris? I mean, Condoleezza Harris. I'm tripping. Condoleezza Rice. Sorry, Condoleezza. I don't mean to, goddamn it, besmirch your name like that. But yeah, Condoleezza Rice, right? I told y'all. She is Bush is President Bush never was on the table negotiating shit. He don't know how to like certain shit like just you don't do, right? If you don't know how to do that, right? So if you a C-level student, no, you're not going to the table, right? You're gonna send Condi to the table. And one thing about Condi, right? She gonna make sure she fair. But goddamn it, she's gonna be the one putting the goddamn negotiations down. Absolutely, and it's the personality, is who she is, the way her presence is when she walk in that fucking room. Motherfuckers start recognizing.
Now, Corey,
you see what I'm saying?
No,
I'm glad you pointed out that.
Let me ask Corey this question. Corey, based on what I've asked, when I bring up those four individuals, Trump, Bush, Biden, Obama, and Harris, who would you say, based on your observation of Harris, she's
always wanted to be like Obama. Like that's her. That was her thing. She's always wanted to be him. That's who she wants to be, right? But it was impossible. She could never be that. But first of all, you know, America is kind of misogynist, right? So she was never going to be an Obama anyway. She wanted.
So let me finish now. What if Obama was in power? If Obama was in power,
or is articulate as an Obama?
No.
She's
if Obama, no.
She's a blonde.
I can hear you, Haskell. Hold on, let me hear him. Let me hear him. What'd you say, Haskell?
No, I was saying, can we be fair though and say that when it comes to being erudite and articulate, someone like Kamala Harris is not in Obama's class. I would even go further than that to say that she's a Brahmin.
Wanted to be though. That's not what I'm saying. I never said she was in his class, but that's what she aspired to be.
I'm saying that to make the point that in the same way that a C student like W, and I wouldn't even consider him a C student. He's barely functional. I don't even know if I consider him a Homo sapien. Matter of fact, he was that slow, right?
Yeah, that's my homie though. Although he's a stupid racist, I do like Bush though. That's my
hold on. I wasn't
done. Let me ask for one last question.
No, I wasn't finished.
Go ahead.
I wasn't finished. The same way, and I'm glad that you brought up the fact that it was actually a delegate, under Bush's administration that was doing the actual negotiation.
No delegate. She was the fucking the chief of what was she the Secretary of State? Yeah, she was the Secretary of State.
Yeah. Now, Corey, just so you know, anybody that's under the chief leader is essentially a
Okay,
delegate.
she's
When you
I guess so. Yeah.
when you have a cabinet and you assign people responsibilities, they're delegates,
You
right? You're
delegating those.
delegated responsibilities,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
So when it comes to Bush, we know that man barely functions at a retard level, right?
Right.
Similarly, I would make the charge based on what I've seen of Kamala. To me, she reads as a ditz. She's a dingbat from what I've seen. I don't
haven't
think
seen that. I think she's a very intelligent person. Like,
I'll
she's
finish making my point.
Can I ask for a question?
I'm gonna finish making my point though. No, I never got
Go
to
ahead,
finish.
go ahead.
The point that I'm making is, in the same way that the Secretary of State or whoever, whether it was Colin Powell or whoever, right? Most of the times these people are largely responsible for negotiations, and their personalities come into play also. Similarly, it's not so much about Kamala Harris's personality as an individual. There's typically going to be other people in that cabinet that's actually doing the negotiating. But go ahead.
Can I ask that question?
She would delegate a lot of that out, but I think Kamala would be more hands-on than a Bush. I think she actually has the ability to kind of do the negotiations and do the diplomatic type of thing. I think she does fit that bill. You know what I'm saying?
Corey, one final question to you, Corey. One final question to you, Corey. If Obama was in power today, do you think that we'll be attacking Iran?
We wouldn't have never pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal.
Beautiful. It's over. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. I appreciate you, Corey, as a former human member, as a former person who has been in negotiation to understand the dynamics of it and what it takes to negotiate and who is willing to negotiate. Trump has never. Yeah.
What a negotiation. Let me tell you what a good negotiation is. The only thing that the two parties want to do is make sure that when they both walk away from this thing, that they don't feel like one is getting over on the other. That's it.
And I said that. And
that's all it. That's it. They don't. There's no winning. It's somebody's. You got to compromise in the negotiation. But all we want to do is just make sure that when we leave here, that we don't feel like, oh, we kind of got fucked there, or oh, we got over on them. You see what I'm saying? Right, we don't want nobody feeling like that. We want to feel like everybody here then gave up a little bit of equal shit here. You know, you gave up a little bit of this, and we gave up a little bit of that, right? We didn't want to, but I feel you, and you didn't want to, but we kind of had. That's where we at with it. You see what I'm saying? That's where we met at. That's a negotiation right there. There's no winner per se in a negotiation.
Based on your observation of Trump, is Trump willing to compromise? Have you seen Trump as a person who's willing to give up on anything?
We're talking about a guy who's never been told no a day in his life. And if he do, you're going to pay for it.
So understand that we have different personalities here. So when that personality enters the negotiation, it's either his way or no way at all. Obama was never like that. Kamala, based on her...
already threatened them with nuclear bombs, bro.
Yeah, right. Kamala was nothing like that based on our history.
Obama make it happen that it be certain death. This nigga talking about certain death and shit. Like, what wild president? Like, that's the about the in 2026. That's about the wildest shit you could say, bro. You done took y'all. Do y'all remember? Y'all forgot. Y'all forgot this. Let me tell y'all what y'all forgot. What I be telling y'all about, and y'all be like, well, the sky is falling, all of the jokes and shit, right? But them folk, the experts, sat there at the beginning of the year and showed you niggas, we're ticking the doomsday clock 3 minutes away from midnight. I presented that to everybody. I said, look, and I kept telling y'all about the pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal. But like it'd be like, well, the sky ain't falling yet. That's why and this is why I'm saying, until the wolf is mangling the baby, y'all don't want to hear a fucking thing.
But how much can we put some of that on Biden too? Being that
Americans is that detached that
hey, but Corey, how much of that would you put on Biden too? Because he co-signed Trump's position.
Who co-signed what? Whose position?
Biden did, but in his actions, right? If Trump's pulling out,
I haven't heard about it. I thought Biden was dead.
Listen what I'm saying. No, I'm talking about if you're saying that when Trump pulled out in, I believe it was 2017, 20.
It was
his first term, right?
His first term, yeah. It was like
2014 or something.
Yeah. It was one of the last things he did.
No, I thought his first term was from 12 to 16, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a 16. Okay, yeah.
So it would have been
right, no. It was the last thing he did in that
tenure. So it would have been around 2015.
Donald Trump? Wait, you talking about Donald Trump?
Yeah, Trump.
Yeah.
His first term was 2016 to 2020.
2020.
Right. Oh yeah.
So it was about 19, I'm guessing.
So he pulled.
It was one of the last things he did on the way out. Yeah.
He pulled out about 2019.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled out about 2019, and not because Biden didn't re-enter.
Hold on. No, hold on. Listen, by not entering or re-entering into the deal, hold on. I'm saying that it has the same effect. If we're saying
that's an assumption again.
Hold on. We're making an assumption. Hold on.
Trump come back in the office.
Hold on. I never got to finish. I never got to finish. Go ahead.
I already know what you're saying. Go ahead, though.
If the assertion is, one of the assertions made by Corey and co-signed by others, is that what was the linchpin in our current situation, in the sky falling currently, is the pulling out of that deal, right? So if that's the linchpin, if another administration comes along,
if we still have the deal on the table,
hold on.
It's just kind of 2 + 2.
Hold on. So let's slow walk this. Let's see the areas that we agree and we disagree. Do me and you agree that your assertion was that the linchpin in our current happenings is the U.S. Pulling out of the Iran deal? We agree with that, right? That was the start of the bullshit. So a next administration comes after that and similarly does not re-enter into a deal.
No, they enter into negotiations. That's where I disagree with you at.
No.
I agree with they don't go into an agreement, but they enter into negotiations.
Right.
Yes.
But at the end of the negotiation, hold on.
President comes in and pulls out of negotiations again.
You cut me though.
Go ahead.
You cut me though. So see, when people be thinking I'm talking for a long time,
to the chase, because what you're saying is
how am I going to get there? How am I going to get there if I keep getting cut off?
Into a negotiation,
I could never. I don't want to hear nobody else say nothing and say that I'm taking long to get to the point. I can never get to the point. A nigga tripping me up, a nigga putting up roadblocks.
Haskell, what you are saying, Haskell, is Biden never entered into another
that
deal.
Part of it, though, Corey. I just like to be able to conclude a sentence at least, I like to be able to finish my sentences at the very least. Right.
Get on with it, Haskell. Come on, man.
I can't. How am I going to get on with it if you keep interrupting me? You gaslight me, bruh. So give me 60 seconds. Mute out. Stop talking. Thank you. If the pulling out of the deal was the linchpin, right? And then the subsequent administration, after negotiations, similarly, does not enter into a deal, right? In practical application, regardless of what they felt or if they negotiate, whatever the fuck. At the end of the negotiations, they ended up taking the same tack insofar as the results are concerned.
Over.
Hold on. I was right there and finished.
A false statement, though.
Pause.
So why are you going to continue?
I was almost finished.
I don't understand why you're willing to continue after making a false statement.
Done, and you bust into the room when I was getting ready to get my shit off.
Rascal,
now my head
if
off.
you make a false statement, why do you then continue
I was about to get my shit off, and you bust into the room.
Because you said that after the negotiations, they still didn't get a deal.
I can't get it up again.
Corey, stop being frustrated. Just let them get it all out. And
then he done started over 15 times. You talk, I ain't talking.
You cut me off 15 times.
You talk to somebody else. I'm going
talking about it. I'm just saying.
I'm done. I'm done. He done said the same thing 15 fucking times.
And y'all say the same shit all day. What different? We all say the same shit. You just got to stop talking. Right. So I'm going to start over again. And I don't want to hear a nigga say I'm not getting to the point. I don't want a nigga to cut me off and then say, oh, you're not getting to the point. I'm not getting to the point, nigga, because you fucking cut me off. So I'm going to start the fuck off. If the put of the fucking deal was the linchpin for this shit happening, and the subsequent administration similarly does not re-enter into that deal, then the effects of what happened in the previous administration is the same. Wrong or right? See how easy that was? If a nigga let me talk. Now go ahead. Somebody try to answer the question.
I don't think they can. I don't think they can answer.
Can I answer? The man to that. The man to
that. And that's why niggas do the hostile fucking exit, because they don't have fucking answers, dog. I'm sick and tired of niggas fucking cutting me off and then gaslighting the nigga talking about, oh, you're not getting to the shut the fuck up. If somebody's talking, let them fucking finish.
Steve P's gonna answer you.
Can I answer the question now?
Steve P's got the answers. Let's go, Steve P.
Let me answer the
Bro, y'all make niggas go into the fucking hollership and the ghetto. Y'all force niggas to do the ghetto dumb shit that a nigga don't want to motherfucking do, dog. Nigga gaslight you all fucking day, and then when you get to getting hot and cussing the bitch out, now you the crazy nigga. You can never stop doing that shit, man.
Can I answer the question?
You don't have no answers.
I have an answer. Let's talk about international negotiations. When international negotiations are made between two countries, as the first negotiation was between Iran and not Obama, but the United States of America. And when Iran went into negotiation with the United States of America to President Obama,
so it's not singular personalities anymore. Wow. Go ahead.
After deals are signed, it's not about the personality, but about the countries. After deals are signed, before the deals are signed and during negotiation, it's about personality. But when that ink go on the contract and that deal is signed, deals are no longer signed between individuals, but between countries. So when two countries now come with a deal and they argue in good faith and they come to a concession and it's okay, we have a deal. No, when one country pulls out through one personality, it is very difficult to bring back a next country to the negotiation table. Because the next country would say, why should I negotiate again when you're not consistent? When next week, if somebody else comes into power, the deal don't mean anything. And as a result of that, people are not ready now to go negotiate again. That's the problem America is facing with Donald Trump now, is that all of these deals, whether they want it to be trade deals, NAFTA, and after when Trump dismissed NAFTA and formulated his own deal, he then pulled out of it in his second term. Now, the willingness of these countries to turn to the table, you'd understand that there will be some hesitance. Because why wouldn't you be hesitant when a country goes into a deal and it doesn't mean anything? Mean that once somebody else comes into power, that deal don't mean shit. So now it takes a time now to come back into negotiation. And during that time, when Biden came into power, we were dealing with all different kinds of shit. So the Iran deal was put to the back of the table because then we were dealing also with the COVID situation, the economic situation, that America bounced back faster than every other nation in the world when it comes to economy. So this Iranian deal wasn't the biggest deal because nobody in the world was going when COVID was happening. Because COVID was on the front burner of every fucking country in the world up until 2021, 2022. Would you agree with me or disagree with me on that, Chef? So now it's to bring people to the table now, you'll have to reassure them again. Some other nitwit won't come into power and tear the deal up. Because deals between countries are not made second-handed or they're made with future plans. People make long-term plans based upon trade deals, based upon trade deals, agricultural deals, whether it want to be nuclear deals or war deals. They're made multi-generational. They're not making any 4-year plans to sign in it. That within the next 4 years or 8 years, depends on which administration in power, this deal don't mean shit. And that is why it took a time now to bring back Iran to the table. You're acting like this is a cornerstone. It's deals between countries. And if you don't understand geopolitics, don't argue it. Because it makes you sound ignorant. That's my 2 cents. Rebut that shit now. People acting like it's daycare center where you can decide, or it's barber, where somebody can say, I don't agree with Sheffield barber shop next door. Deals don't work, international trade deals, or international negotiation. People not signing deals like 8-year or a 4-year plan in mind. That I can sign this deal and then time this other idiot way and say, fuck this deal. It don't work like that. And then to bring back trust and to build back trust takes time. The anti-nuclear proliferation deal took almost 20 years. Deals don't happen overnight. And bringing back people to the table when you fucked up an agreement is not an easy thing. So you say, oh, why didn't Obama just jump back into the pot? Because there wasn't any fucking pot to jump back into.
You mean Biden?
Why didn't Biden jump back into the pot? There wasn't any fucking pot to jump back in because Trump kicked over the fucking pot.
Listen, y'all making this Donald Trump dude.
But they went back to the table for negotiations and they tried. The thing was the failure. And see, I can point out the actual failure. See, this is why I be like, I don't like when y'all talking to me like I'm some fucking Biden fan or some shit, right? What I'm saying is it was a failure of the fucking Biden administration not to get the deal done before the fucking regime change, before the administration change. You see what I'm saying? But they didn't. But they were still at the table. The point is that the negotiations was not done yet. They were still at the table. And then when this idiot comes back in the office, he pulls out of the fucking negotiations.
Right. Because it takes time to develop that trust. And
So
this thing,
like
you show
for
them
you
that,
to
listen,
act like this is what I be frustrated with, and this is why I be saying you niggas ain't having for real conversations. For you to act like that, it don't matter. Like this is the same. Well, he agrees with Trump. This is what he trying. This is what he basically trying to say to me, that basically Biden agrees with Trump because they couldn't come to a deal. That's not
redundant.
the case.
And that's not
They
true.
couldn't
That's
come
not
to
true.
an agreement. They couldn't come to an agreement before the administration changed. And will I admit that that was a failure? Yes, it was. But that ain't equating that Biden agrees with Donald Trump. That was some wild ass shit you tried to pull with the both sides shit. And try to long me out. Long me out. Stretch me out to make some wild ass point that was null and void from jump.
I ain't stretching no nigga out. You got me fucked up. But to speak to the point that you was making about people leaving the deals or whatever, right? They recertify that deal every 90 days from what I read online, right? Part of these recertifications is the United States is checking to see that Iran is, is in keeping with the stipulations of the deal, right? And if they're not, that's grounds for leaving the deal.
So they have people so that's part of the deal, that we got people there checking, making sure y'all holding up the end of the deal, right? We have an inspection every 90 days. Don't know what a fucking inspection is?
Right. So that's my point.
It's not that they coming to the table every 90 days renegotiating. Hold on, Haskell, because you just tried to pull a fast one. You just tried to pull a fast one. You just tried to pull a fast one. It's not like every 90 days they coming back to the table to renegotiate the deal.
I didn't even get
That's not what's happening.
You don't even know.
Because that's what you tried to pull. That's what you tried to pull, though.
How the hell? How you know that? You don't even know why I brought up the 90 days thing. I was going somewhere. You just got to be patient, brother. Right? The reason why I'm bringing up the 90
come back to the table and renegotiate this every 90 days.
You know, when the niggas snap, here go the fuck.
That's what you said, though. And now you saying, oh, no, that ain't what I was going to say.
Just mute out for me, bro. Please. Please, bro.
No, because Haskell, you're being dishonest.
I don't want to do this, dog. I don't want to cuss you out, bro. I don't want to be yelling at my phone.
That's what you listen. Go ahead and cuss me the fuck out.
I don't want to be.
We all hearing you be dishonest in this conversation. But go ahead. I'm gonna mute out.
I don't want to yell at my phone. People gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy. That's not how I want to communicate. Right. So you brought up the fact that Biden and Iran was in negotiations, and the negotiations broke down because the Biden administration found certain things to be untenable. So what is the difference between?
I didn't say broke. They didn't break down. They were still at the table. Your language is dishonest. Your language is dishonest. They didn't reach an agreement.
I'm going off of, listen to what I'm saying, Corey. I'm going off of what I've read in the media, right? So let me read this PBS report word for word so you don't keep attacking me, because you attacking the messenger right now. So hold on. Where I got this thing at? Okay, I had sent it to Stoopies earlier. I just read it from there. All right, so it says here, President Biden did not re-enter the 2015 Iran nuclear deal primarily due to a deadlock over compliance, with Iran demanding the unconditional lifting of all U.S. sanctions while demanding guarantees against future U.S. withdrawal, which the Biden administration could not provide. Additionally, Iran expanded its nuclear program beyond the deal's limits after 2018, and the U.S. aimed for a longer and stronger agreement that covered Iran's missile program and regional activities. Key factors preventing the re-entry included compliance deadlock. Biden required Iran to return to compliance first, while Iran demanded that the U.S. lift sanctions first. irreconcilable demands. Iran demanded a guarantee that no future U.S. president would exit the deal again, which Biden administration could not legally promise. Scope of agreement. I guess PBS is making that up, according to some people. PBS don't know what they're talking about. Scope of agreement. The U.S. sought to include Iran's missile programs and support for regional proxies, read Palestine, which Iran refused to negotiate. Right? They're not going to stop helping Palestine because they're not going to let Israel run a fucking muck.
Why you added that? Why you added that? That's nothing. I'm reading along. Why you add Palestine?
No, it's fine. I'm fine with it because I've never had a problem with any of that. That doesn't negate what he's reading. Doesn't negate anything I fucking said. So go ahead.
You said. I
just want
listen.
Only reason
anything that I don't know. He's just finding all this shit out. He's just putting this in the PBS article. I know all these details already. So go ahead.
I know. Let me break it down. Let me finish. Let me break it down. Go ahead.
The reason for me reading from the PBS report is so that I don't keep getting fucking attacked. Right?
Okay,
I get sent. So we already agreed that we come to a fucking agreement, bro.
Hold on, because I wasn't done reading it. I wasn't done.
I already said we didn't come to a fucking agreement. What is that PBS article saying that I didn't already say?
I'm gonna make that point right now. When Trump found that, I got to look into why they pulled out, what the Trump administration cited reasons for them pulling out. I got to look at that side of it.
It was enriching plutonium.
Okay.
He said it was violating against our own intelligence. He said that was violating the agreement.
Well, according to PBS,
own intelligence.
Hold on, Corey. According to the PBS article, it's saying that Biden also cited that same reason. Let me read it again.
No,
This is where
you need to understand it from this one article. You only understand it from this article, but I understand it from real time. You understand it from real time. Wait. Y'all have to wait. There's context to that. Right? The reason why he cited that thing is not for the same reason as Trump. It's because when Trump pulled out the deal, Iran like, fuck it. Like, we gonna do our shit. But then when it's time to come to the table again, they like, okay, stop doing your shit first, then we'll lift the sanctions. They like, hell no, you niggas ain't even doing, we can't even trust you niggas. That's what they said to us. We cannot trust you niggas. That's why you niggas lift the sanctions first. Then it's a different reason. So you saying, you trying to say though, oh, it's the same reason, but it's not, because I was looking at this shit in real time. You're reading a fucking PBS article.
Let him don't even understand.
I get the point that you
make. You don't even understand. Can I speak now, please? Because you spoke for a time. Let me break down this argument. The first paragraph deal with compliance. No, Iran is telling America that in order for me to return to the table in good faith, you have to lift the sanction. Biden is saying, no, I'm not lifting the sanction. You come to the table and I might think about the sanction. Is that fair? I had a deal with you and you broke it. So in order for good faith, lift the sanction and I come to the second thing.
And Biden was being unfair. He wasn't willing to play fairly.
Why interrupting me? You brought it, you spoke on it already, you read it.
No, you asked a question.
I didn't ask a question. I didn't ask a question. Okay. Can I speak? No. Iran also said, listen, can you give me future guarantee that the next idiot when he come into power won't pull out of the deal? Can you make it a law in Congress? Biden said no. Why would I enter back into a deal when any nitwit 2 years later can come and pull back out of the deal? That's the first paragraph, right?
First of all, I knew that Trump was going to be the president again, but go ahead. Keep going.
Yes. The second paragraph says, Iran expanded its use, which it had a right to do because Trump pulled out of the deal. right?
Y'all give this dude way too much power. The United States has broken
Let me
every
finish.
fucking treaty they ever entered into, regardless of who the fuck was in office.
Listen,
That's what they
Now,
do.
now you moving the argument to a different argument now. That's not the argument we having right now, Haskell.
And that ain't what
let me finish. Let me
Don't go for the red herring. That's a red herring. Don't go for the red herrings, 2Ps.
No, I'm not going for it. I'm just reading what he presented. He presented this, and now we're discussing it, and I'm going off on a tangent. No, the second thing.
Trying to make Trump Thanos, and I'm not buying that shit.
That's a red herring. We ain't even talking about. We talking about the nuclear deal and Biden right now. We're not fucking even talking about Trump.
I'm gonna be objecting about what I'm hearing. I think what Haskell was saying is everything you guys are saying as to why Iran, it was sensible to have the demands they had, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that Biden didn't see those demands as sensible, like you guys see it sensible?
He knew, but he couldn't do it though. It was out of his hands to make that promise because he knew that this fool was coming right behind him.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying, even if he knew.
He can't do it in good. He trying to be in good faith with the. When you talking about a nuclear deal, you can't do no bullshit deals.
It's real.
It's got to be a fucking real fucking deal. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, it has to be in good faith, and it has to be. Have to tell it.
Like, what you guys are fucking?
So wait. I'm just trying to understand. So I'm just trying to understand to be clear. So you guys are saying Biden didn't have the choice but to reject the deal.
Because some of the shit he couldn't. Listen, once they didn't do the one move.
That's what they saying, bro.
Wait, I just want to be clear. Let's just be clear cut.
No, he's in that position where he cannot make a promise that this fool ain't gonna do it again. No, he can't do it. He cannot make a promise that this fool ain't gonna do it again. You don't understand, Trust? You don't understand that he can't make a promise that this fool ain't gonna do it again.
I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
Truist, I'm asking you a question.
I agree. He can't promise.
In good faith, can he make a promise? Can you, Truist, in good faith, make a promise that fucking fool wasn't gonna do it again? You, Truist.
I agree. He can't make a promise that the next president.
Okay, thank you then.
Hold on. So he can't agree that the next president after him isn't gonna stop all over the game. I agree with you.
The fool, I specifically said this fucking fool.
Yeah, Trump, the fool.
Yes.
Okay, so then by that logic, wouldn't Iran's demand for him to do that, wouldn't that make them unreasonable for trying to demand that he does that?
I'm not talking about who's unreasonable. What is going on here? You are unreasonable. You're unreasonable right now, Truist. You're very unfucking reasonable. And we need to stop this as Americans, we gotta stop this fucking shit right here. This is what we gotta stop right here. This is gonna be the fucking demise of us playing. Playing fucking games is gonna be the fucking demise of America.
It's not a game, Corey. What I'm saying is, if we all can agree here that Biden trying to promise that Trump isn't going to do something after him. We all understand he can't do that. We all understand that would be dumb for him to even try to do something.
It's not in bad faith for Iran to be like, bro, no, y'all got to do something else then. No, we're not coming. That's not good enough then. Because this fool, y'all got a fucking fool that's coming right behind you. So when we don't fucking deal with you wild ass niggas no more.
Just say yes. They have a choice. Just say that straight up.
You saying that's bad faith?
No, what I'm saying to you is if everybody understands that it is unreasonable for Biden to agree to Trump not breaking the deal. Right? Why would Iran ask
both sides of the argument?
Man, could y'all
We can
stop
see
cutting
both
off?
sides.
Can y'all
True.
stop
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? No,
What's
can I
that?
say something? Oscar, stop. Stop trying to change the argument.
Tired of Americans acting like fucking fools.
Can
I'm
I say
so
something?
sick of Americans acting like goddamn fools. Boy, we
No,
the foolishest motherfuckers.
No,
We
let me ask you
just
that
what
question.
that fucking
Let me
prime
ask you
minister
that
from
question.
Canada thought we was. A bunch of fucking it. That fucking prime minister got on international TV and told every motherfucker in the world that us Americans is a bunch of fucking idiots.
Fucking idiot.
He was goddamn right about it.
Bombast and shit you doing is a bunch of shuffling. The man asked you a straight up question and you can't give a straight up answer.
I answered it
But
clearly.
that's not true. That's not true. Okay, let me ask. Let me ask you that question.
Are you saying that Biden's hands were tied? He ain't had no choice, and you went all through the fucking mulberry bush. It's a yes or no question, nigga.
No, Biden hand wasn't tied, and the Iranians didn't tie Biden.
Okay,
Because he
wait a
went
minute.
everybody.
Now you're
No.
saying his hands wasn't tied. Which is it? Was his hands tied or was it
Let me
not?
ask that question. Let me ask that question. Let me ask that question. Let me ask the question that needs to be asked. Let me ask the question that needs to be asked.
I want to hear
Let me ask the
Corey.
question that needs. No, you don't need to hear Corey. I made that determination. I need to speak now. No. You think that Corey is the weakest friend? That's why I want to hear Corey answer. And Corey is not the weakest friend. Can I ask Truth a question?
What's
Truth.
your answer, Corey? Hold on, Stoopies.
No.
Corey.
You hold on. You hold on, bro. You hold on, Axel. You hold on. You can hold on. You can hold on now.
The young man asked you, and you did a whole bunch of fucking moonwalking and Memphis juking and all and tap dancing and shit. What's your answer to that question, bro? Corey, not Stoopies. Corey.
I already answered his question. You can ask Truist, did I answer his question?
Yeah, I heard Corey say that Biden couldn't do it, right? And now I'm hearing Stupi say his hands wasn't tied. So I'm saying those are two conflicted. I'm hearing two conflicted.
I'm not having anything to do with. I'm just saying that was my answer. I qualified that answer.
Yeah,
right?
no, I heard
Did you hear
what
me?
you said,
Did you hear the
Corey.
qualification? Right?
Can I ask you
So
a
let's be.
question?
The wild part is I've been straight up honest with y'all arguments. I can see. I can see when it's time for me to concede. I say yes. I can see what you're saying.
No, you have
Listen,
not.
I'm not even talking to you no more today. Like we're not seeing eye to eye today, Haskell. So I'm just not even gonna talk to you no more.
All right.
I'm saying as far as true as what you asked me, did I answer the question fully to you?
Yeah. I heard your answer.
Okay. All right.
You're lying, nigga. You did not give a straight up answer to a straight up question. It's a yes or no question.
Can I ask you a question now?
You so right.
Can I? Axel, can I ask you a question now, please? Can I ask you a question now, please?
Mulberry bush, nigga. You're lying.
Can I ask you a question now?
Because I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
All right. Truist, are you there? Truist, are you there, Truist?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay.
Are international deals made based on administration? Simple question. Are international deals, if a country make a deal with America, is it based on the administration in is it the
no, I'm gonna say no. The administration works out the deal, right? But
going forward, if administration A makes a deal, is it expected that administration B honor the deal?
Your question.
Okay, so administration B does reserve the right to.
You're talking bullshit now.
No. Hear me out. Oh boy. I'm not being disingenuous at all. I'm not being disingenuous at all. Why? What's the hostility for? Like what is the hostility for?
My apologies. My
Yo,
apologies, True. All right, True.
hold
Answer
up,
the
y'all.
question.
Hold up. We got to get this together.
What's wrong with Haskell, man?
I don't know. I'm about to mute him real quick though. All right, y'all. Look, we're I feel the passion and the fury and everything, but let's let a person finish because it's not sounding good on YouTube. All right.
We need a good faith referee sometime, right? We need this.
Yeah, that's why I jumped in. I like to miss, but I jumped in. Come on.
Let me ask you the question again. True. Are deals made when countries make deals together?
Bro, why
did I serve
them nigga? He cut True off, not me. Why did I get serve a music?
Because you're yelling when I was trying to explain something, Haskell.
Can True answer the question, bro? That's all I'm asking for.
All right, go ahead, True.
Yes, Haskell.
Go ahead,
he's
True.
about to answer the question, bro. We got you. We want to make sure just calm it down.
Let me ask the question again for clarity.
Stu Pease. No,
let me ask the question again for
Stu Pease.
I'll allow him to ask it again.
He probably forgot after all that. I mean, it's only fair.
Let me ask the question again, please, for clarity. Since it was interrupted so many times. True.
Let's get it.
Are international deals between countries made based on administration?
No, it's made by administration, but it's not made for the administration. It's made for the nation.
Beautiful. I'm done.
Now let's proceed. Thank y'all.
I'm done.
And as I began to say, administrations reserve the right to negotiate new deals, intervene in old deals if they feel like there's an immediate threat, etc. So that's also the second part of it. But that's subjective.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. I agree with you. Absolutely. That means negotiations never ever truly end. That parties always return to the table to adjust deals. But deals are never just renegated and thrown. They're adjusted. True or false? One administration make a deal.
As new factors arise, things are subject to change, administration to administration. Yes.
Right, but they don't just throw the deal out. That's not something that happens. Because throwing out the deal is throwing out the promise made by the United States of America. So if you, at America, as an individual or a country, makes a promise to another nation, gives it word, it can adjust its word, but it cannot just throw out its word. Is that true or false? And if you throw out your word, you're acting bad faith. And bad faith causes mistrust. Am I reasoning wrong, Truth?
And that's where we at right now. That's exactly where we at right now. And that's what the prime minister, see, y'all didn't listen to that prime minister. That prime minister was trying to say exactly what you saying, Stu Pease. When you don't come to the table in good faith, when you don't honor the deals that's already on the table, right? You run into the realm of mistrust, right? If we don't got trust, we can't have order. That was the basis of his whole speech.
And if no, Corey, let's go back to the PBS report. If you renege on a deal and the next person now has new stipulation why they should re-enter the deal, can you blame them? If they say that, okay, if you want me to return to the table, you have to remove all the sanctions because you broke the original deal.
Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, but Stupi's and Corey, what I was hearing from Haskell more so is like the critique of the demands, right? And whether or not Biden had a choice.
What he was saying was they were the same, that Biden agreed with Trump.
But hear me out. I think he was also talking about.
I did not say that. You got real comprehension issues.
I know. Now you ain't saying it because that's out the window now.
What I was hearing, and what I began to start asking
more
question about,
and less talking, bro. That's why you can never understand. You talk too much.
I know.
I never
Absolutely.
said nothing like that. I said, in effect, regardless of their motivations for why they did or did not enter into a deal, I said, in effect, it results in the same thing. I never said.
But before that, you said Biden essentially agrees with Trump.
You do you know what the word essentially means?
I absolutely know what essentially means.
It means
And what I'm saying is that was absolutely wrong.
Essentially mean at the core
In
they're
essence.
the in essence they're the same thing. So everybody knows what essentially means. Right? So therefore, Biden didn't agree with Trump. But the cost to return to the table, Biden found to be a burden because he did not want to live off. Because he did not know politically how it would affect him if he told everybody in America that, listen, Obama still had the sanction with his deal, but no, in order to return to the table, I have to give up all the sanctions, right? And then Biden also added additional stipulation. At least Obama didn't fuck with you when it comes
to Stupid. But what I began to ask is, you and Corey fully understand why from Iran's side, they're like, yeah, at this point, we can't trust you guys. We need you to show, we need to show you, we need you to show us why we should trust you.
Absolutely.
Wait, hold on. Hear me out. Here, wait, let me finish. I agree with that. But I'm saying, if I'm smart enough to see that, you're smart enough to see that, Corey's smart enough to see that, why couldn't Biden see that and just agree to the shit?
Because he didn't have the power. He had to get that passed in Congress. That's not a bomb, no. He got to get that passed in Congress. So what they was going to say is, again, what did you just say, Stupies? They were in Congress, they're going to say, well, Biden didn't, the other deal didn't have the sanctions, so we ain't going for it. Like, they're going to give him the rigmarole because the House was ran by the Republicans at the time. You understand?
He didn't even advocate. What I'm saying, did he even try
No,
advocate?
he know how that. So sometimes it's no sense in taking up unreasonable time when you're trying to get this done before the administration change. You see what I'm saying? So if you know that ain't gonna fly, then let's try something else. Let's go to plan B.
Corey, let me just say.
Bullshit.
Let me just say.
I don't know what else to tell y'all. I can only answer the question the best I can answer it. Y'all act like y'all don't know how negotiations go and how Congress works. You don't get the question.
What I'm saying is, we didn't even see him.
Truest. I want to ask: is it bullshit that he got to get that passed in Congress?
No, he absolutely did. But
okay, so what am I saying? That's bullshit now.
No, I never said.
You never even brought it to Congress.
I didn't say
that. You never
that.
even brought it to Congress, which is Truest's point.
Why are you going to buy
the Republicans is running the fucking Senate and the House, bro. And the
Corey, can I say something, please? Can I ask Truth a question? Truth,
yeah, go ahead.
Do you know that? Look at Zelensky. A year ago, Zelensky came to Trump and he was made a boy of. Would you agree with it? That Trump treated him like a boy.
Yeah,
Zelensky,
definitely little proud of him, yeah.
No, Zelensky is in a position of power. Would you agree to me that today, March 9th, Zelensky is in a position of, because Zelensky
he's in a position of what?
Power.
Oh, yeah, he's been in a position of power though.
No. Today, he's even in a better position of power when it comes to negotiating with the United States, because he has a way how to deal with the Iranian drone that the Americans don't have. You recognize that? Anybody recognize that?
Are you trying to say he has leverage on Trump at this moment? Is that what you're trying to say?
He
not Trump.
Let's say America. You're saying Zelensky has leverage on me right now?
That today, this morning, Zelensky has leverage. And in order for the Americans to get the Ukrainian technology, are you aware that there's a negotiation?
I agree he's in a better position than he was last year, but like leverage, I don't know if I go that far. I don't know if
You
I
wouldn't
go.
go that far, but would you argue that he has some leverage? How little it might be. He might not have the big bang leverage, but he has some leverage because he has technology that the Americans
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
need.
Because he makes our war efforts a lot easier for sure. Like he makes the war
Right.
efforts a lot easier.
So when he comes to the table now for negotiation, it's a different situation. So his demands and stipulations would be different than last year when he came to the Americans. When he came to the Americans last year, he
Sure,
had
he
nothing
has
to
something.
offer.
He has something to offer. Yeah, he has something.
Right. So he was asking like Oliver, please, sir, can I have some more? But no, he can say, please, sir, what are you giving me for my technology?
Because remember the exact words Trump said to him. You don't have the cards. Now he got some cards. He got a little bit of.
Right.
He don't got
So now the
okay.
Iranians would agree that when Biden went to the Iranians, after Trump rigged the, that they now had some cards because you want the deal. Would you agree with me on that?
Repeat that? I didn't about Iran, about the Iranian deal.
Yeah. More the Iranian and Biden. When Biden went back to them and said, let's negotiation.
Yeah.
Because based on mistrust.
Yeah, no, I'm saying they had every right. Iran had every right to have their new demands, right? But what I'm saying is, in terms of Biden, he should have understood like why they had the new demands. And I know you guys are saying he would have had to go through Congress, absolutely. But he should have at least tried to present an argument. And I understand it was majority Republican at the time, but at least put their asses out there, expose their ass to the American public, present the argument, advocate for it, explain to the American people why the sanctions should be lifted, so that we don't even have to have these conversations in the Discord all these years later as to why it makes it. We would have known at the fucking time if he just would have advocated for it in public.
Yeah, but also, first of all, I did say that was an administration failure, just to qualify that, right? That him not getting the deal done, right? Again, I'm gonna say it for the 10th time. That was a failure of the administration. But what I do want to allow y'all to understand is that time was of the essence, right? So futile efforts are a waste of time here. If you do it in good faith, to do it so that we can show that we can put these Republicans on record and they voted this, like that was not gonna move anybody in any direction, especially not their constituency, right? So like if time is of the essence here, you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're saying. At least I understand what you're saying. He should have at least done that. But but when time is of the essence, doing moves that are steeped in futility, right? I just don't think that was a priority.
At the end of the day, he's still like, even in not doing, he didn't secure a deal anyway. So I'm saying he didn't secure a deal anyway.
That's him not being able to predict the future. Like 2020, behind something, we can say he didn't procure a deal anyway, right? But him moving on to the next step, he's thinking he's going to procure a deal. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Corey, remember our conversation about Mamdani playing hardball with Hochul? And ultimately, he knows he's not going to get his way, but it exposes to all New Yorkers.
Yeah, but that's a different dynamic. We're talking about an international nuclear deal. Yeah, but what I'm saying, that was going to stop us from being in this place right now where we at right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying
that's a different dynamic. That's a total different dynamic. I see what you're saying, and that would probably work long term if you got some. You know what
time.
You know what this boils down to. True.
What it does, it tells the American people, get these motherfuckers out of Congress. Next midterm.
That's not going to convince. That's not going to convince the
what this boils down.
MAGA constituency,
bro.
Come on, we talking about the MAGA constituency.
What's going on here, bro? Anytime it's
I hear what you're saying. Like if we were in any other time, if we were in another time, it would definitely work.
Hey, one
Yeah,
at
I
a
don't know if
time.
they could hear me or not. I don't know if they could hear me or not. I think he just
Yeah, I
put
hear you.
his
Go
ass over.
ahead.
But what I realize in these discussions, when it comes to the team that dudes cheer for, it's always an excuse, it's always an explanation, it's always some form of mitigation, right? So I want to read something as to why the Trump administration rejected the deal that Iran proposed, right? So this is the reason why Trump done pulled out of the deal. It says the key reasons for the rejection were the sunset provisions. Trump criticized the agreement because it contained clauses that allowed key restrictions on Iran's nuclear program to expire after 10 to 15 years. He argued that would eventually enable Iran to pursue nuclear weapons. The deal was seen as failing to address Iran's ballistic missile development and its support for proxy militias in regional conflicts, such as in Yemen and Syria. Keep in mind, that particular reason is also one of the reasons that the Biden administration cited. They wanted them to stop helping these proxy militias, right? Also, critics claim the deal did not provide adequate access for international inspectors to verify compliance at military sites. Bad faith negotiations. Following the disclosure of Iranian nuclear archives by Israel in 2018, let me read that again. Following the disclosure of Iranian nuclear archives by Israel in 2018, the administration argued that Iran had never truly abandoned its nuclear ambitions and had acted in bad faith. Now, keep in mind, in that PBS article, the Biden administration cited those same reasons. So keep in mind, when they hold on. When the Trump administration initially pulled out, the negotiations didn't end. It still kept going up until at least 2018, which is where they're saying, okay, when the Israelis found out that they were still working towards these nuclear
The Israelis. I love how you reason.
This is why nuance makes a difference. And not nuance, I'm sorry. Like actually understanding this shit in real time makes a difference. You know what I'm saying?
Just so you know, when the PBS article, let me read that part of it again, right? Because you think, all right, when it says additionally, Iran expanded its nuclear program beyond the deal's limits after 2018. That's the Biden administration's reason. The same exact thing that the Trump administration cited after 2018, right? So now, if you're going to laugh and say that's Israeli propaganda, that's what you're intimating, Stoopies. And I would actually agree with you. The point that I'm making is, why is it laughable when Trump cites it as a reason, right, for not for rejecting the deal, but it's not laughable when Biden cites it as a reason? You're working on the same.
I answered that question already.
No, it's a different question. No. And this is for Stoopies because he laughed.
So wild,
right?
bro.
No, I'm asking Stoopies. He laughed, right? Because he reads it as Israeli propaganda. And I also read it as Israeli propaganda. Truth be told, the nuclear shit that Iran was doing was so that they could become a commercial and industrial power in the region. And Israel does not want that to happen. The nuclear shit that they're doing over there is not for them to be able to get nuclear bombs. So just so you know, Stoopies, I'm aware of all the chess pieces on the board. I'm aware that it's propaganda. The point that I'm making is both administrations cited that same intelligence report insofar as their reasons, to reject the deal. So why is it laughable in one case, but not laughable in the other?
Because one is fucking very reason why they started their enrichment program up again, because the one pulled out the damn deal.
No, Corey, you're not following the timeline. You're not following the timeline. This is at 2018. Trump is still in office. The deal is still being negotiated. They hadn't completely walked away yet. And never completely walked away, by the way.
Well, when Biden got in office, they actually were doing enrichment. That's not propaganda. When Biden was in office, they were doing enrichment then. The thing about Trump is that was the yellow cake bullshit. That
That's based on on Israeli intelligence.
Right. It's
based on
wild.
the
It was
same-
wild as hell. And you just admitted it was wild. So to come back and argue it is crazy. Because
how you
under Biden, they were actually doing enrichment. You understand that though, right? Do you understand that what that means? Under Biden, they were actually doing enrichment. You understand?
And that was based on, where did they get that information from, Corey?
That was based off of our intelligence.
That's not what they said.
Not Israeli intelligence, bro. We had people, they allowed us to go over there. We had people when they was in negotiations. When they were in negotiations with Biden.
So wait a minute.
They had it on the table that they were doing. They weren't admitting.
Let me ask you this question.
Hold on, let me say this one thing. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me say one thing. When Biden was in office, they didn't need intelligence. They were admitting that was on the table that they were doing enrichment. That was above board.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't need any Israeli intelligence, bro.
Perfect. So they had their own independent research as to how they learned that they were still enriching uranium or plutonium, whatever it is that they were doing. Beautiful.
It was above board.
What year in Biden's administration?
Hold on, True, real quick. So that would mean then that when the Israelis said that they were enriching shit in 2018, that they weren't lying then.
No, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say.
But the deal was done by then.
That's not. I guess you know what? I can't even argue with y'all no more. What is? So tell me what your bottom line is. What's your bottom line point, Haskell?
I'm gonna repeat it again because you keep trying to dance, right?
I think I'm just gonna concede to it. Go ahead. I want to hear your bottom line point. Go ahead.
Regardless of what intelligence they got the information from, both administrations similarly rejected the deal, partly because of the fact that the Iranians were enriching uranium. Fine. Regardless, so wait, hold on, I'm not done. The Trump administration got the info from the Israelis. The Biden administration got it from their own operatives. Regardless of which, it is the same reason. So if Biden is justified in pulling out,
I don't know why you're saying they got it from their own. The Biden administration got it from their own operatives. If it was above board,
it doesn't matter.
I'm saying that it was above board, but they did have their own people to inspect it to make sure that they was keeping good maintenance on it. You know, like they have an international.
What do you mean?
Say meaning that everybody knew, like they wasn't hiding it. They didn't need any intelligence. They was saying, like, "Yo, that's what they was bringing to the table." Like, "Yo, we doing shit now." You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Perfect. And they were doing that same shit in 2018.
That's not what was happening in 2018. It was not. Listen, even if I concede to it, it wasn't above board. Even if I conceded to they were secretly doing it, it wasn't above board.
Corey, wait, Haskell, hold on. So at what point during Biden's administration did it become public knowledge that Iran was enriching?
When they when they was at the negotiation table.
Yeah, what year? What year? Wait, what year?
I'm not sure what year. I'm not sure what year. So I'm not.
Okay, Iran told the Americans that they were plutonium.
Okay, but I'm saying
it was above board.
What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is this. If it was like, let's say it was 2020 or 2021, right?
Yeah.
Are we foolish enough to believe that it started the same year they went public?
That's an assumption.
No.
No. If I come to you in good faith and say the deal is off the table, there's no deal, and we have resumed enriching play, I'm not lying to you. I tell you that I'm doing it.
They resumed it back in 18.
I'm not saying they're lying. What I'm saying,
18 or 19, they resumed their enrichment program.
They resumed it when the deal was.
Yeah.
It's after the deal was.
So wait. So
So was it happening in 18 or not?
Whatever he pulled out of the deal,
He pulled out in 2019.
I think it was 19.
He pulled
Yeah,
out, he
so
pulled out in
no, in
2019.
2018, in 2018,
I'm asking, in 2018, before he pulled out, while they're still
they were honoring the deal.
They were honoring the deal.
Okay. What
We
we're
got
saying
that from, and that came from our intelligence that they were honoring the deal. Trump went against his own intelligence.
okay, so our intelligence was saying in 2018 they weren't in
Yes.
the Israeli intelligence was countering our intelligence in 2018.
A bunch of wild shit that Haskell already admitted was wild. But go ahead.
Okay. So that's just what I wanted to clear up.
Yeah.
That made no
Our
sense.
intelligence, our
That made
intelligence,
no sense.
and our intelligence and our inspectors was telling us that they were honoring, right?
Yeah.
Because nuclear enrichment have happened in nuclear, right? They were honoring the deal. They recognized that they were honoring the deal. After Trump pulled out the deal, they said, well, there's nothing stopping us now because there's no deal. So they start enriching again. So when Biden used that as an excuse, it was a faulty excuse that everybody in the world knew. But they can sell that bullshit to the Americans because they're dumb as fuck. That
They come
I
back
don't
with
have
the
a
yellow
deal with
cake.
you.
It's the fucking stupids keep telling y'all it's the yellow cake shit.
So Biden was a bag of bad goods then. You said it was so you're saying it's in bad faith then, Stupies. That excuse about the enrichment is bullshit. That's what you just said. Right?
You know what? You're grasping at straws now.
I don't know what
Haskell keeps saying here. Not grasping at all I want you to do. Did you say it or not? Stop dancing. Did you say it or not?
I'm not dancing. I'm saying that the excuse that Biden, it did not take into consideration that nobody was talking that there was no longer a deal. They expected Iran
to keep doing what they were doing. So it was a bullshit excuse then.
For what explain which excuse exactly, Haskell, you saying?
Corey, he's the man, he's the one who said it, not me. I just called him out, and he tried to dance around it by saying that I'm grasping at straws.
Biden said, okay, let's say Biden said that he could not stand up to the, according to the PBS, because the Iranians are enriching plutonium. PBS don't take into consideration what the PBS
they think you already know a lot of this shit sometimes, but go ahead.
It's a sanitized report. PBS report did not stipulate that after Trump left office, there was no longer a deal. So there was no longer anything.
No, they expect people to know that part already, though.
Hey, but Corey, you're not answering the question that I asked. He pivoted to something else. He said that Biden. Yes, you did. You said that Biden cited the enrichment of plutonium as part of the reasons why he rejected the deal. You said that was done. You said that was just a ruse. It was like some. You know what I mean? Like
I did not
use the word ruse. What was the word you used? We're doing semantics now. We're doing semantics.
I know what he's saying. I know what you're saying.
I just put a source in the back that I just cleared it up. So in 2015, right, with the original nuclear deal, they were Iran was actually allowed to continue enriching. It was just at a certain they couldn't go past a certain point.
Yeah, like for their power plant,
right? Yeah. Right. And so they continued to enrich. Even in 2018,
to a certain level,
but it was to a certain level within
for the power grid,
right.
For
So according to the IAEA, right, they did not go over that limit until you guys are correct. 2019 when Trump pulled out the deal.
Right.
So Trump
was right then.
They were enriching, but they were within.
Let's go for real here, Truist. Can you explain that?
Did you just hear what the man just said? Did y'all hear what the man just said? He just read. Y'all have core. Y'all don't listen well. He just hold on, Stupies. He just said that when Trump pulled out is because they exceeded the level of enrichment that was agreed upon.
That's not what he said.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying once he did that, that's when they started to exceed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
They
misunderstood.
began to exceed. But what I want to say is we were saying for like the last
And
30 minutes that
real quick, Truist, how did the Trump administration come to find out that they exceeded it? Was it based on Israeli intelligence or their own inspectors?
They weren't exceeding it in the Trump
Hold on, I asked
administration.
That's
Truist.
what he was trying to tell you.
I asked Truist, bro. They did. That's why he pulled out in 2019.
I mean,
No.
Ooh. He just explained that to you twice, Haskell.
Say it again. Say it again, Truist.
Man, cut this out.
Your question is why did the Trump administration pull out the deal?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was based off the Israeli intelligence.
Right. So I wasn't wrong. Those two peas and four.
That's not what he's asking.
What are you asking? What are you asking?
What's going on here, y'all? I don't know what's going on here.
The question is. Go ahead, Brass.
I just get 2 minutes. I'm staying out of this conversation because it's not really like a literal conversation. So just if it's just emotion and some information, that's fine. The issue that Trump had in his administration, at least the one they presented, was not anything in regards to exceeding or nothing like that. He pulled out because of the sunset clause. The clauses
because of what? You cut out. You cut out.
It's called sunset
provision. Okay.
So in the deal, what it means is yes, it's just about enriching enough in small amounts to where you don't get to nuclear weapons. But the issue was is that they felt that it just delayed it because there was a sunset clause of 10 to 15 years. And when that clause went up, then they could just essentially, based on that deal, could do whatever they wanted. The other part was that deal had nothing to do with ICBMs. So it had no restriction to Iran's ballistic missile program. So one of the things that they wanted to get added was they weren't going to be able to do, if Iran keeps building long-range missiles, then the nuclear deal is incomplete. Because the whole point of this, just so we're clear on both sides of the aisle, the whole point in the Middle East, look up nuclear proliferation. The whole goal is they do not want anyone in the Middle East to have nuclear.
To get the bomb.
They don't want anyone. So if you bend on Iran, this is what it means by context and in the time and kind of knowing the situation, not reading about it, because you got to. What they're doing to Iran is if they bend on Iran, they essentially feel like they're bending on everyone. And then what you're going to end up with is some level of proliferation to where now all of them in the Middle East will have nuclear weapons. And that's the goal. And that's regardless of administration, that's regardless of president. Now, what Republicans do, how they handle it, and how Democrats handle it, yes, it's a slightly different. But the whole goal between both of them is Iran is not to have any nuclear missiles. I mean, nuclear weapons, nuclear capability per se, because of the region. My last point would be this: just remember that, like, they don't mind if they have small nuclear weapons. They just don't want. That's all of them. So when y'all keep playing Trump versus Biden, what he did, the entire Washington D.C., the consistency for the past 20, 30 years. You even got Condoleezza Rice saying now, wipe them out. Condoleezza Rice literally just came out and stated, finish them for good. Make sure that they'll never be able to do it. So, but that's more of the Republican side of, like, we don't mind going to war if that's what it is. But the whole goal of the government is for them not to have nuclear weapons. So to try to make it seem like one side is this or one side is that, the overarching goal.
That's my point.
The overarching goal is they don't want Iran to have nuclear. The whole Middle East.
But that was the argument.
Was that?
That
part, Brad, that was foundational. I think that's foundational to the whole nuclear deal, is for them not to have nuclear weapons.
That's what I want
that
to add.
part right there is not something that I would even fathom arguing about.
No, but that's not what I'm, Corey. I'm not speaking to what you're saying. I'm just saying in a lot of these arguments, that it's kind of like when you do the both sides thing. I'm just saying, if we stay on that foundational piece of the argument, the rest of it becomes clear. It doesn't seem so, this one is doing that, this one's doing that. their whole goal, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever you want to call it, is they do not want nuclear proliferation in the Middle East.
This what it boils down to. These niggas is fanboys, bro. That's just all it is, right? So essentially, then we'd have to be saying that the Trump administration was bullshitting in 2018 when they claimed that them boys was about to get nuclear, because they cited that as a reason.
Yes,
so they was bullshitting. Right, so they were bullshitting.
I can't talk about it.
I can't talk anymore. I can't talk anymore because guess what? As soon as this guy get a hanging branch and jump on it, Brass came in and Brass made a statement that was unrelated to anything he said for the last 3
No, I
hours.
read the sunset provisions and those.
Guys,
We read
the last 30 minutes
earlier.
before
You're not
listening. The last 30 minutes before I read what I read, we were trying to discuss whether or not they were enriching it at all. Like you guys were.
No. That's never been my discussion. That's never been my discussion.
Wait.
That's never my discussion, though.
Wait. You guys were clearly saying they weren't enriching it at all. I brought up the
they were doing it for energy.
Well, Truist, to be fair to Stoopies and Corey,
going back
to be fair to
the
them,
argument
right?
that y'all ain't hearing.
To be fair to them, hold on, Corey. To be fair to Stoopies and Corey, even if they didn't expressly say that, maybe it's a revision on their part, but I think that's what they essentially meant was that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not going to argue with that. Like it said,
they're saying, hold on, real quick. Let me get it out. Prior to Trump getting out, I'm trying to get somewhere. I'm trying to get us like somewhere on the same page, right? They're saying that after 2018 or prior to 2019, the Israelis were not enriching beyond that. The Iranian. I keep saying the Iranians weren't enriching. The Iranians weren't. Hold on, apparently not. So let's put it all on the table, right? They're saying, true, is that prior to the 2019 pulling out by Trump, the Iranians were not enriching to the make or break threshold.
They were in the agreement.
So let me just say it, man. Stoopies, why you up it? Come on,
these are the exact words.
He's doing good work.
Brother, even when I stand up for you, you still a fight.
No, don't stand up for us. We don't need to stand up for us. Because we say we know what we said.
I'm right, brother, but
you
it's not
just
to stand up for
understand it now.
Wait, man, Jesus, why I trace for brother? Let me say my man. Because I'm explaining to Truist. Keep that in mind. It's not about you. I'm trying to get everybody on the said page, right? They're saying that prior to Trump pulling out in 2019, that they were not enriching beyond that make or break threshold. It was only after Trump pulled out that they then said, fuck it, we might as well start enriching beyond the make or break threshold.
I wouldn't use make or break, but they were in agreement.
God.
No.
I like make or break. I like it, Haskell. Don't listen to stupid. I like it.
I am saying that they were in agreement. They were in agreement.
It's a red herring, Haskell. Don't do it. It's a red herring, Haskell. Haskell is a red herring.
Stoopies, what me do something today? That's why fight me today as well.
Two piece. Instead of saying make or break, just say what the actual numbers are to make it plain. If you're at 3 to 5%, that's nuclear energy. If you're at 20%, that's
a threshold.
No,
it's the same thing.
But there's a reason you put the actual
Stoopies just want to fight me for some reason.
I'm with Haskell on this one. It's basically
I'll speak to you then, Corey. At 3% is 3 to 5% is nuclear energy. At 20%, you're at reactors.
Mm-hmm.
At 60%, you're very close to weapons capability. They were at 60%. The challenge with 60, though, is when you're talking about nuclear capability, the time it takes to get from 3% to 60 is one thing. The time it takes to get from 60 to 90 is much faster than even 3 to 60, if that makes sense. So
Yeah,
once
yeah,
they
yeah,
reach,
absolutely.
so once they reach 60, that's when it became a situation of, wait a minute, they're about to get to weapons grade uranium, and then that's where, you know, theoretically they could reach it within weeks once they got to 60.
And sorry to cut you, Brass. Sorry to cut you real quick. The 60 was reached during the Biden admin or during the Trump admin?
No, it was no.
Once
I'm
Donald Trump,
asking Brass, man. Jesus Christ.
once Donald Trump left the deal in May of 18, from that time forward, from that time going forward, they began to
That's
exceed.
when he got to the 60. Okay.
And they got
was
as high.
What was
in
Trump claiming?
2024, they got to 60.
What was Trump them claiming as far as numbers wise when
No,
they pulled
that's
out?
what they were. They were in line with that. They were in line
The
with
same 60.
They were at 60.
So
The
at
alarming
29, just so we're clear, Brass, I'm glad you came in and you're being an arbiter here. So just to be clear, Trump was claiming 60% in 2018, 2019. And Biden then was claiming 20%. What you said, 2024, I think you said?
No. After Trump left in 2019, they just went above that initial nuclear energy threshold. So in 2019, they went above 3.67. That's the nuclear energy where you could just say, I'm only using this for energy. In 2 years after that, they reached 20%. 3 years after that, they reached 60%. And the reason why 60% is so important is because from
Because it's
60
downhill.
to weapons
It's downhill
grade,
after that, basically.
right?
So real quick, Brass, real quick. I know I'm cutting you again. Do you believe that the Trump administration was were lying about them going past that 3.7% threshold?
After they left the deal?
No.
After
No, they said, hold on. I'm talking to Brass. You just read that the Trump administration claims, not saying it were true, we're just trying to get clarity on what the Trump administration was claiming. From what I'm understanding, the Trump administration was claiming that in 2018, 2019, that Iran had exceeded the 3.7% threshold. True or not true?
That was the claim, yes.
That was the claim. Beautiful. Go ahead.
But they hadn't. And the reason why we know that they hadn't is because the U.S. Intelligence and State Department, our own Intelligence and State Department, along with Israel's intelligence, all of the inspectors say that Iran remained under 3.67. So when he pulled out of the deal, Iran had not gone past 3.67. They had followed the deal. They broke a couple laws like heavy water and, they got an A on the inspection, but they were some notes to say you need to tighten this up. But it wasn't that. One of the things we miss in these conversations is there's another word in regards to nuclear weapons, and Brendan just brought it up also. Infrastructure. The challenge also is, yes, you haven't reached these levels of 3.67, but we're also watching to see what you're building. Because if you're building something to take you, we know if the infrastructure you're developing is to maintain 3.67 or to go past,
or to take you beyond it.
So the infrastructure. Now, this is just my opinion, right? And this is where Israel comes into this conversation. Where Israel comes in is one of the claims that they made that was kind of putting fire under Donald Trump to pull out of this deal also. Besides the sunset clauses and the missile clauses, for them having the ability to still make long-range missiles, was that Israel was also claiming that, yes, they're at 3.67. They kind of jumped. Some people in the Israeli government jumped out and said they were above 3.67, but the independent contract, and I'll trust our own Intelligence and State Department, they were saying they weren't. So I'm going to just leave that out. But what Israel was claiming is that they're creating infrastructure to go past it. So if they're truly trying to stay at 3.67, why are you creating infrastructure to get further past
Now,
that?
did the U.S.
And that
did
was
our
like
intelligence affirm that part of it? Not the
no,
3.67 part, but the
No, they didn't.
infrastructure part.
No, our intelligence from our department and I think it was the
IAEA,
yeah, them, right. They all said that before that time they were. After the United States withdrew, Iran began enriching above the limit, but that's where the infrastructure issue comes in. Because how were you doing that? You didn't
Brass,
have-
that shit was just a claim by Israel, according to what you said.
No, but listen to what. Let me finish the sentence though. Listen to the sentence. They went from if you look at the time frame, right? And this is just these are deduction, right? Above my pay grade deduction. If you were at in 2018, if you withdrew from the agreement, but they were at 3.67, 2019, less than a year later, they already went above 3.67, meaning you must have had the infrastructure already.
Assumption.
Yeah,
How long it takes to build the infrastructure?
Let me finish talking. I said this is just an assumption, bro. I said that.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So but I'm saying that was the sign that Israel. You can tell in this whole thing.
I think it's stronger than an assumption, Brass. Don't undersell yourself like that. Don't let Stoopies bully you. Don't let Stoopies bully you.
I don't want to take sides, and I don't feel like arguing today. I got shit to do. I'm just saying, with Israel, that was it's clear, Haskell, no matter what, that Israel has been egging and pushed. The main intelligence that has been stating anything counter to what we have is Israel's.
Is Israel? Yeah, because we know
this entire time has been saying something different than even what our own State Department and Trump went based on Trump's actions. He moved based off what Israel said, not what our own State Department was saying. So that's
and not what the International Nuclear Commission said. So you have our intelligence and the International Nuclear Intelligence Commission intelligence. I would say no, fuck those two. I don't believe our own. And I don't believe the international people. I'm going to believe Israel. So I'm going to run with what Israel said.
So
I listens to this shit in real time. Like, you know what I mean? I haven't looked at my phone one time. I ain't read nothing.
Okay, so what you supposed to be impressed with? Do you want to cook
No, I'm
yourself?
saying like to be so for you to be about to cuss me out. You know what I'm saying? When I'm just telling you what the real when I started out on a neutral side with you though, Haskell. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I'm trying to kind of make you see what the point is, but you never like the amount of pushback I get be outrageous though.
Pushback's got to happen, Corey. That's how this works. Now let me say this: outside of all this arguing and yelling we doing, right? If I'm the Iranians, I'm doing everything to sneak and hide and get that shit done. Fuck these niggas. Let's talk about some real shit.
That's not how the international people do with nuclear weapons.
Bro. Let's talk about some real nigga shit. I don't give a fuck if it's nuclear weapons, if it's ballistics, if it's if it's a pocket knife, if it's a fucking AK, if it's a motherfucking shotgun, bitch. Why do you have the motherfucking right to have these weapons, but you gonna come up in my shit on some gangster shit and tell me what I can and can't do and what weapons can we all agree that is some fuck shit?
That's a little wild. I will say is wild, but let me say so on the science. From a street standpoint, that's wild, but from a science
from a real life standpoint. No, we're talking politics. Science don't really come into the equation. These people are sending inspectors to what's supposed to be
but the argument that they're giving is the bottom line is actually scientific.
Yeah,
the reason why we trying to limit that. You know what I'm saying?
What's the scientific reason?
Because you can only maintain so much of that shit. So that's why Russia and America came to agreement. Like, yo, listen, we only gonna make this many and you only make this many, right? But again, they open up what they say, they open up a can of worms or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so why can't Iran why can't they make something?
Because Iran signed something in the 60s.
No, because they got
that they
bottled.
wouldn't.
Because they get bottled.
And not only that, though, but again, we can only
maintain so much of that shit. It's dangerous.
Man, it ain't your mother. It ain't your call to tell me what I'm supposed to have and who the fuck made you boss, nigga.
So let me.
That's the question I'm asking.
I'm not gonna really argue with that.
I just add something real quick. When y'all try to boil down geopolitics to some street shit, you already fucking up.
But that's what it is, though.
I don't know, but let me finish.
Corey said, "My bad."
So signing that treaty in '68, the nuclear proliferation, whatever treaty, was 67. So in 67, they signed, I'm reading it now. The global system controlling nuclear weapons comes from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, signed in 1968. Now, countries that already had nuclear weapons before 1967, it created two categories: United States, Russia, China, United Kingdom, and France. These countries were allowed to keep their nuclear weapons. There were non-nuclear states. Every other country that signed the treaty agreed not to build nuclear weapons or to allow nuclear inspections. That includes most of the Middle East, including Iran, who signed voluntarily. The reason why they made this rule was to stop a world where dozens of countries would have nuclear weapons. What they feared is that in the 1960s, they feared that eventually there'd be 30 nuclear states. So if we have fewer, the idea behind it is if you have fewer countries or states, however you want to use the term,
they should have got rid of their shit too. How about that?
Having fewer nuclear weapons, there'd be a lower chance of a nuclear war. So
listen.
So the reason why they did it is that. Now I want to be clear on something. Iran was not forced to sign that. It was technically voluntary. Every country decided.
Who was in power in Iran at that time? Was it that Khun Shah?
The Shah was in power at that time.
Yeah, that Khun, right?
Yeah.
That puppet.
Yeah, the Shah was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Shah, the American puppet. The Shah was in power.
Yeah, but go ahead. Go off though.
Yeah, so every nation that agreed to that were coons.
No, I said, well, it don't necessarily make you a coon. If a nigga draw down on you and if a nigga got the ups on you, a nigga got the ups on you. See, Corey says it all the while, right? He says a lot of this shit ain't as complicated and as nuanced as we'd like to, pretend it is. These motherfuckers are gangsters. It is some street shit. Straight up. If this block got K's and SLRs and all this type of shit, and this block got the same shit, and this block got the same shit, right? And you could come into my block and goddamn tell me, hey man, I'm gonna need 10% of that pack. I'm gonna need right? And you get some goofy from my block to agree to some shit because you got some bread to hit them off and whatever. Nigga, it is some street shit.
You're right, but there's two things.
Geopolitics shit ain't no complicated ass shit. These is motherfucking gangsters saying. So let me ask y'all this question, right?
Let me tell you the two things you missing.
Because I did real quick, Corey, real quick. Because I didn't, of those things that I heard Brass read off, who had nuclear capability by, I believe he said it was 68. I didn't hear North Korea in those countries that had capability. So I'm gonna assume that North Korea got that capability after.
North Korea was a member of that treaty, and then they withdrew. Iran was a member of the
North
treaty.
Korea said, "Fuck y'all niggas." So North Korea stood on business. If y'all niggas got choppers, and motherfucking SLRs and shit, bitch, I'm gonna have me a motherfucking chopper, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
And that's not what Iran has done. So when you keep talking about when you boil it down to how you feel geopolitically versus how it's actually happening geopolitically, Iran isn't saying or doing anything that you're saying. They've complained and never left. They stayed within compliance. They stayed within limits. As soon as the United States left the deal, that's the only time in the last.
I'm not saying that it
years
wasn't,
had-
Corey, because niggas
I'm
got
not going.
clubs on them. They in a region surrounded by none of them Arab states is gonna do shit, right? They all like to act like they so pious and all that shit, but all they want is they fucking oil money so they could piss on white bitches and live a decadent lifestyle, right? Iran is the only motherfucker in that bitch standing on motherfucking business. They saying you not finna come over here and bring your Western bullshit. I'm gonna practice my Islam. I'm gonna motherfucking wrap these bitches in a snuggie cloth till the only thing you can see is they motherfucking pupils, nigga, because that's how we live our life. Fuck, nigga. We do what we want to do in our shit, nigga. They the only ones over there that stand on any kind of business.
Disgusting.
There's some truth to that. I'm not going to keep it 100 with you, Haskell. I'm not going to sit here and act like it ain't no truth to what you think.
Yeah, but Haskell, what Brass is saying, they haven't stood on their nuclear position until we pulled out in 2018.
No, yes, but the reason being is because they got their head in a lion's mouth. You don't talk crazy when you got your head in a lion's mouth, and you don't drag your head out all of a sudden on some tough shit, nigga. You, hey, nice lion. Yeah, man. You're so cooey, cute lion, boo boo. And all the while you doing that, you pull your head out little by little. And then, nigga, once you get your head out and you can get to that motherfucking gun, nigga, yeah, what's up now, pussy, nigga? That's how that works.
This is all entertaining, but this Baltimore drug deal bullshit is incorrect.
Hey, Haskell, so even if
Baltimore,
what you saying is,
I mean, that's all we doing. You're just taking shit and boiling it down to fuck niggas and all this other wild ass shit. It's just if we're talking about
what it is. What is it then? So you're because I know the perspective you're coming from, Brass. You imagine the U.S. to be.
Give me a second, because I was still talking. Now you be quiet. What I'm saying is, when you sign a non-proliferation treaty, if you have an issue with the treaty, you can leave. North Korea left. Israel's not even a part of the treaty. Iran's major issue with this entire thing is, yes, they have an issue with the U.S. and the Chinese having nuclear weapons, but one of the main issues, besides all this fuck nigga pussy shit and all this other shit, all of that, one of the main issues is they have an issue with Israel, because Iran most certainly believes that Israel has nuclear weapons. They're almost 100% sure, and they operate with Israel as if they do. So that's a main sticking point. But they can't be all the fuck nigga this and they street niggas and all this and the other, because they essentially have complied with all the fuck nigga shit and pussy shit until 2018. The shit was signed in 1967. So if they wanted to do it, they would have just broke free and got it done. Iran. There's been many times the United States in that treaty, when you sign it, it was voluntary. Is there always the threat of something? Possibly.
Hey, but Brass, you yourself said a couple minutes ago that based on your what am I saying wrong? What am I saying?
I didn't even hear what you said. Go ahead.
You yourself made a deductive analysis, and I believe it to be a brilliant one. Prior to them exiting the deal, you said based on the fact that they went from 3.67 to whatever it is that they went to, based on deductive analysis, they would have had the requisite infrastructure to do that. Now, did I misrepresent your position, or did you in fact say that?
Finish my sentence.
No, I want to answer though. Is that correct
yes,
or not?
I want you to finish everything I said. Yes, I want you to finish what I said.
Okay.
Just say the whole thing.
So
just say that part.
So if that part is true, with my characterization that they were sneaking and geeking, is that fair? Is that a fair way to characterize?
I would say that in 2018, roughly 60 years after they signed it, there was the assumption based on whatever that they were hiding infrastructure. Yes.
So they take
That's my
so
assumption, but I don't.
right.
Right, but you said based on the fact that I'm not saying it's a fact.
No, I didn't say. I said based on your deductive analysis that I happen to agree with. I never said fact. But what I'm saying, Brass, is your brilliant assessment, your brilliant deduction,
assumption. No. I'm just saying, like, because I don't know. Assumption sounds more like an opinion versus like I can't. Because the thing is, Haskell. Because the thing is, Haskell. I don't have making a deduction or an assessment, not being like studying geopolitics, but not being a part of it. Making an assessment or deduction means I would know something that you don't know. Or
you're in the room,
or I'm in the room. Like that's above my pay grade, so I can only make an assumption, right?
Beautiful.
They could easily come with something. One of the inspectors or investigators could easily say something they don't need this to do this, and then my assumption would just be, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like.
Let's work off that premise then, right? This is just for the sake of argument then, right?
Right.
If they in fact. If they in fact, while being in these deals, were building up their infrastructure to allow them to rapidly get past the 3.67, then they were taking their time and pulling their head out of the lion's mouth. If
that's a fact.
I haven't spoken in a long time. Can I make a deduction or an assumption, however the word you want to know? It has been said by many persons that the Ayatollah had no intentions of developing a nuclear bomb. That the Ayatollah saw it as an evil weapon, and it was not in the best interest of Iran. That the Ayatollah had no interest in developing a nuclear bomb. Has anybody in the room ever heard that? No.
I've heard that.
You've heard that the Ayatollah had no intention of developing a nuclear bomb. That he could have because the Iranians are among the brightest people in the Middle East, as I said earlier. When it comes to STEM, when it comes to development, they're second to none. The Israeli depend on the Americans. The Israeli act primarily as an individual state that has they do their own development. And they had no intention because Ayatollah saw it as an evil weapon. But nobody's going to tell you that on the American front. That they had no interest in developing the bomb. What they had a problem with.
When you're done, I can get a little pushback.
Yeah. What is said is that the Israeli always see the Iranians as a threat in the Middle East, population-wise, and because the Iranians had weapons, and the Israelis know that. And although it is said that Israel has 80 nuclear weapons, up to 80, right? They cannot use them because although Israel is a sovereign state, they need the permission of the United States to go nuclear. And the Americans understand the ramifications of Israel going nuclear because Israel is seen as a pseudo state of the United States of America by other countries. Israel is the 51st state of the United States of America. But they want to argue with that or not, right? That is how they're seen by the rest of the world. And if Israel is allowed to use nuclear weapons to quash their enemies, it is saying that the rest of the world, that China, when it comes to Taiwan, India and Pakistan, when it comes to the water issue they have in Kashmir, you can use nuclear weapons. That's the issue. And that's why now they're looking for justification now as to why they can nuclear bomb Iran. But they still can't do it because they're afraid that the Chinese is going to do it to Taiwan. But go ahead, Brass. What are you going to push back?
Yeah, China would never do that to Taiwan, and they're too close in proximity. Like they would never do that.
Just a small pushback. Ayatollah went a step further, and made it fatwa that it was religiously against Iran to use
nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons. But the thing is, here's the issue with that. is that while he made it a fatwa, and Biden and Obama, that was something that they would consistently say. The issue was, and this is what I would have, and it's not pushback, but just an idea. If it's a fatwa for I don't know how to use these words, or haram or whatever, like religiously they can't use nuclear weapons, then I know fatwas can change. But if it's against your religion to use nuclear weapons, then why go past 3 point? Why would the United States leaving the deal make you go past 3.67%? What are you trying to do?
It's about negotiation now. It's about having something. It's about deterrent. It's about negotiation. It's not about using them. It's about negotiation. It's about when you are used, when you come to somebody in good. I come to you, Brass, in good faith. And you said to me, Brass, you need to do X, Y, and Z. And you send in inspectors and you did X, Y, and Z. But yet still, you come with some fuckery excuse. What am I supposed to do? I realize what your intention is.
So then the fatwa
they broke the fatwa then.
So the
fatwa
fatwa didn't mean anything.
Never meant shit.
Right, so that didn't mean nothing? Or it meant less. It meant less than the paper they signed or the deal that they brokered. That the fatwa meant what exactly then? I thought that was like
and ultimately, Brass,
and all of that was important.
And ultimately, Brass, that is the point that I'm making, right? And I know, I'm using street language, and I guess it's not nuanced enough, but I believe, in my personal opinion, that considering the position that Iran is in, none of these other Arab states are going to do anything if Iran should come under attack, right? You have a hostile element in your vicinity that's supported by another essentially proxy hostile element that happens to be a superpower. In my personal opinion, if you were to completely comply and roll over and show your stomach to these people, you're doing a disservice to your population. So in my opinion, just reading the tea leaves, all of that fatwa stuff and, oh, it's evil and all that, that's the statesmanship. That's how I read it. He's making the play to preserve the survival of his people, and he's doing what he's doing. If he has to feign religion to do that, I'm sure they have some provision in Islam that says, hey, we trying to survive, we can lie about some shit. Right. Right. So my ultimate point is, go ahead, Sue.
You know one of the problems I have? When we negotiate, when the Americans we take it as gospel. But when those faithless infidels say something, they must be lying. Right? And we have 60 years of proof that if the fucking Indians and Pakistani could develop a bomb, why couldn't the Iranians develop a bomb? They were just as bright.
Signed the deal not to.
Yes. So they were always acting in good faith. For the last 60 years since I signed the deal, they have acted in good faith. And when people come to the table now and say, I have 60 years of experience of me being faithful to my wife, only for somebody to come and tell my wife that, wife, that Stupid's down the road building a house for his mistress. And we run with that, negating the 60 years of good faith, of signing the agreement and living to agreement and making statements both religiously and politically that, listen, we do not believe in a nuclear bomb. All of a sudden, for somebody to come and the line.
But when you say good faith, are you just saying that because you think that, or are you saying that because you know that? Because that's not true.
We're saying that because
but that's not true.
What experience that we have that they, other than when the agreement, even when they signed the second agreement, even when they signed the agreement,
in the 90s, yeah, but in the 90s,
it was nuclear for power.
In the 90s and early 2000s, they had already found that Iran had violated some obligations and had nuclear work that wasn't reported. So they had they found enrichment facilities. I said that before. They had enrichment facilities and heavy water. They had heavy water projects that they didn't disclose. And that's how you got to the international investigations. That's how you got to the sanctions. So it didn't just come out of nowhere. When they sent the inspectors, they showed them all this beautiful shit in the early 90s and in the beginnings of the 2000s. But then later on, they found out that they were lying. So they haven't been always acting in good faith. That's what I'm saying. When you say that, do you know that to be true?
And Stupid, real quick before you answer that question about my assertion that if they were acting in complete good faith, as you believe that they were being good boys. My assertion that would be irresponsible to their population. I believe they have an obligation to try and sneak and geek. Would you agree that it would be irresponsible for them not to try to find a way to circumvent that stuff?
I am taking until a man proves the word wrong. Until a man, I might be you might be calling me, and I will take it as you be calling me naive. But when a man, until he proves his word wrong, right? He may have had the technology. I will agree with Brass that the technology exists, that they were enriching. But at the time, even when we look at the level of time in the 80s and the 2000s, it was within energy production, right? They had it. Scientists will do that. Right? They had that. They were doing energy production primarily, right? Obama recognized that, listen, shit, as progress goes, these people might move to the next step. Let's slow them down. Because let's look at them in the next 15 years. If politically and ideologically they have changed, if they are not no longer seen as an enemy to the West, right? Because people change over time. That's probably what Obama was saying. That probably they change over time. They're not these senseless savages that we think they are. But white people think that everybody who is non-white, who is non-Christian, is senseless savages.
No, but when you go to
we
the
know.
standard, but what?
And you know, they were always saying that it was like economically not even really worth doing the weapons grade. You know what I mean? Like
Iran was saying that.
Yeah, it's always been. It's been like common knowledge though. Certain things.
The things that Brad
are
brought
like
up.
common knowledge for.
But Corey, why are we just blowing past the fact that they did act? When we act,
They did lie. Yeah.
Like when we act as if it's cool. That's why
But
I
they
mean
lied
these
about what?
conversations is like when we have these conversations, right? We can do a whole bunch of things, but when they were sanctioned, the original sanctions didn't even come from us. They came from the United Nations. Because not us, not Israel, the internet, the one truest said, IEA, whatever, the international nuclear people that send the people around the globe to do independent investigations. They're the ones that found that Iran was not in non-compliance, and their initial sanctions was from that, not from us. So
what time are you saying? What time?
Does it make a difference, Stupies?
Yes. What's the level of non-compliance?
So the level of non-compliance was in 2002. They found out that Iran had undeclared enrichment facilities at Natanz and undeclared heavy water reactor projects at Iraq. These revelations triggered international investigations and sanctions. 2003, they were under violation but negotiating. In 2003, the International Atomic Energy Agency found Iran had failed to meet obligations under its safeguards agreement because of undeclared nuclear activities. In 2005, the agency ruled that those failures constituted non-compliance. During this period, negotiations with Europe and the US began to deal based off new information. They started new negotiations. But while they were doing these negotiations, the UN imposed sanctions based on their actions of breaking the agreement. So they already broke the agreement. Now, real quick, I'm gonna land my plane. let's not. I know we can always go back to we think they're savages and the United States doesn't have a leg to stand on. But right now, let's just talk about Iran. Just Iran alone. Iran funds Hezbollah, Hamas, Shia militias, Houthis in Yemen. They're tied to the 83 Beirut barracks bombings. They're tied to the 94 bombing of the Jewish Center in Argentina. Like these aren't like. I don't want to paint them like they're just
I never
some kind of saints or something like that. Like, these are not.
Saying that to me, I ain't never said that.
I'm just saying it to the real lives. I'm saying it.
No, but it counters those things.
That wasn't even never in the argument.
The idea that you and Stu Pease are promoting is that they've been acting in good faith for the last 60 years, and that's just not
true. You asked me originally. Hold on, Brass, because now the goalpost has totally moved.
Yes.
You asked me originally about whether whether we would be in the same place with Kamala Harris and
discussion went on. The discussion went beyond
Brass. Not you, Brass. Haskell.
Brass introduced these new elements, though, but that's what happens in conversations. They evolve.
But the elements that we were specifically talking about. So the elements that we were talking about don't have nothing to do with you.
I didn't bring up this stuff, Stu Pease. Brass brought this into the discussion.
I brought up
but this is Brass. Not nothing against you, Brass.
Information for you. I brought it up to deal with the good faith statement that Stu Pease made. Yeah, I wasn't talking.
Not only that, Brass was not talking about our original conversation.
No, not at all. I didn't even hear y'all conversation. I was in a meeting with Mujahid. I didn't even hear the conversation. So I wasn't.
All right. The original conversation is if Carmelo was in, if we'd be at war.
Did you say Carmelo like Carmelo Anthony?
Carmelo. I mean,
with it, Brad.
Hold on, Brad.
I thought he was about to say
Brad. Fuck you, Brad. You're fine.
Hey, Brad, you an asshole, bro. Because we've all been. He's said this 100 times all day today, and nobody. We all been playing along.
Y'all just didn't call it out. You had a booger in your nose. No, hey, Stu Pease, you had a booger in your nose, and nobody told you. They let you walk around all day long.
Yeah, but Brad,
with a big ass booger in your nose. You didn't say nothing.
Brad, don't bring it up, Brad. I know. I corrected you.
I never gonna respect you, Stu Pease, to get that one right.
Okay, listen, Kamala. The country will come back to you now. Asken said that if Kamala was in. Oh God, Kamala was in office. that we be at war.
Mission accomplished.
Do you agree with it?
Yo, their Iran's state leader, their new state leader, got injured. I just read something from Iran.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm watching this in real time, but y'all go ahead.
Yo, they just injured the new fucking. I don't know if he's critical, but they hit his ass.
Yeah,
go ahead. Let's keep talking about Carmelo Harris.
Do you agree that we'd be at war with Iraq today?
Huh? We would be at war with Iraq if Kamala
Iran.
No.
Why not? What changes?
The Democratic position this entire time with Iran, through Biden, through Obama, all the way back to Clinton, their goal is always the threat of don't. They say it's almost like a written speech. Anytime you ask any Democratic leader about Iran, they immediately say they listen to Israel, they follow Israel, and they just threaten Iran. None of them would ever have gone to the lengths that Donald Trump has gone. None of them. None of them would ever drop bombs.
Do you believe the concept
because Israel asked us to, essentially?
Brass, do you believe that the concept of deep state is some conspiracy theory nonsense?
No. I don't think it's conspiracy theory nonsense. I just don't I say it all the time, Haskell. When stuff gets beyond my pay grade, I try to stop.
Right.
Because I don't know if it is. Put it like this.
Let me
Would
tell you. Let me
agree
tell
that
you.
if it isn't, hold on, real quick. Let's just a yes or no. Would you agree that if it isn't, we wouldn't know?
Yeah, absolutely. But
Right, so
here's
that's
what I would say. Here's what I would say to that though. I would say when the rubber meets the road, and based on the tea leaves, for me, I'm gonna say I would know. So in other words, what I'm saying is, the way I read American politics, right? If the deep state does exist, I look at it as the Republican arm is used as the bad cop, and the Democratic arm is used as the good cop, right? Now, I don't think there's some overseeing organization that has complete control. There's always going to be factions, and it's going to be all mixed up, right? But these whoever it is that's pulling the strings, right? I believe they enact certain policies through the Republicans when they want to go with the iron fist, and then when they want to put the iron fist in a velvet glove, that's where the Democrats come in. I just think they just running a nice game on us, dog.
That's
how I look at
it. No, that's interesting conversation. I won't knock that. I'm gonna just say, based on history, Dems have always favored diplomacy with Iran versus acts. They'll even sanction strong words and this, that, and the other. Even Condoleezza Rice coming out this week saying, go ahead and finish them off. It shows you how long the Republican Party has essentially felt that that Iran was always a threat. But just to be clear, and I want to shout out somebody in the chat, Robert Parrish, he makes it, I read this article, the Arms Control Association article, go to March 3rd. There's a guy reading it on YouTube. I saw the video, I didn't read the article, let me correct myself. That same group that said that Iran was in non-compliance in 2005 is also the same group when they were asked on March 3rd, do they think that Iran essentially was nuclear capable? And that same group said that they don't consider Iran an imminent threat in regards to nuclear weapons. So understand that that's what I mean by geopolitics. You can take information and use it however you want and make it make sense. But we can take that and sanction them and bring them back to the table and negotiate. But then when that same group tells us that they don't consider Iran a nuclear imminent threat, we can still bomb just because we want to. So I'm saying, like, that's why I say when we do this, I would assume most street shit. I don't live in Baltimore. I did live in but I don't think most street shit follows geopolitics, because the way these guys do, they can be in 396 other deals and then be at war on one, killing each other. So
but that happens in the streets too, bruh.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. That's just you and them Baltimore niggas. I don't know.
But I'm saying, Brass, what I'm saying essentially, these are human beings. Like, all human beings, for the most part, operate the same way.
No. When once you add religion, but we're also talking about Muslims and Christian nationals. I don't think they operate the same way.
You got Muslim gangsters.
Do you really think Iranians, Shias, Hezbollah, and Hamas operate the same way as Christian nationals?
Not a one-to-one, of course.
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying one-to-one. I'm saying once you add religion into the pot, which it has a lot to do with all of this, but once you add religion to the pot, that variable. Put it like this: if we're gonna do an analogy to street shit, I think that's where you get the Blood versus the Crip versus the MS-13 versus the GD versus Praise Lord. Once you throw religion into it, it spikes up everything. Where none of this paper. It
intensifies it, certainly, and the fact that these are actual states who have far more resources than any street person, that even intensifies it even more.
Yeah.
Yes. But essentially what I'm saying, and I don't think, Stupies, I'm going to ask the question again. I don't think you understood the question that I'm asking. I'm
What's
saying
the question?
let's assume that Iran was doing what you were saying, where they were being good boys. They weren't, they were acting completely 100% in good faith. I'm saying
Yeah.
from where they sit, that would be irresponsible to their population. Do you agree with that or no? You there? Y'all can hear me?
He's not.
Hello?
He's not in here.
Oh, let me tell you the reason why I asked that, Brass. Because essentially what it boils down to then is now you are dependent upon the kindness or the largesse of other people who have shown they can be extremely hostile. They've shown a track record of constantly breaking treaties and agreements. I'm talking about the EU and Israel too, right? So if you just acted in complete good faith, complete naivete, I'm going to do everything above the board. If you tell me to hop on one leg while holding my nose, I'm going to do it because I want to show to you that, hey, man, I'm not trying anything. I'm saying that would be irresponsible on their part. You're leaving anytime you leave your people vulnerable to the kindness of hostile or actors that have shown themselves to be hostile. That's irresponsible. You have a duty to try to find any means, any surreptitious, sneaky means of getting what needs to be done to put you on equal footing to defend yourself. And that's why Africa, they could fling our legs up and just pound us out, right? Like a $2 hooker, because for the most part, we have no means of defending ourselves. So we gotta, when they go to Nigeria and they tell Nigeria, hey, hop on one leg and sing the national anthem, and they gotta do that shit.
Well,
And I think.
Well, you know that.
Would you agree? Would you agree? Right.
Now you're having a separate conversation.
Yeah, it's a separate conversation. That's why I was asking you.
The conversation is over. All right. The conversation is done. Let's be honest. There's no saints here when it comes to geopolitics. We don't have any saints. As much as I will go around, I would think, say, okay, there's no saints here. Everybody have their own ulterior motive when it comes to dominance and world control. And that's a conversation that we have had for many years. Right? That some people feel like we should be this way, and some people feel like it should be that way.
Hey, you doing?
Right?
Daddy. Mute up, Corey.
No, it don't necessarily mean that everybody think the same. Because this argument that we're all human and everybody think the same, I tend not to agree with. Because if everybody think the same, the world would be in ashes right now. You have all of that people who have been more reserved than other people. Right? Now, intrusion, the Middle East issue started after World War II, when England lost its power and things changed worldwide. Right? And they came out to the Middle East and everybody was fighting for the same bullshit. Right? And let's be honest about it. We don't agree with Iran, we don't agree with Israel, and we don't agree with this place, or we don't agree with that place. But it's not everybody wants to see the world, bro.
And that's
No. That's not the question I asked, though. I don't know if you cut out and you didn't hear the question. The question is, my position is, if you are surrounded by bad actors, you have a bunch of Arabs who they're not gonna do shit. They claim this Islam shit, but when it go down, they're not gonna be there for you. So you're essentially by yourself in that region. You have a state in your vicinity that is hell bent on dominance of that region. Make no mistake, based on their religious fervor, right?
Who's hell bent on dominance?
Israel.
The Iranian? Oh,
no, Israel. I'm speaking from the perspective of Israel. Excuse me. I'm speaking from the perspective of Iran, right? If you're Iran, you're surrounded by a bunch of Arabs that claim to be clicked up with you, but they're not going to do shit when it go down. You have another state in the region who is clearly angling towards complete domination of that region, and they're supported by a superpower who has a history of breaking treaties and deals. My position is it's your duty to sneak around and get on equal footing militarily and weapons wise. And if you don't do that, you're doing an absolute disservice to your population. Do you agree with that or no?
I disagree with that because anybody will tell you this, that the nuclear solution is the worst solution. Because since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there have only been nuclear testing. Nobody else have ever dropped the bomb. Because everybody understands, as much as all the Pakistani hate in India, and they have soft war every 2 days, and they're shooting on each other jets, and they're fighting a proxy war against each other every other day. Indians kill Pakistani, and they don't like each other. They understand that nuclear weapons are zero-sum game. There's no solution to the problem. The problem has to be negotiation. There's always been a soft war happening, just like there was a soft war happening when American and USSR was opposing each other. There was a soft war happening, and it still continues to this day. There's always been a soft war happening between Iran and Israel. Both of them has always been sabotaging each other for the last 40 years since the Golan Heights bullshit. We understand that. And people willing to tolerate that, right? People willing to tolerate that. But Israel wants to take it to the next level, the final solution, which nobody agrees with. We can deal with you throwing stones every other day, breaking glass windows, doing that bullshit. But when it comes to both parties now being armed with nuclear weapons, there's no winner. And any senile, any cognitive person who is not senile will tell you that the nuclear solution is no solution, right? North Korea have the bomb now. It don't mean shit. The people are still starving there, and it's expensive to develop.
Stu Pease, you've told me something different in private conversations. Do you remember what you told me?
What I told you?
Don't make the private thing public.
No, but it's not personal.
Yeah.
We were having a conversation about, U.S. hegemony and how they kind of run around and slapping everybody around or whatever, right? And you said it. You said it multiple times. You said the only reason why they don't butt up North Korea is because they have nuclear weapons. Did you say that, or am I making that?
No, you're right. And before North Korea had the weapon in the last 10 years, the only reason why they didn't butt up North Korea is because North Korea had a big brother who in the last conflict sent a lot of weapons. China, and when North and South Korea fight after World War II, where America was defending the South and China was defending the North, it wasn't a war between North and South Korea, but it was a proxy war between the United States and China.
Yeah, you're going off into the weeds, though. So
no. So the weapons didn't make a difference. North Korea had the weapon. Because America would
no. So no, wait a minute. Wait, this is what I'm saying. This is what you said then. So perhaps you misspoke at that time then? Because you said to me in essence that the reason why the U.S.
I didn't mistake. I only limited my conversation to the bomb. Now the bomb is a deterrent.
So what is the new revision? So it's what?
No, the bomb. In
so what is the revision? Real quick.
Let me finish speaking. In addition to the bomb was not the only deterrent that prevented America from going into North Korea. We all know that the major deterrent that prevented the bomb is one deterrent, but the bigger deterrent is China.
They had a big brother, China.
Right.
And that big brother had nuclear weapons, right?
And that big brother had the will to fight. They had the resources to fight. Not only nuclear weapons.
You go.
They can fight.
You go.
Right.
So hold on. So you certainly have the right to make revisions to stances. We all do. So don't think I'm trying to box you in. The ultimate point that I'm making is you certainly agree that North Korea having those nuclear weapons is at least one of the major
All right.
deterrents. Can I get
Right.
Can I get a
I
concession
agree
on
with
that?
that. I agree with that.
Beautiful. So the
Before the bomb,
using of the weapon.
I,
Hold on.
before the
Hold
bomb,
on. I'm about to
I
walk.
got,
Yeah, I'm
I got,
about to
don't,
walk you down. I'm gonna
no, you can't
walk
walk
you
me down.
down.
Okay, all right, well, go ahead.
Someday when the hunter becomes the hunted, right? So if we can at least agree that it is at least one major deterrent, right? What
Yeah.
I'm saying is you cannot leave yourself and your population to the largesse and the good faith and kindness of wicked people. That would be irresponsible.
All right. Okay. And this is what you're not. This is what you don't understand about geopolitics. USSR lost the Cold War, and the reason why they lost the Cold War is because they lost the economic war. Because wars are fought on different battlefields, and it's only a single-minded person who think that you win a war based on guns. Cuba now currently lost the war because they lost the economic war. They have been cut off from oil and they have been cut off from natural resources. And if Cuban crisis was in the room, as I've spoken to other Cubans lately, in Cuba, they will tell me that Cuba is at the edge of a revolt because the lights are going off more frequently. There's no resources, there's no gas, people can't move around, right? So although you now become reliant on this expensive weapon to develop and to maintain that is breaking your country's pocket, you're actually losing the war, just like when Russia lose the war. And America had understand that. And Obama understood that, right? If you sanction them enough and you cut down their money and the little money that they have left, them using to develop this bomb, after a while, hungry people is going to revolt. So that was a plan of the Obamas, that we're going to drain them in the long run. The sanctions
What Iran you're talking about?
Iran, right. Just like how they did with Soviet Union. And just like how they do with North Korea. North Korea, if you look at satellite pictures of North Korea in the night, there's no lights on in North Korea in the night. Why? Because they cannot afford the oil. Because these idiots are taking all the resources to spend on weapons to defend themselves. Wars occur on many battlefields. And that sensible person realized that, why am I building a $1 billion weapon when my people don't have food? My people are going to revolt.
So bend the knee then.
No, find other ways to defend yourself. China, what China did the other day, although China has all these weapons, China military industrial complex is not 10% of China GDP. It's less than 10%. What China did now, and is winning the Cold War with the United States, is that China now opened this no visa policy to influencers. And when these influencers over the last 2 years went to China, where they want to be, I know Speed or some white people, and then they flood YouTube and TikTok with these modern cities, these modern trains, these modern railway stations. And they're sending the image, and you compare China biggest city to New York, and people start saying New York ain't shit. And you compare the China environmental, 50% of the vehicles are electric cars, and these cars are better than everything else in the West, and the telephone and the computers. They're actually winning the soft war internationally. So now what you find happening? Australia buying all of these Chinese cars. India buying all of these Chinese cars. Africa buying all of these Chinese cars. Europe buying all
I
these
don't hear a disagreement on your end, Sufi's. What I'm hearing is
that you don't need a bomb.
Yeah,
You
what
don't
I'm
need
hearing is essentially that you don't just lean on the bomb as your end all be all. That's what I'm hearing. And I would agree with that.
If
but
open the door.
Haskell, hold on. But there's also another piece to this, Haskell and Stu. Remember how North Korea got the ability to do this? Russia hit it as a civilian nuclear program. Pakistan helped them. China helped them. And that goes back into the proliferation. There's a proliferation network. The issue with Iran having nuclear weapons isn't 100% Iran having nuclear weapons. You don't want to live on a planet where the entire Middle East has nuclear weapons. That's that nuclear proliferation is the issue. It's not just Iran. If Iran has it, and then you end up with the entire Middle East having it, then that now you got to start thinking more, less geopolitics, but more like, do we really want every country on the planet to have nuclear weapons? And yes, there's what is second strike capability, but yes, if you launch nuclear weapons on me, whether you destroy the United States or not, like that ain't even North Korea's issue. We don't even know if they could reach the United States. They believe possibly they could reach parts of the United States, but it's for goddamn sure right now North Korea has missiles aimed at Seoul, Korea. So now, yes, they might not hit us, but they can hit our allies. So do you want to live in a world, and being an American and saying this is the only country who fucking actually dropped nuclear weapons on this planet, on another fucking country. So I know I don't have a leg to stand on even saying this, but then skipping all of this geopolitics, you don't want a world where every country has a nuclear weapon. Like, are we going to just blow the fucking earth up and just fucking say, just turn into a nuclear winter?
It's too late for that though, Brass.
No, but
is what I would say.
No. I don't think we're at that point. I think that treaty made headways. We haven't had any nuclear bombs dropped since we dropped it in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But I don't think we want a situation where the entire deterrent is always nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I know from our perspective, well, from the American perspective, they don't want that. But what I'm saying is, you can't.
Doesn't want that, not just us.
Yeah, that's okay. The globe.
Yeah, but who gets to decide who gets to have them?
America does. but this is the point that I want to make, right? Once America dropped those 2 bombs on the Japanese, the toothpaste was out of the tube, and you can't put it back in.
But they did.
So no, you can't put. It's impossible.
When did
to
they
put
drop the
toothpaste.
bomb? When did they? Hold on, listen to me. Just real quick, just factual. When did they drop the bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? In the 40s, right? They signed the nuclear treaty in the 60s, and it's held strong since then. So they've been able to put the toothpaste back in the bottle. This is actually a case where they've been able.
So how many countries then developed the bomb since the 60s?
There we go.
How many countries that then became nuclear since the 60s?
Hello?
Yeah, that was a question.
I thought I lost connection. Is Brad still there?
Me too. Hold on real quick. I'm finna drop a bomb.
Hey, Chef always come through with the goddamn nigga came through and just wet the place up. It's a hell of a question.
4. I had to look it up. I was assuming y'all was looking it up. I didn't know that. Countries that became nuclear after the 60s. Countries
or
that
after the 40s, then. Really, it should be after the 40s.
We said after the, okay.
I know, he said after the 60s, but it's in the vein.
After the 60s, because y'all said that's when the deal
was the 40s.
They signed it in 68, 67.
Oh, the deal. Okay.
4.
No, fuck the deal. It should be after the motherfucker dropped the bomb.
So why did India was able to get their hands on the bomb, Pakistan right next to India, and I don't think they got too good of a relation. They had massacres between each other, so that's crazy for both of them to have a bomb right next to each other. Because they might let that bitch go. They should have never been. You feel me?
India never joined the treaty. India never joined the treaty. They refused to sign.
So it's only the people.
No one has broken that deal. No one has broken that deal. They've left the deal, but no one has broken it. But India never signed that deal.
Isn't leaving the deal breaking?
No,
I mean, no. He never signed it. But I'm saying we're looking at nations or saying shouldn't nobody have the bomb. They're even saying that Israel have the bomb, and they wasn't supposed to have it. You feel me?
Israel never signed the deal neither.
Oh, so as long as you don't sign the deal, then
If you
the
don't sign the
proliferation
deal,
can
you're not
continue.
under the.
I'm going back on mute.
Yeah.
If you don't
He's doing that
if
thing.
you don't-
He's doing that thing, Chef. Go ahead.
What? So So wait, did they have bombs before? What are we talking about? So did they have nuclear weapons before, or if you didn't sign the deal, you said that don't count? I don't understand, bro. If you don't sign that deal, you're not legally bound by that treaty. The only people that are bound to that deal are the people who signed that treaty.
Oh, so the toothpaste is out of the tube then. Regardless of whether you sign this or for whatever reason it may be, there are countries who are seeking and have sought and have become nuclear, and there are countries who are still currently seeking to become nuclear. Whether they sign a deal or not sign a deal, we know that to be true. So the toothpaste is out the tube. Yes?
If that's what you meant, yeah. If that's what you mean, then yes, you're correct. What I'm saying by the toothpaste is not out the tube, has a nuclear bomb dropped with all the aggression on the planet, with countries having nuclear access and nuclear capability, nuclear weapons that signed the deal or did not sign the deal, in an aggression, since we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, has there been another one, whether you signed the deal or didn't?
No, but
then the toothpaste. That's my thinking. That's my thinking when you're saying toothpaste is back in the bottle. It happened once.
No. Well, I'm talking about
something that happened again. But if you're wait. But if you're saying that the toothpaste being in the bottle or the toothpaste is the fact that they actually have the weapons,
there you go.
Then you would be correct. The toothpaste
but Brad, that was the premise from the very beginning. Because remember, your argument was centered around proliferation. Hold on, Brett. Well, whatever you want to call it. Your argument was centered around the proliferation and the curtailing of that proliferation, not the deployment of the weapon.
No, in the Middle East.
Wherever.
Right? When we were having that conversation, I said, hold on. When we were having that, I'm not talking about the world at that point when I said proliferation. When I was talking about proliferation,
even if you want to limit it to the Middle East,
right? Yeah,
your argument, or you don't want to call it an argument. I don't know what you'd call it. Your position,
your argument,
your point, your whatever, whatever it is, whether it's limited to the Middle East or wherever, they don't want these weapons to proliferate.
Correct.
We're not talking about the use, so therefore, when I say that the toothpaste is out the bottle, it's within that context.
Okay, proliferation. I agree with you. I agree with you. My issue with nuclear weapons being that I know countries have nuclear weapons that signed the treaty, and I know countries that didn't sign the treaty have nuclear weapons. My idea when I say toothpaste is back on the bottle, back in the whatever the fuck that is. What I'm saying in regards to that is we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and there's been no nuclear bombs dropped since. Because if the United States was to try to drop, with all the issues we've had with Russia, if the United States was to if Russia was to send nuclear weapons at us, based on mutually assured destruction and second strike capability, whether they destroyed us or did not destroy us, we would just immediately strike on them no matter what. It's an immediate response. And once you start getting into,
I thought everybody launched at the same time.
I don't know. I don't know if that means
that was the thing. Yeah.
I don't know if Russia attacks the United States. I don't know if everybody goes at the same time.
China let go. Everybody gonna let go. It's over.
It's over with. It's like You know what it's like? You know what it's like, Chef? If all of you got guns and you say to me and my people, hey, you know, since we've created
You
these
go with this
guns,
Baltimore drug deal shit again.
no, I'm not even talking about the street part of it. Let's talk about let's say Africa, for example, right? When the European first developed the Gatling gun, right? And that gave them the upper hand, you know, as far as world power is concerned, right? If you were an African in that time, you had a responsibility to reverse engineer whatever weapon you were able to get your hands on so that you could defend yourself. Whether or not you were going to use the weapons or whatever, you have a responsibility to get on that level.
Okay, so
I don't see how anybody could disagree. When Stupi said that he disagreed, go ahead.
Let's go back to the point of mutually assured destruction. If mutually assured destruction does not mean every country launches nukes at the moment one is fired. It means that the attacked country will almost certainly retaliate to the country that fired on them. That's it. It doesn't mean everybody. It doesn't mean that everyone is going to fire all at once because one drops. So
to me, it's
what?
It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Whether you fire the bitch,
let me ask you a question. So when we had these conversations in high school, this is what I mean by this Baltimore drug deal shit. If I say the words, if Russia drops on the United States, second strike capability in MAD means we're going to fire whether they destroy us or not. We have the capability to immediately respond whether they destroy us. And then y'all just say, fuck that.
Well, Chef said that.
Okay, but you agreed, Haskell.
Well, I agreed with the sentiment.
You didn't agree with that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the part about them firing at the same time, to me, it doesn't make a difference. Whether you fire after or you fire at the same time, we all gonna get fucked up.
No, when you say, but there's a difference between Russia hitting the United States with a nuclear weapon or firing a nuclear weapon in the United States and us immediately responding under mutual assured destruction, than Russia firing at the United States and every country that has nuclear capability firing at the same time. That's completely
I think I seen that on a TV show.
and that's what I mean by good faith.
I think I seen that on TV.
No. You asked. Hold on, Haskell. You asked me a few hours ago what I meant by good faith, Chef. That's exactly what I meant by good faith. You don't be knowing these topics, bro, and you introduce shit. And then when you get corrected, I'm just a barber. I saw this shit on a video. Bad faith argument, bro.
How is that bad faith? I don't get it. I didn't listen.
How is that bad faith?
I didn't listen to y'all be wrong about 20 things for the last 3 hours. And don't come off me. I say in my head, that sounds crazy. Hey, somebody need to fact check that. Yeah, but I don't come off.
You fact check it.
Yeah, I'm working.
Right. Bad faith.
All that shit.
You speaking with assurance that that's what mad is, with no fucking idea what mad is.
But Brass, if we're being fair to Chef, right?
Fair to Judge Pigs, and I ain't being fair to Chef today.
I said I seen this shit on the TV show.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. So Chef is engaging in hyperbole. Okay.
The Baltimore ain't the fucking Wire.
But Brass, even let's say the conflict is only limited to Russia and the U.S. Right? Russia fired first, U.S. fired. That's catastrophic. Even if all them other people don't get into it. So
I agree.
Yeah, regardless of which, we all gonna get fucked up.
That's the issue I have with Israel. I don't have all the conspiracy issues that most people have with Israel, the shit you can't prove. One of my assumptions with Israel is that being that Israel didn't sign this, and Israel, their actions behind the scenes that have come out over time and the actions that they take credit for, to me, it seems like they're not just trying to take over Palestine, they're trying to take over the entire Middle East.
Yeah, that's what they want.
And if Iran is in direct conflict after the revolution, Stu Pease, you can help me with the date if you're here, but whenever that Ayatollah came in the 70s and did that fucking revolution where he essentially declared Israel enemy, they were working with Iran before that. They had trade deals. They were dealing with each other. When he came in and said, essentially,
they had a puppet in place. That's
okay. That's fine.
They were raping and abusing the people.
Okay. But my point is, the Ayatollah came in and made it plain, like, you know, to have back up the middle. Israel is not to be trusted. I think that's 78. Israel's not to be trusted. No matter what they say, they're trying to take over the entire Middle East. And we believe they got nuclear weapons. I don't trust Israel to not have nuclear weapons, to tell the truth. And I don't trust Israel that if it came down to it, they wouldn't use nuclear weapons.
Right. Like I
said, it's my assumption. I'm not taking this as
fact. I got you. But what you said is key. So if all of what you said, and I know it's just a premise, but we're working within that premise. If all of that is true, then Iran has a responsibility to its population to be able to get on whatever military footing to defend themselves. If it includes, hold on. If you got to fake fatwas and do it, nigga.
Or Haskell, or just leave the fucking treaty and do what the fuck you want to do.
Come on now, Brass. You know that ain't how that work, bro.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Nuclear weapon is not a defensive weapon.
Wait. North Korea did the same. North Korea did that.
No, but Stu, we're talking about mutual.
No. You're saying that they can't do it. North Korea just you championed 30 minutes ago. North Korea saying, and even in the chat, they're like, "Motherfucker, come get us. Fuck y'all. Fuck that treaty. I don't trust the United States. If y'all do anything to us, we might not be able to reach y'all, but we're gonna blow Seoul off the fucking map, and that's our ally. So that's a deterrent. Believe it or not, fucking with Seoul is a deterrent. So if Iran wanted to have, that's the whole crux of this argument. If Iran just wants to have nuclear weapons, you don't gotta make up fatwas. You don't have to do all this other shit. Just fucking leave the treaty and create what you want.
So you're saying the treaty, since they not honoring the treaty, that the Iran, since they signed the treaty,
Iran is honoring the treaty.
What?
They sent inspectors in.
No,
Iran is honoring the treaty.
Oh God! So in 2005 they violated. They had numerous violations. You said that. So they're not honoring the treaty.
Correct.
Right. So if they're not honoring the treaty, right? You're saying if they just walk away from the treaty, right, and create the bomb, they good. But if they got the treaty and they sneaking trying to create it, then they get bombed on.
No,
so it ain't the fact that they can't have the bomb.
Hold on. One, I don't think they create the bomb. They good. You said that. And the second part is, and
you didn't say that.
I didn't say that they good. And on top of that, I don't agree with Trump bombing Iran for this anyway. I don't agree with that.
I'm saying what you were saying, right? You was explaining, why the situation was happening, and you was saying that I guess India and them they good developing the bomb because they never entered into the treaty.
They're within law. Yeah. They're within law.
Right.
They're within law.
Yeah. So the only thing that's making the United States and hostile, because it ain't the United Nations. You know what I'm saying? So the United Nations are not hostile towards Iran. It's the United States and Israel. So they the ones who are enforcing a treaty that I thought they was good if you in the treaty. I don't understand, mate.
Well, no. So
right.
Iran, okay, wait. I'm gonna make it plain.
Of having weapons of mass destruction.
Hold on, I'm gonna make it plain. The whole country. I'm gonna make it plain. Making it plain is like this. Chef, you got a barbershop. you are supposed to be in compliance with the health and safety of Baltimore, right? You get a certificate. Do y'all do that out there? Do you got like a inspector that comes by, make sure shit is clean and all of that? Y'all do that?
Like a third world, a third world country.
No,
Brad.
I don't know what the
Don't do that,
Baltimore.
Brad.
No, Maryland is Maryland's a Commonwealth. I don't know if the laws is
You say y'all got running water out there.
Right. Y'all got to clean the Clippers
I
out
don't know.
there.
However y'all take that.
Yeah,
All I'm gonna say is they gotta be in line. Let's assume they gotta be 100% in line. In New York, I'll just say New York. In New York, if you walk into any restaurant in the city of New York City, when you walk through the door, in the window, there's a fucking white piece of paper. Before you go in, or right after you get in there, the shit say A, B, C, D, like a grade, right? And it tells you you can still be open at a B. So what I'm saying, Haskell, is when the UN put sanctions on them, and Europe and United States went back into negotiations, I don't know if those two things constituted a B on the inspection report, but they didn't necessarily. You understand what I'm saying? Like they didn't have fucking rat feces in the food.
So,
maybe that's a minor. Wait, before you bring up a different point, you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if that means that they. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that meant that they were in full non-compliance. I know they found that they held back and they got sanctioned. I don't know if that means they got kicked out.
They, whatever it meant, they were in violation.
That analogy
right?
was spot on, by the way.
Now, let's say this, right, Brass? The question that you posed is basically, if you intend to get nuclear weapons or do whatever, just leave the deal and just do what you want.
I agree.
But we know, right? But then if they do that, they lose the public relations war. Now Israel can now run their propaganda machine to say, look, you see, look at these hostile savages. They don't want to listen to reason. It's a chess game. Come on, Brass. You know this.
I agree it's a chess game. I agree it's a chess game of geopolitics. But here's the thing, Haskell. They didn't leave. They played along. The United States left the deal. Then they just decided to start, for some reason, moving forward. I mean, deterrence, fatwa, whatever you want to use. It's a host of reasons why they went up to 60% after the United States left the deal. But they got bombed anyway.
Let's go back to your first point, Brass. Your first point was that, that is in the food analogy. You said you can see that it's got A, B, C, but even though you got a B, you can still be running, right?
Yes.
So, but also you have to add that most of the time they getting an A. Now, have they got a B? Have they got a B here and there? Right? Yes, absolutely, they got a B here and there. But most of the time, they got an A.
Yes, they've been in compliance since they signed that deal. They've been in compliance. In 2000, mind you, we're talking about 1967, and they got sanctioned for something they did in 2003. So throughout that entire time, even with all the wild shit they've done all over the place, they've been in compliance with that deal. In 2003, those sanctions came from the UN, not the United States, because of those two. I'm pretty sure it was a host of others, but those was the two things that presented. And they just got sanctioned. There was no war. There was no bombs dropping. There was none of that. And then after those
Brass. Go ahead.
Yeah. After those sanctions, they stayed in line until Donald Trump pulled out of the deal.
I just want to say, too, that although we're in a proxy war with Russia, the space program is still going on.
Yes.
Just to let you know, so things be a little bit more complicated than what, and I'm sure we got a lot more programs that we ain't even aware of, really, that we still got going on with Russia, right? Because most of the things is they're trying to do things in good faith, right? Trying to, like, if we ever do, get on the same page, we'll still have this part intact. This part will already be intact. That certain things are, don't work, quite like the streets, like, you know what I'm saying, Haskell. But I'm saying when I be saying it's not that complicated, I'm not saying like it's like the streets 1-to-1. What I'm saying is it's not that hard to grasp what's actually going on.
And Corey, do you understand what I'm saying? When you remove the geopolitics, and I hate to appeal to humanity or whatever this is called, virtue signaling, do you want every country on the planet to have nuclear weapon capability?
It's not even safe. It's not even safe for the human population. Not because, somebody going to shoot one off. It's because, it's going to be an accident. The more you have, the more you have, the more accidents is waiting to happen.
Hey, Corey, who should have nuclear?
Nobody should. Nobody should.
I don't think anybody should have nuclear
Oh,
weapons.
hell no.
I don't think
And that's why
I don't
everybody
think nuclear weapons.
The only thing you can do is destroy the world with that.
The nuclear a deterrent is not destroying the planet. A deterrent is a deterrent. No deterrent should ever be, if something goes wrong, we're gonna destroy the fucking planet.
I'd rather go back with swords and knives in the streets. Like, let's go back to, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what it takes to get rid of nuclear bombs.
And I know that's virtue signaling or whatever the fuck y'all want to call it. But the overarching point of all of this is, I don't think that the United States should have it. No, I'm saying I don't think that the United States and China and Russia, we should have nuclear weapons.
No, I don't think nobody
even like the deal. I'm just saying that's the deal they signed. And
actually, everybody agrees that. They just know that it just ain't nobody going to actually be the first one to give them up, right? Everybody knows that it's not a good idea for anybody.
And why not, Corey? Why not, Corey? Why not? Why not?
Because we've also seen the after effects of what happened after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nobody.
So why would you say the damn toothpaste is back in the tube?
Because the toothpaste being back in the bottle means if you dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, at least at a bare minimum, the globe has realized we're not doing that again. Look what the United States did.
We haven't. No, Brad. We haven't did that.
No one has done it.
Yeah.
No one.
Say yeah.
Not just us. Nobody. Everybody on the planet.
Nobody had ever done it before the U.S. done it.
So the toothpaste
we gotta
say in the bottle would be after it happens, Tuck. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Everybody got strapped. Everybody got strapped after that.
And nobody used them.
So everybody just bought some toothpaste is what it was.
And then also let's not forget, and nobody brushed their teeth.
No.
But also, let's not forget that we've also reached to the point of nuclear weapons being used a number of times since then. A number of times since then.
Two nuclear powers been at war.
Huh?
When has there ever been a case where two nuclear powers was at war?
During Cold War.
No, I'm talking about engaged in it. No,
Russia and the United States, Cold War.
No, at war.
You mean like troops on the ground like that?
Yes, at war with each other. It never happened.
No, but we've also come close to using it. Would you? Okay.
So it's a deterrent.
I agree with you.
It's a deterrent because these motherfuckers won't even really engage with each other because they know, nigga, we could end this motherfucker.
But have we come to that question too? Answer that question too. But we have come close though, correct?
I mean, you come close in a lot of stuff. Like it's just let a nigga know, you feel me? We ain't doing that crazy shit because they got the bomb too. It's a deterrent more than anything.
But I don't think
nuclear weapons. A nigga won't even attack, so it won't. Niggas go. So Iran gets for any motherfucking thing. Missiles get launched into their largest city. If they had a fucking nuclear bomb, the United States and Israel wouldn't be so gun-ho lighting their asses up every time they get it. They get the inkling to do that shit.
With that. If Iran was nuclear capable, we wouldn't have dropped bombs on Iran. I agree with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's definitely
Israel would have sat with their fucking hands in their pocket.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
agree.
mean? Like you could take us off the planet. Like
They wouldn't even be
Are you
doing
there,
what they was doing in Gaza
You
if
agree?
Iran.
Exactly.
I agree. If Iran was nuclear capable, none of this would have
They
happened.
would have left them people alone.
Yeah.
They would have left them motherfuckers alone. And they don't want other countries to have it because motherfucking, what's the country we just ran up in and took the president? Venezuela. You wouldn't have ran up in there fucking with them people if they had that motherfucking bomb. You feel me?
No, I agree with that. Since Hiroshima and Nagasaki, since 1945, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. That's the United States and Soviet Union. The Soviet Union secretly placed nuclear missiles in Cuba. The U.S. discovered them and imposed a naval blockade, and both sides were prepared to use nuclear forces. That's when you watch like Fallout, when motherfucking you would have them drills where motherfuckers would have to get underneath the schools in the United States. Used to have
our parents went to school under that shit.
Yeah, with the bomb shelters. They used to evacuate and go into bomb shelters and shit like that. For 13 days, the entire world was on the edge of a nuclear war. Soviets, at one point, Soviet submarine officers nearly launched a nuclear torpedo, but one officer, he refused to approve the launch. And that's the reason why we didn't have a nuclear war. So this was the actions of one human being not following orders in Russia, why they didn't launch. That's how close we've come since 45. There was also a false alarm.
I've seen that movie. That was a good ass movie.
I hate you. I truly hate you.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
I just named some shit that happened though. What movie? What movie?
They made a movie about it, my nigga. It was the Russian submarine.
But what movie?
No, it was a movie about
U-571. The U-571.
I think that's what. Yeah, and the motherfucker got the code.
That wasn't the Bay of Pigs.
No, not the Bay of Pigs. I'm talking about the nuclear submarine.
But that was the Bay of Pigs. Wait. That was the Bay of. What do you think? Okay, moving forward. I understand it was a movie. Somebody find the name of the movie.
It's called U-571.
Okay, and that's based on the Cuban Missile Crisis in
That's about that Enigma machine, though. I don't know if that's what y'all talking about.
Okay. For 13 days, that was that. Then you had the Soviet false alarm incident in 1983. One of the Soviets early, and this is what we mean by accidents happen when Corey was talking. An early warning system in the Soviet Union detected what appeared to be a U.S. nuclear missile. But once again, a Soviet officer named Stanislav Petrov, he reported the attack, but instead of triggering the retaliation, he made a quick judgment, warning it to be a false alarm. He was correct. It was just a satellite error. Then they had a NATO exercise scare. Once again, the goddamn Soviet Union believed the West was preparing a nuclear attack disguised as a drill. And then you had the Norwegian rocket. Then you had U.S. North Korea. So I'm saying I don't think that while I agree Iran being nuclear capable would have stopped this bombing, I think no one having nuclear weapons and people just being able to go to war is a better stance. That's what I would say. Because if we've gotten down to the point with nuclear war on a number of occasions where an officer had to not pay attention to orders and he somehow be the smartest person in the room and say, I'm not willing to destroy the United States off some shit I can't even confirm. If we've come that close to we're left up to one person's judgment, then nobody should have it.
The world works overtime. The world works overtime to make sure Pakistan and India stay on good footing. The whole world works on overtime to make sure them two crazy motherfuckers are Gucci with each other. Because that shit can go up. So motherfuckers ain't playing with each other when they got that motherfucking bomb, yo. Ain't nobody playing with that. Nobody playing with
war happened. If we're working overtime, we're working overtime to make sure that they don't have nuclear war. But war was happening before the Institute of Nuclear Weapons. So if they want to go to war with each other, then that's that. But if there's a nuclear option, just remove the nuclear option. And if you want to go to war, just go to fucking war. But remove the nuclear option, because that has ramifications that affect the planet far more than just two countries going to war with it.
Says the country that dropped nuclear bombs. That's crazy.
Stay in the country you live in, Tuck. You're a hypocrite too.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. Fuck
Okay,
it.
I can admit, and you might not have been in here when I said it. I don't even feel 100% comfortable saying it because we are the only company that dropped. We're the only country that, well, company might be right sometimes, but we're the only country that dropped nuclear weapons. So we don't have a leg to stand on in the conversation. I started off saying that, Tuck. We don't have a moral high ground to tell everybody what to do because we're telling everybody else you can't have it, so you don't use it. And then when you go back and look and just ask a simple question, who's the only ones that have used it? It's us twice.
Man.
But God bless America, though.
Good old America.
Wouldn't want to live nowhere else.
Yeah, Israel and them wouldn't have no way to control Iran if they had that motherfucking bomb. You feel me? They wouldn't have no way to control the biggest power over that motherfucker. But knowing they don't got the bomb, man, we can just bomb them up. And that's
well, see,
man,
that also goes back into. It's funny that nobody brought it up. We can't forget that the Republican Party specifically said years ago that we had destroyed all of their capability, that the United States had destroyed all their capability for nuclear weapons anyway, and then somehow less than 3 years later, they're on the verge of having nuclear weapons. So it's all espionage and war games and a lot of above our pay grade stuff.
Didn't bomb them a couple months ago where they dropped one of the biggest, what was it, bunker busters down into a vent? It was like, yo, it went through it. They was praising it all over the news. They talk about the logistics of it, how high they dropped it, and it went into a vent. The bomb that they used to blow up some nuclear facility.
I'm saying who? Are you talking about United States?
Yes. Who else could do that shit?
You said before, I'm saying.
Yeah, so wasn't that a couple months ago?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe I'm not gonna tell you. I haven't seen that. I know the bunker buster we dropped that killed Ayatollah Khomeini last week. I don't know what
come on, me, yo. Now y'all been talking all this time, all this stuff. And,
yes. In September of last year, the Americans said that they dropped a bomb and totally destroyed the capability of.
And that's what I was talking about. That's what I'm talking when they said that we destroyed their capability.
Yeah, that wasn't a couple years ago. That was a couple months ago, bro.
Yeah, that was September of last year.
Oh, yeah, well, you said last year. I'm not forgetting it's only fucking March. Yeah.
Yeah, they said they got all that shit up out of there. Didn't they?
Yes, no.
Yeah, they
got all that
did.
shit up out of there.
They did say that.
So why the fuck are they bombing them now?
Because they want to.
Right.
I've been clear. I don't agree with the bombing, and I do believe Israel is puppeteering a lot of this. But that's just my opinion and assumption. I don't like to lead with that.
Are you saying the great United States is a puppet of Israel?
That's
what you're insinuating?
I'm insinuating in this action, yes.
Yeah, when they say how much it costs to defend Israel against Iran, you feel me? And now we got to defend all of the other Gulf states because Iran is launching missiles at all of the rest of the Gulf states and into Saudi Arabia. Like, yo, man, we crazy. We crazy. They blowing up hotels and airports and
that was in so I looked this up. Supes, what was the name of what happened in September? Because this says in June. In June they carried out airstrikes and they carried out airstrikes.
I'm not sure if it's September and June. My apologies, but they carried out these big bag of airstrikes and totally destroyed the people in the country. And then they came on the news and Trump said, "Oh, we did a good job. We're the greatest country in the world. We fucked them up big time."
And took out their nuclear facilities. They no longer have capabilities to enrich whatever that shit is.
I know we have that evil woman Condoleezza Rice talking all kind of bullshit.
That evil black woman. I just want to be clear because when you say that, everybody don't know who that is. So I just want to be clear that we somehow was celebrating Condoleezza Rice on a YouTube show last month, and now we're about to say that evil Condoleezza Rice. But go ahead, bro. I'm just trying to rein you in just a little bit, brother. Just trying to rein you in just a little bit. Lord,
the statement that Candy makes.
Hey.
Of course, there's no. She made an evil statement. That statement that she made. That woman will destroy the world.
But I just want to recognize how fast.
Yeah, but Brass, you do the same kind of stuff. You do the same type of shit.
It's just funny how fast I just be knowing, like on a Monday, we'd be like, Jasmine Crockett. Get behind her.
Stop it, Brad. I said Condoleezza. I said Condoleezza Rice. I said Condoleezza Rice fell in the vein of Henry Kissinger. I compared her to Henry Kissinger. If you compare a human being to
I kind of like Kissinger though.
Crazy.
You don't like Kissinger? You don't like Kissinger at all?
That is nuts.
You don't like Kissinger at all? 2 P's, you don't like Kissinger at all?
He like him a little bit.
Henry Kissinger.
This nigga said, "Hey, let me guess. You like Donald Rumsfeld too?" And
I don't like Rumsfeld, but I
what was the other one that died the other day? The Halliburton dude. That's the homie too.
Are you talking about Cheney?
Yeah, Cheney.
No, I don't like them guys, but I like. I told you who I like. I know you about to add in 1,000.
Pol Pot.
You'll end up at Hitler. Yeah, I know we'll end up. Yeah, I was close. I said Hitler and Mussolini. Okay, we'll end up at Pol Pot and all this other shit. I said Kissinger. I didn't say.
I kind of like Pol Pot.
I kind of like. I kind of like Kissinger. I'm sorry.
These dudes kind of like Kissinger. I respect you. I
could lie. And say, "Oh yeah."
Why do you like him? Why do you kind of like him?
I think last month
destabilized Africa.
Last month we brought up
destabilized Africa, the Caribbean, South America.
You got your niggas in order, but last month I'm just fucking with you. Last month we brought up Condoleezza Rice, and no one in this motherfucker said a fucking word other than kind words.
No, I said that she was. I said I compare her to Kissinger.
Okay,
always compared her to Kissinger.
But now it's like less than. It's just. I don't know.
What did she say? What evil thing?
I don't even remember that. I don't remember that, but niggas was celebrating her this morning, bro.
He said we should wipe. She said we should wipe Iran off the map.
That's not what she said.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
No, that's what you heard. Cause with your nigga ears. I need
you. Somebody on here said that, bruh. So
I know, and it was a dumb nigga that said it, but that ain't what she said.
What she said?
Hey, Condi said what I said the other day.
Condoleezza Rice said we should finish the job, meaning
that's the same thing.
No, wipe a motherfucker off the map and finish the. She was referencing them not having nuclear capability. That I don't know.
I thought we took care of that in September.
In June. See, we just saying shit.
I thought we took care of that.
So it can't mean that then. So it can't mean that then, bruh. So what does she mean?
Go look. I mean, I just told you what you mean. You want me to repeat it?
No, but if they haven't had nuclear capability since June, then that
I
can't
don't think
possibly what
anybody.
you mean.
Listen. I don't think anyone other than people that just listen to the news and follow it like it's law, believe that we somehow destroyed Iran's nuclear capability in June 2025.
Okay.
So now saying that Trump said it means that it's law.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah. No. Hey, Haskell, I'm going to go back
Y'all
to
niggas are the most elusive. You niggas.
Y'all don't listen to nothing Trump said. Y'all, I think the elusivity, Haskell.
The military, if the military confirmed
Y'all
that they
don't
took
believe
out
in the
there,
next step or nothing to have to do with the military. So, hey, Haskell, this actually goes to your argument. You will feign. People will feign like what he's saying is in regards to that is 100% fact, but it was clear that it wasn't. Shortly thereafter that, it was pretty much understood that
What are your context clues that that's what Condi specifically meant? What do you?
I know the context of it. She's never been for wiping any entire country off the fucking map, and she's had the ability to do it.
I don't know. That motherfucker
She
looks
was in a
evil.
position. Condoleezza
I
Rice
know
was in
that.
a position where she
did she mean regime change? Because she finished the job.
Yeah, she could mean. Yeah, I think that means regime change.
Yeah, not wipe them off the map.
I believe that. I do.
Who was it in the chat earlier that said that? Who was it that said that, Brad? Somebody said it.
What?
Probably Truist, Malcolm.
The whole wipe them off the map thing. Somebody said it.
I don't know. I didn't say that.
It sounds like a chefism, really, to be honest. It sounds like some chefism.
Man, I'm gonna just tell you, man, I had a hell of a what you call it?
Funny thing is,
I had 12, hold on, I had 12 hours, y'all. Man, if y'all know what I got done in the last 12 hours, man, like I pat myself on the back being 47 years old. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
You 47?
Yeah, I'm 47.
No, what did you get done? Like workout?
Man, listen.
Damn, you old as hell, nigga. I didn't know you was that old.
Listen, I'm gonna just say
Old ass
Negro Olympics. Listen, Negro Olympics. Yeah, man, I hope y'all this active
got you. You ain't got no
47.
I got you. I fully understand, but
I hope y'all this active at 47.
I want to keep our channel. I want to keep
Hey, that's a fact. The fact that I thought you were younger just says a lot. So, bro, whatever you doing, keep it up, bro. You know what
All right. Well, now
why do I get the idea that this has to do with some bedroom Olympics? Am I the only one?
Bro,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Give me a second. So, hey, Haskell, now you said you don't like Henry Kissinger.
He said Olympics.
So let me ask you a question.
Oh, damn, that's what was going on.
So Henry Kissinger, you don't like him. So do you know what realpolitik is?
Who?
Realpolitik, the term REALPOLITIK.
No, what's that?
Okay, realpolitik means countries should act based on national interests and global balance of power. Now you've been arguing that for the past 5 hours.
And you're saying
You don't
Kissinger
like,
was a
but you don't like
proponent of it.
Henry Kissinger.
So he
That's
was a
the basis
proponent of
how
that.
he does business, but you don't like Henry Kissinger.
Oh, so you're saying Kissinger was a proponent of that? He wanted everybody to have equal power.
That's his thinking. Countries should
That's
act
not true.
based on their own national interests.
No, stupid. I believe that he said it out of his mouth. I don't doubt that for 1 second.
I don't know that either.
But that's what evil people do. Like, they know how to feign.
I don't even know why we had a conversation.
Henry Kissinger was a
You ain't
nephew
said
of
nothing in
Satan.
5 hours, and after you get finished talking, you still ain't said nothing in 5 hours.
I remember what Kissinger did to my country.
Right. I remember that too.
And, he had all the flowery words to offer up. That's one penchant of the European. They always have the flowery words, and they're the most moral and the most upright and kind. you know, as they completely destroy you. They got the best
What
PR.
did he do to the brethren?
I tell
Making
people,
evil look fair seeming.
Nothing.
What did he do to the brethren?
Nothing.
I never heard this. He said they ain't do nothing to y'all. Ask him what he do to the brethren.
it's
He
mostly the
totally
IMF.
destabilized the
To the
economy.
brethren.
He totally
Yeah,
destabilized the economy of Jamaica.
He
When
didn't.
Michael Manley met with Henry Kissinger in 1976, he met Henry Kissinger. And Henry Kissinger said to him the same thing Marco Rubio said to the Caribbean. Those Cubans, don't fuck with them. Don't fuck with them because we don't fuck with them. And if you fuck with them, we are going to fuck you up. And Michael said, you can't tell me that. I'm my own big man. He's big man. How are you supposed to tell me who my friends are? And Kissinger said, okay, he's big man. He's big man. Go on, talk your talk. Talk your talk. And soon after that,
So y'all turned on
international
Cuba?
monetary system,
Yeah,
Scotland,
say that again, Chef, because that's exactly what I was about to say.
So
Go ahead.
the white man made y'all turn on y'all brothers. And now you
No, we didn't turn our brothers. We didn't turn.
Y'all started working
But he
with
did.
Castro and you got what you deserve.
Well,
We
that's
weren't
the
working
American
with Castro.
that's the Captain America perspective, right? But go ahead, finish, Stupid.
Right.
Go ahead, dude.
Right. So when Michael said no, and then the Trudeau said to Michael,
Hold
I heard this.
Manley was white, right?
Huh?
Manley
He was like you. He was like you, Chef. Like
He was like
oh,
you,
Man,
Chef.
get
he
the
was like
fuck
one of
out
those
of here,
guys.
dog.
He was racially ambiguous like you, Chef.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'm gonna look Manley up. Go ahead. They lying. They playing
Right.
games.
You niggas can't even
Right,
get the
so-
words out your fucking mouth.
So when Manley went to Trudeau, who was the Prime Minister of Canada at the time, and told him what happened, and Trudeau said to Manley, you are a madman. And Manley said, why? I heard this secondhand. I was at the meeting. I was a young boy. My mother was familiar with somebody who was at the meeting.
We can
And
assume
he
you
said,
weren't at the meeting, bro.
yeah. And Trudeau said to Manley, your country is no fucked. And within less than 3 months, all the international lending agency stopped lending money at favorable interest rates. And that was during the time of the 1977 oil crisis, when the Saudi Arabians did fuckery, and it even affected America. Anybody who
Yeah,
can go back to
we had gas lines around the corner.
That was 73.
Oh, that
73, 70, no, whatever year it was, but it was during that same time period. And you went to the IMF to get money to borrow, and it was like fuckery, it was high interest rate, it was unfavorable conditions, and it was like pseudo sanctions. And over time, the economy got fucked. And he did it in Venezuela, he did it in Grenada, he did it in Nicaragua. Anybody who did not have the American interest, who did not think like the white man, who did not act like the white man, and who were not opinions of the Americans at that time, because it was a Cold War.
So me
you
saying
couldn't
that
have
he
no-
got y'all in line ain't incorrect.
yeah, everybody has to step in line to the American music.
Okay,
They were playing the
I didn't
jig,
say nothing.
and we were dancing.
You shouldn't have been
And we
fucking
were supposed to
with
dance.
Castro. Leave Castro alone, bro. Castro ain't nothing Cuban ever
Bad
done.
for business. Bad for business.
What happened? Well, you know what?
Fucking with Cuba.
I appreciate.
Is bad for business.
If nothing else, I can appreciate
Shit,
Brad's
your honesty.
candor. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can appreciate
because
his
you're not
candor.
fucking
Yeah, I'm not
with
saying
Israel.
it like
Brad-
I'm happy about it. I don't like what he did with
Brass has, Brass is a red, white, and blue. Brass is red, white, and blue, true and true. And it is what it is.
What was
Hey, Haskell, since we doing the street shit, right? since I want to try to do this real quick. If Jamaica needs all this fucking help, right? If they need all this help and support, now they strong, they have some internal issues, but not enough to sink the country. But if you a motherfucker on the street and you need a whole lot of help, and I'm the big dog in the entire state, and I tell you to stop fucking with them Mexicans down the street, and we might be able to have a conversation about me fucking helping you. When I find out you fucking with them Cubans down the street, and I fucking make your life very fucking difficult, bro, and all you had to do was not fuck with them Cubans down the street, sound like it's your fault for fucking with them Cubans down the street.
Today, it would
Nah,
have been
that
the
don't
Cubans.
sound like that. That's not what that sounds like.
You're a
is
Cuban.
fuck-
I
what
expect
that
you to say
sounds like is a bully. It sounds like a piece of shit, fucking
hey, Cuban, guess
evil
what?
bully
I
that
know,
wants to
man.
tell
Yeah,
people
no.
what to
God
do.
bless America,
That
but I'm
needs
gonna
to
tell you this.
mind their fucking
Iran,
business
I know,
across the water and be
know.
concerned with the affairs of their own nation and not with the affairs of other people, telling them who and what to who the fuck they can talk to, be friends with. That's what that
No,
sounds
get it all
like.
out. Get it all out. But your black ass, but your Cuban ass live in Florida, not Cuba. When you keep saying they and them say us, you fucking hypocrite. If you really want to ride with Cuba,
I don't think that's
I know
hypocrisy
in
though.
Florida you can
But
get
see,
to Cuba.
but see,
Hold on, Haskell, don't cut me off. I ain't gonna say that much. You can get to Cuba from Florida in like 40 fucking minutes. If you really want to ride on this motherfucking truth, take your ass to Cuba and say exactly what you said on the same Discord if the rolling blackouts and internet work over that motherfucker. So I'm gonna say this. Now I'm going full American arrogance for the last 10 seconds. Iran is this week. Ecuador is gonna be about a weekend. We're gonna be having a conversation next week because you can save your little fucking voice. We're gonna be talking about Cuba next week. Just understand that shit. Based on what the fuck is happening in Cuba.
but how does that? All of that would substantiate his argument that
I'm
motherfucker
not
was evil.
saying he's
That's
not
what it
wrong.
sounds
No, I'm
like
not
to
saying he's
me.
not wrong. I'm saying he's a hypocrite saying it from Florida.
I don't think so.
When you keep
I don't think
saying
that makes a
they
person a
and them
hypocrite.
and that and this, bro, you
I don't know. Why don't you let me talk, Mr. Freedom of
from
Speech?
this. No,
Why don't
I
you let
really,
me talk, Mr.
no,
Freedom
I
of
didn't say.
Speech?
Hey, I didn't say I was motherfucking.
Now go ahead, keep doing it because what you're doing is you're just showing your colors, the true colors of you. Go ahead.
I know.
Censor people from talking.
Let me go find
Control
it.
the narrative. Go ahead.
Let me go. I don't know
Do
why
what
you
the administration does best. Go ahead.
Okay, the one that you are a member of.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
You live in
I'm
the
a member
United
of what?
States, don't you? You live in the United States?
Oh man, you
Yeah.
see what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah. Okay, I want to ask you.
Nah. See, now
How
look,
far
this
is two
might
keys?
work. This might work with the MAGAs. This might work with the OK USA. Nah, bro. Nah. Go ahead. Keep saying what you say.
We were
discussing.
discussing.
You are a hypocrite because you live in the state. This is that bullshit.
go-
bro.
you said go ahead?
We just had this talk this morning,
You said
but
go
now
ahead?
you get on the show and you say something
I
totally
didn't talk to you this morning.
Yes, you did.
I wasn't in here this morning.
No, this morning talking about like what would be considered. It
Late
was
last
we
night,
spoke.
then. He said
Yes,
technically
we did.
morning.
Okay, yeah. We talked
Midnight.
Yes, we did. And this was something totally different what you were saying.
Well, what did I say?
You know,
that's different?
and now you say, go ahead, Brad. Go ahead.
What
Go
did I
ahead,
say that
because
was
I want
different?
you- go ahead because you're recorded and this is gonna come back and nip you in the ass.
What
Go
was
ahead,
what was
contradict
said that
yourself.
was different?
Go
You
ahead.
tell me to say it now. What did I say that was different?
That you love Cuba.
No, I ain't never said I love Cuban cigars. That's and Cuban crisis. That's about it. I don't love anything else about Cuba. But I'll say this. That's why when Tuck brought up a good point when we were talking about, I understand American hypocrisy and American arrogance, that we are the only people that have used nuclear weapons. I'm not going to sit up here and tell the rest of the world like the government does, y'all can't have nuclear weapons, because their retort would simply be, y'all are the only ones that ever used.
Where he's a fucking CNN fucking
So you saying go ahead and talk until
news
you start?
intel guy.
Are you saying go ahead and talk until you start talking?
Because he corporate.
Okay, so my point was, I understand it. I just don't understand the people in here that they do this thing where they benefit.
We have critique.
So I
we
can
don't-
talk until you start talking.
No, but it's like I don't understand.
No, I'm
what
asking
mean.
you a
don't
question. That was a
understand
simple
these
question.
people.
Yes
Wait,
or no?
you want
Can I talk
everybody?
until
What do you
you
want us
start?
to wear? USA sweatsuits and shit,
So I can talk
and
until
walk
you start
around.
talking. What I'm saying is, I can definitely recognize our American hypocrisy. And I've said that in every conversation and 3 times before I started talking to you. I know we have no leg to tell the rest of the globe what to do. We set up coups, regime changes, all kind of shit. So I'm not ever saying that we right. That we just 100% right. I just know I'm glad I wasn't born anywhere else. And being born in the United States, whether you want to admit it or not, you hit the motherfucking birthplace lottery. Now go on and say whatever the fuck y'all want to say about how bad America is.
So are you basically saying the white man?
Please don't do that. Just deal with what I exactly said. Yeah, see, y'all niggas. This I don't know if y'all fought like this before y'all started watching these conscious niggas, but I swear to God, y'all will listen to a nigga exact words and say, "So what you saying is?"
Yeah, you talking about sprinkling freedom.
I never said no. I get, bro. You know
you don't gotta say it.
Hey, Tuck, do you know how, bro? Do you remember that time, nigga? Do you remember the time of sprinkling freedom in this Discord?
You was on the other side.
There was only 2 people in here that believed that white people went around the globe sprinkling freedom. That was Chef.
But that's essentially no, Brad. That's essentially what you're saying now.
I just said we go around the world committing coups, dropping bombs, and regime change. How the fuck did you get sprinkling freedom all over the world?
Because you said we won the lottery and where we was born in.
Where we were born. I'd rather be born. Wait. Tough. Then answer this simple question. You would rather have not been born. Let me pick a place. Would you have rather been born? No, I'm asking a question real quick. I believe I hit the lottery in the 80s being born in the United States. Do you believe, so would you rather have been born in, I don't know,
Hey, Chef, I'd rather be barefoot.
I mean, no more American football, Tuck.
Would you rather be born in?
You can watch American football anywhere.
Would you rather be born in?
You know that shit different.
When you rap,
not Nicaragua.
Hey, Brendan, come in here and help me clean it up. Would you rather be born?
Brendan, don't come in here.
Would you rather be born on the Gaza Strip in 2024?
Man, Brad, you know me. I'm gonna play contrary.
I know.
I don't give a damn.
I know that's like a polarizing statement, but it's a fact. Maybe people don't want to admit it, but I'm pretty sure based on the opportunities you've gotten and the life you've had. I like hey Tuck. I'm an American that can admit I actually do appreciate the fact that as wrong as it is, and I don't think we should ever have bombed Iran, I appreciate the fact based on where we're situated globally.
Don't do this, Brad. Don't do this.
I'm just telling you that if we bomb a place, 9 times out of 10, they can't bomb us.
Ooh, wait. Who dropping them damn bombs? Stop that.
I don't know.
Stop that shit.
So you would rather live
But Brad, you right. You know you right. That's why.
Yeah,
that's why motherfuckers get so mad. That's why motherfuckers get so mad when you fight like that, Brad. Just chill. Just stop us out, Debo.
Can I fight now? Can I fight now?
Go ahead. Fight.
Can I fight now? Remember, Brass had the statement to me one day: if somebody gave me $1 million, if I would leave United States, and I said, hell yes. Because there are places. Yes, I did say that.
Yeah,
I think
you did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, because there are places in the world where $1 million you can live very good for the rest of your life. Right? Brass didn't take that into consideration before he made that statement. But afterwards, he researched it. Because I know that nigger is going to research that shit. And then if I was wrong, he would come back and cut my throat. But he couldn't. Right? But let's be honest, because him learn my fighting style and him learn how to fight with my own fighting style. No, I'm not saying America is not one of the greatest countries in the world. But in 2026, if we look at metrics, if we look at international metrics, America begin to fall short. And many of us will have to agree with that. If we look at international metrics, standard of living, life expectancy, education level, while you could say that as a white person in the 40s, I don't think you could say that as a black person at any time in America. It's not the greatest country in the world. What's a great country? Nobody's denying that. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't great.
You don't
Right?
believe the United States is the greatest country in the world?
I don't believe that. You believe that? You believe that?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
No, Brad.
Seriously?
Don't be. Oh my God, Brad.
Yes, I do.
Not in real.
I don't listen.
Living.
When I start, you know what's funny?
Living.
You know what's funny? When a black person says that the United States is the greatest country in the world and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, do you know the weakness that other people show when they start somehow saying that that's like you want to be a white man or something? Y'all do know.
Nah, this is virtue signaling.
Wait.
Nah, this is virtue signaling. No, Brad.
I'm
You told me
reading
to
the chat.
stop.
I'm not.
You did it.
Stop. I'm reading. Chuck. You just on the panel. I'm running the show in the chat. I didn't make
my
it
bad.
up.
My
Yeah,
bad.
I'm not
My
making
bad.
this up. Listen, I'm not. Look, he wants the white man lifestyle. That was a statement.
Oh, okay.
I
They're going
don't.
too far.
You do know that we fought in every war in this country. Do you know the blood that's been shed to get as far as we have gotten? No matter whether you like it or not. What we supposed to like leave because of what? We fought.
That's my thing. You going somewhere else, basically hit the reset button.
Hold on. Do you know we fought in this? We fought, came home, and got motherfucking. They used the GI Bill. This is the country that we fought with the same promise of the GI Bill. Came home, got blocked from the GI Bill, used the GI Bill to then create the white middle class, and then we went and fought again. Bro, this country is as much ours as anybody on the globe.
But that does not make
But it don't make it the greatest though.
We the victims of this country is what it sounds like.
There you go.
Yeah, it sounds like you a lackey, like you getting used and abused.
Wait.
If you fight and die for me,
ask the question rather
and
than
you make promise. You ain't no.
The Tuskegee Airmen are lackeys.
Yeah, I don't. What? I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Don't
fighting in the
Hold on, let me
military.
answer the question. Specifically, the thing you cited was after World War II. Those soldiers came back. I don't know if you're talking about World War II, but this is what I'm talking about, and it's been multiple times with it. Right. But I'm saying specifically World War II, and there were other instances too, but this one is fresh in my mind.
Okay.
When them soldiers came back from World War II, and they were supposed to get their benefits and their GI benefits and all that shit, the U.S. government said, "Nigga, fuck you."
Okay.
Right. So, and that's not the only instance where something like that happened, right? So
they massacred them niggas after World War One.
Okay.
Right.
After World War One, they came home. And they
But at
kicked us
some
off
point,
our ass.
wait. But I want to. At some point, y'all use the word lackeys. At some point in y'all argument, I want to hear one of y'all say the Tuskegee Airmen were lackeys.
You said, I'm not talking about the Tuskegee Airmen. I don't know if y'all were having a different conversation prior to me coming back in, but
no, but they
if
fought
you
in this
get
country.
that's fine. But if you keep fighting for a motherfucker that keep fucking you over, you're a lackey. That's what you are.
Oh, okay. Okay, bro.
Is that an unfair?
I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't even know how to begin to talk about that.
If you go to war for somebody and they promise you X, Y, Z,
Cuba in the ass, you can kick Jamaica in the ass. You can say, and the moment somebody say something,
I know you're looking for an argument.
No, you got to be able to stand on and fight these niggas.
No, but why? How do you? I agree.
Hey,
Chef, I agree with you, Chef. But how is a room?
I'm on
full
your
of
side. I'm not
saying.
Listen. That's what I'm talking about. Why you arguing? I don't know. I don't know why you're arguing, Brad. All you got to do is scroll down. All you got to do is scroll down on the in the fucking general chat and go and see my grandparents' World War I and World War II. and then tell me that my great grandparents was goddamn lackeys for fighting in every fucking war. McKinney fought and died.
They were lackeys.
You niggas to be able to sit on this goddamn thing and talk about who's a lackey and who ain't a lackey. And you niggas ain't got up on the goddamn couch. Listen, you arguing with a brother who ain't been up off the goddamn couch in months.
They were lackeys. They were lackeys.
I'm not a lackey.
It hurts, but that's what it is.
So if you came here, so Haskell, if you came here, what does that mean?
Not recognize that it's a bunch of fools. And
that means we under their heels too, Fetty. That's what that means.
Okay, all right. Okay.
We don't make. Listen, when we're talking about Henry Kissinger and his the bullshit that he did in Jamaica, right? The people who have a Pan-Africanist mindset, the Pan-Africanism is largely built around the fact that this motherfucker is whooping all our ass. That's what that's built around. And Pan-Africanism as an ideology is something that was developed as to be an answer to that. Now, we don't have nowhere near the capability to put no fight up. But if we being real, if a motherfucker send you off, right, and say, hey man, I'm gonna give you this, what, XYZ, this, why, that, if you go die for me, I go do that. And then when I come back, nigga say, hey man, I ain't got that for you, nigga, fuck you. And then I go fight from it. Hold on.
But what happened?
Hold on, Chef. And then I go and go fight for that same person again. What am I?
If it was a nigga that could see it, Haskell. It's his good white man that can't see it. If it was a nigga that be able to tell.
If you was fighting for a person, but they was fighting for a country that they wanted to get better, that had got better for them, but had an idea in their head of a country that they wanted to get better than what it was, right? But they was fighting for a country, not for a man.
And they got
the definition of a life. They just told us the definition.
Oscar, listen to what Cole just said. Boss, I'm going to prove to you that I'm a good Negro, boss. I'm going
That's
to fight
crazy. Nah, y'all ain't gonna
And when I
disrespect
finish-
African Americans.
But when I finish fighting, boss.
Hey, Brad, this shit
you-
is Jamaica, Cuba. So everybody got to get some abuse.
We not doing that.
We got to pass the abuse around.
Y'all can talk. I mean, y'all can have that sentiment about people now, but don't go back in time. Don't do that. But if y'all can call niggas lackeys now, whatever, I can talk about that. But to say the people back there who even Corey's ancestors and all that, that's crazy.
Iran would be a black boy, one of your black cousins who over there right now in Iran or wherever they deployed at is a lackey right now.
Yes. I have a cousin over. I have a cousin over there right now. He's Marine infantry. He's a lackey. You're fighting for the interest. You're fighting for the interest of greedy, psychopathic billionaires. All that. Let me tell you something. All that fighting for your country shit. All that. Hold on. Listen. This is what I'm saying. Let me get it off. All that fighting for your country shit, nigga. That's games.
Yeah.
You get the game ran on you. You ain't fighting for no motherfucking country.
Nasty word. Nasty word. Nasty.
You fighting for some sick ass billionaires. That's what you fighting for.
Kissinger should have finished the job.
There's a piece where there's an element where I do agree with you, Haskell. There's an element where I do agree with you, but careful with how we usher in and evoke the Pan-African idea. Because when you study the first formalized effort of the Pan-African movement, they wasn't revolutionaries. They were reformists. And they believed in the British and an American Constitution and trying to change colonial laws to make Negroes and Africans at that time more acceptable and more equal inside the system. So they wasn't revolutionary at that particular time and point. So we got to be careful how we bring in the Pan-African piece, because that took a generation before we started being revolutionary in that way.
Yes, and I agree with you. They were trying to prove themselves to be good Negroes that need to be recognized by the early Pan-Africanism. We're saying that I'm a good Negro, Mr. White Man. I'm equal to you, Mr. White Man.
Yeah, they were trying to prove equal.
I can use the knife and fork, Mr. White Man.
Absolutely. Yep.
So did it end up
ultimately, what is it?
did it end up with did somebody finally say that Tuskegee Airmen was lackeys, or y'all moved on? I had a phone call. I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
Well, y'all willing
We
to
ain't
go
gonna
that
say what
far?
you wanted. We ain't gonna say what you want us to say, bro.
No, I'm just wait. Are you Jamaican too?
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him. It's the truth.
So you agree that the Tuskegee Airmen is lackeys?
Hey, Brad.
Just say the
Brad,
words. I just need the words on.
I know. That's where you want to argue from.
I do. I ain't gonna lie to
You
you.
the chat GPT some shit.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not. Hey, I have nothing to, bro. Do you understand that if you say the words that Tuskegee Airmen was lackeys, I don't even need to speak again.
I don't have any problem saying it. I don't have
I'm
any
never
problem
gonna
saying
forget
it.
that. Thunder called Martin Luther King a nigga. That will forever be my rebuttal. And everything he say from that point forward, I will every time he say 2 + 2 is 4.
Look,
I'm gonna say coming from the guy that thinks Martin Luther King is a nigga.
You're fighting the ghost, Brad. You're fighting the ghost.
No, I didn't hear you say the words, but that's cool.
If you fighting in a war for a country that essentially sees you as subhuman, or at the very best, a second-class citizen, you are a lackey, or you're in a lackey position.
Let's say the words the Tuskegee Airmen was
the
like.
Tuskegee Airmen.
Hold on, wait. He about to
Tuskegee Airmen were lackey. There you go.
All right,
hold on,
We need to have a revolution in this motherfucker. We need to clean house. Martin Luther King been a nigga in the past 3 weeks. Martin Luther King been a nigga, and now the Tuskegee Airmen is
not the same thing. That's not the same thing. Lackey is a position. Yeah, lackey is a position. Calling somebody a Negro is disrespecting fundamentally that person's humanity.
That's a fact. You're right.
Right. No, listen.
Little bit of hyperbole. I'm exercising hyperbole.
All right, Braz, let me say this, Braz. Let me say this to everybody. When the black men went down to Tuskegee, the majority of them, it was sold to them to prove to the white man that you can be just a good pilot as them. That was the owners of it. I can do what the white man can do, and I can prove it to you. We have always been trying to prove to the white man that we need to be recognized, that we're just as good as them. And we don't need to prove shit to them. We know that already.
It's not limited to Americans, just so you know. This motherfucker is punking all of us. So don't get that part of it fucked up. We some motherfucking lackeys too.
I thought Jamaicans fought in American wars also.
Yeah, and we're lackeys.
They did. We're lackeys too. And we're lackeys too. So
y'all the only niggas that ain't lackeys in this.
I don't hope it's, just in case it's any FBA in here thinking I'm on some tethered superior Jamaican shit, just understand, no, I'm not.
We're calling it out.
Okay,
all of us is lackeys.
I still just put
Nigger
with that. So I'll apologize.
We want to prove to the white man that we're just as good as
y'all had me in my feelings.
On his ground. Now listen, Mr. White Man, I'm just as good as you, Mr. White Man. Look at me. Hey, look at me. I'm just as good as you.
So y'all did the same thing with the British?
Of course.
We just said that. Jamaicans, all of their wars also. They put them niggas in uniforms, put guns in their hands, told them to go shoot.
Listen, so just so it ain't confused, Brass, the Jamaican, the Nigerian, the Ghanaian, the Black American, the goddamn whoever you want to name.
Damn, all subscribers blackies.
You motherfucking Jamaicans.
We all collectively getting punked out this bitch. That's the reality.
What's the other Jamaican soundboard shit?
Yeah, all of us. Lining up for the white man.
Who took the Bumbleclad out the
I don't know. Somebody else did that, but they was right on time.
Took the Bumbleclad out. This was a perfect. Oh, here it is.
I'm guessing they had to be.
There it is.
Yeah. There you go. Y'all niggas. I can't do it.
And wait, this one might fit too.
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
No, it's not. It's not. All
There's some powerful niggardry going on here.
No. most of us line up for that white man.
Well, so when Corey showed that picture, y'all told Corey his family was lackeys too?
Yeah.
Damn.
It hurts. It hurts. Like when we look back in the pages of history, right? Because we're not related to those people and we're far removed, we have no problem contextualizing it the way how it was. When they talk about those quote unquote sub-Saharan soldiers that the Moroccan Empire used in their wars, even though supposedly these soldiers were a part of the empire, right? They were essentially citizens. Nobody minces words. That was a slave army. And that's the terminology that we use because we don't know their we don't know their grandmothers, we don't know their great grandmothers, and who all that part of it is emotion.
Queen and Zinga. When we talk about Queen and Zinga, we don't miss
Hold on,
words.
no, he's making a good point. What are you doing?
Yeah. We don't. I understand right now. Listen to what I'm saying. Smalls. Would I say it if I was in front of Corey's family? I'm not going to say that because it's disrespectful. Right. So there's something about civility, right, and politeness and things like that, right? And you understand that we have emotional ties to our ancestors. But on this Discord, the way that I'm speaking of is just the reality of the situation that we were in and are in. That's just one.
Hey Haskell, did you read what the brother Vyasa just said in the chat? He said, I'm gonna just read what he said because he's not in. From Buffalo Soldiers.
You actually be reading the chat, Fetty?
Huh?
You be reading the chat for real and be on the panel?
I mean, he just
All
posted
of
it.
them Buffalo Soldiers.
No, I'm saying, I know the reason I'm saying that.
Hold on.
No, the reason I'm saying that is that dope. If you don't mind, could you bring up more shit that you find interesting from the chat? That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, I got you. He was just saying that lastly, we fought for escapism of poverty, even the idea of being trapped in birth cities. I don't know what that means. From Vietnam to present, rarely is it patriotic. Never was it lackey. So he's basically saying the reason why we fought for things in America wasn't from the framework y'all talking about. It was more so fighting for respect and civil rights and standing up to it. You know what I mean?
It's for fighting for white man acceptance. That's what he said.
A lot of it is that's validation. That's validation.
Is it accepted? I mean, I'm not gonna try to say everything like what y'all saying is 100% wrong, but maybe y'all need to change the framework by generalizing how all people, because a lot of people who was fighting the fight, right, wasn't really looking for acceptance at the end of it. They were just trying to let it be known, hey, we're not having it. So you can't
just be crazy Jamaicans, bro. But moving forward,
the Civil War.
This is for the show, Haskell. This is for the show, Haskell. 1 second. Did y'all at least sort out what y'all did? Because we've been 6 hours, and I need my laptop for something else. So if you're gonna go for a reason, then we can keep going. If not, let me stop this and start another. So y'all at least sorted out your original.
Oh, it just got good.
Don't stop it,
I think that's a good topic.
Well, goddamn it, y'all gotta okay.
Oh, why you don't got 2 laptops though?
Nigga, why you don't got one fucking laptop? Goddamn, bro, y'all be acting like you nigga fucking hijacking my shit for 7 hours, motherfucker. I'm trying to do something else.
One laptop and shit.
Bro, I got one laptop for this. Bro, you told me to get the laptop, you piece of shit. You gonna tell me to get the M3 and then try to blast me and say why you ain't got
real
2.
life. That's what I be saying. Niggas be broke in real life.
Yeah, okay. You think, hey, you don't want a money fight. Let's not money fight. Let's not do that.
He baiting you.
Hey,
Brad.
niggas only got one laptop out there.
Brad,
anything can happen, Brad. Okay, so for the chat, that is a motherfucker saying I got one laptop is a motherfucker that showed me the laptop to buy that I bought in less than 30 seconds. No matter what the price was,
you should have brought 2.
Hey,
now you buy no fucking 2. You open up your fucking laptop.
Rich Blood, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, Rich Blood. Don't fall for it. That's why I'm telling you, don't fall for it. You don't get the point I'm making it.
Don't talk to cut off our show because he only got one laptop.
What the fuck you mean our show? And let's use a different laptop.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I hate
Don't fall for it, Brad.
I swear to God, Chef.
Elijah, where you at, Elijah? Turn that laptop on, Elijah.
Yeah, when are y'all
God
niggas turn my
damn.
laptop on, bro? I got
Chef,
shit to
you
do. It's tax
horrible.
season. It is tax season, brother. Fuck that.
We trying to figure out how our people became lackeys.
I'm not listening to this nigga that said the Tuskegee Airmen was lackeys and fucking.
Okay, we do.
The nigga, Corey showed him a picture. He said they was lackeys too. Where this conversation going?
No. So
You know what I'll say?
this is
Oh,
the
go
real
ahead, Chef.
conversation, though, y'all. Even though we playing around, it is a serious conversation because what we're doing is we're assessing the role of our people in this country historically, right? And I think it's a dope conversation to actually review that and how do we see our people in history? You dig what I'm saying? Did they always play a heroic role? Did they sometimes play a lackey role? Like all of that should be in when we're assessing the role of our people. You know what I mean? It's historic analysis.
Well, you know what I'll say?
These same people that we're calling lackeys, though. Listen, all jokes aside. All jokes aside.
Right.
All jokes aside, the same people that we're calling lackeys, right? Let's be clear that these same people, when we talk about doing this to get this or this, that, and the other, yeah, we fought in all the wars. But when we got back, these are the same people. Most of the things that we did, these are arguments that also led to the civil rights movement in '64.
Mm-hmm.
And these are also things that led to the Voting Rights Act. So when we have this this thing where we say they doing these things for absolute nothing and you weren't given anything, blah blah blah. Nah, it most certainly benefited us. It gave us momentum for civil rights. It did give us some political leverage in these conversations. I think it might have been treated a little bit different had we not had we somehow used that. A lot of the rights that people enjoy today came from the struggle and sacrifice of the people that we're calling lackeys in 2026.
That's right.
So that'd be my piece for the argument. I'm leaving. I'll let this fucking laptop run. Throw it out the window when I'm done. But I'll be back.
Hey, can I just say this real quick? Go ahead, Brother Majasi.
No, go ahead, Smalls. Go ahead, Smalls. I'm always
well, you know what? My thing's real quick. I just wanted to say, I kind of had to go on mute and reassess the shit because, like, Brother Haskell and Brother Stu Pease, I think maybe your verbiage was kind of a little off, but it could open up a bigger conversation.
Yeah, it was on purpose. It was meant to be.
You were right. Because I wasn't joking when I said I'll apologize for that that shit I put in the general. I'm not gonna lie, I was about to cuss both of y'all out, and I would have lost that because both of y'all are better at that than I am. I'll give it to y'all, but I was about to go the fuck off. But yeah, I think it would make for a good conversation. Go ahead, Brother Majasi.
Oh, I think that's good. And I kind of figured Haskell was just kind of, I ain't gonna say trolling, but he was kind of evoking just some spirit and thought around how do we analyze. And I think Seth is right. It does deserve, us assessing. When I think about some of the black men who fought in World War I, they showed up when they got back, if they made it back. They wasn't no lackeys. They challenged everything America when they came back. Some were reformists. Some came back complete revolutionists. Some came back with ideologies that was antagonistic to what they thought America was. Some came and said they truly believe and was more patriotic than they left. But there was a lot of black men that didn't come back and represent anything dealing with lackey. And I mean, I think about Oliver Law, who was he fought in the infantry in World War I, and how he came back and literally became one of the most chief socialists and anti-capitalists that, you could read about. Me and Brass earlier was talking about Hubert Harrison. If any of y'all know anything about Hubert Harrison, phenomenal dude behind several movements in the early 20th century. Claude McKay, A. Philip Randolph, these were World War I veterans. James Reese Europe. Black musician who like curated Black space to be able to have deeper conversations before he was lynched in his uniform on and representing not only an American soldier, but an American Negro soldier at that time. There's nothing lackey about Black folks in our psychology trying to, declare our identity in space here in America. But it wasn't all this conformist we're trying to prove and get affirmation and validation from white men. Most of it was the declaration of our manhood in these wars. Now to sit up here and put ourselves in an equal position that if I'm willing to die for this country, damn it, I deserve the rights and the liberty that the Constitution claimed that it offers people. So in some way, you can make the argument that eliciting and willing to give ourselves for battle for this country declared, in some sense, a psychological masculine war on masculinity at that time. To sit up here and prove, and not only prove, but validate that we could proclaim a space of our own freedom and what we wanted in America. So just analyzing some of these dudes, there's nothing lackey about them. There's nothing soft about that. It took some serious courage and fortification to do what they did in any of these wars that we stepped up. I'll land there.
Yeah, so for me, people always have their own definitions of words, but for me, the way I'm using the term lackey is more so the position that you're in, right? You could be a bad motherfucker, right? Way more brave than me and be a send-off for another man, right? One thing doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the other. When the war with England was going on, and those slaves were literally fighting for the right to get their freedom, right? To be recognized as citizens. That's the position that they're in. Now, is still something noble in that, right? And I use the word lackey because I was purposely trying to find the most abrasive word that I could think of that would, touch people's nerves, like make, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I know.
But collectively, that's the position that we're in. If you literally got to put your life on the line to even be recognized as a human being in the country that you live, you're in an extremely subservient position. No matter what type of a metal of man that you are, that's just what it is. And if these people continually keep screwing you over, not giving these benefits and things that they promise to you, and then you continue to fight after that, it is what it is. It's ugly. Yeah. It's painful. It hurts. You know what I'm saying? Those are y'all grandfathers and great grandfathers. So you know what I'm saying? But that's just what it is. If my mother used to sell vagina, right? My mama did not sell vagina, by the way.
Okay, thank you for qualifying that. Like, I don't know if that's
but if all right, so most prostitutes, they have children, right? And there are people walking around in the world today that had mothers who had to sell sex, some of them to survive, and they had to do it. Now, there's something noble in that, right? The fact that a mother would do that for her child. But the reality is, you're still a whore. That's just what it is.
But wouldn't she be a victim of the system that created that and not a whore?
Absolutely. No, you're still both. No, you're still both. Like a whore describes an activity. It describes a position. Like if you sell sex, you're a whore. The catalyst for that, or that's separate and apart from what defines that word.
And you got a way with words, Esco. That 10 times better than me, brother. You got a handle on this British language much more better than I do.
No, but in truth and in fact is that we have always yearned for the recognition of others. But even today, when we look at people, we look at black men coming from poor communities, and when they get access to wealth, how they display it with the same bubbles and the same trinkets that we have always done in order to be recognized by the persons that would believe that is better than us. It continues into perpetuity. We have been forever lackeys, and we continue to move and act like lackeys. And we see it every day. We see it among us. We see our men want to come into work, they start dressing like they're peacocks, parading in the park. Say, look at me, I have arrived down here. This is me. You must accept me because I'm dressed in all your trinkets. I drive the car that the richest among you drive. I wear the watch that the richest among you wear, and I wear the clothes. Look at me. Is that not
But
the actions of a lackey?
Stoopies, to Majasi's point, right? How would you characterize the men that don't do any of that stuff?
Right.
But
And
they're
I'm gonna give you
still
two
in.
names.
But they're still
Harry
in. They're
Haywood.
still. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sass.
No, I was saying, how would you characterize Stoopies, right? The men who don't do all of that, because I think that's another branch of being in a lackey position, right?
Right.
They're honorable men, they're noble, but they're fighting wars for a country that doesn't respect them. How would you characterize that person?
I think there's varying degree of lackeyism, for want of a better word. Lackeyism is a behavior. There's varying degree of coonishness, right? And when you're powerless in an environment, sometimes it's about survival. And we can sit here and define it and recognize it. But unless you have been hungry, you don't know how some people resort to cannibalism. And that's the situation that we're in. We can identify the problem, we can identify the symptoms, but at this time, I don't know the solution. I don't know the solution. And can you develop a solution in a hostile environment? Can you exist as an individual outside of the American system that perpetuates that you must act and behave in a certain fashion to be accepted?
You can't. Not right now. If we're
Not
being
right
honest with
now.
ourselves.
If we're in the fishbowl, we have to act like fish. You can't act like fish when you're in the fishbowl. So if we swim around and smile and nod, because we're in a situation that we cannot change the paradigm. But that don't make us less alike.
So the reason why I'm have a hard time accepting that thesis of the Stoopies is that I think about people like C.L.R. James or people like Harry Haywood. Now, of that time of the early 20th century, these guys were like, they were your leftists of your left. Jacobins, if you've ever heard that term before. Haywood wrote the book Black Bolshevik, and he was heavily influenced by the Communist Party. And everything that American capitalism represented, he despised it. Same as C.L.R. James. They despised it. Okay. James was a Trinidadian that moved to America, but also got ousted of America and had to live in Europe for about 9 years before he came back. And a lot of deep involvement with continental African politics in the early 20th century. These guys, both World War I veterans, did not feel situated and comfortable with the predicament of Black folks, nor did they feel like they needed to emulate white capitalist ideology. They despised it. They organized against it. Haywood was significant down south, organizing Black sharecroppers against the peonage system and some of the extending expressions of Jim Crowism was in Mississippi and Alabama. These Black communists stood tall against it. They recognized it, and they stood tall against what that trope that you're saying that some of us middle class blacks kind of lend to. And so when I look at biographies like that, it makes it difficult and it complicates me for being able to fully embrace your position on how some of us attempted to aspire to and receive validation and mimic the power dynamics of white folks, because they didn't. They rejected, and they lived a life fruitful of that rejection.
So Stuppies as a
let me finish. Let me answer. And I agree with you, because in every rule there are exceptions. There are always great men of great character.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
those men were those. And those men were those. They recognized the system and recognized what it was. And realized that, listen, I am not participating in this bullshit anymore.
That's right.
That is why in the 50s and 60s, many black persons moved towards communism. If you look at it, and that's a black
absolutely.
person who were,
Oh yes.
Because
Black
they realized
Panther
that
Party,
the American,
yeah.
they realized that the
And
American
actually,
system,
Stuppies, I would go back a generation before that. In the 20s and the 30s, they moved towards the Communist and Socialist Party. Go ahead, sir.
because they recognized that this system is one that wanted to have them as lackeys, have them to buy into a system where the price that they pay
There you go.
was far
There you
more
go.
than their ROI, their return on investment. So
Yes,
these men
that's right.
realized that the ROI that the American system was selling to them did not make any sense. If I come home from World War I and I can't put on the uniform, I can walk proudly that I served in the trenches, that I nearly died without fear of being lynched. And even coming home after World War II, the uniform was still no protection. Because many black men after World War I thought that the uniform was a barrier that protected them from this from these racist individuals
After
within
Vietnam,
the state.
same story.
Yeah,
Same
they
story.
thought that the state would recognize the uniform, that the state, that America would recognize the uniform, that this person is also an American. But you didn't get American citizenship until 1865. Prior to that, as a black person, you were stateless.
I would say
You were
1965.
African American.
1964, 1965.
1864, you were stateless. So when you come from World War II, less than 50 to 60 years later, you just got statehood, but you were not recognized as a member of the state. You were only recognized as a tool to be manipulated to the benefit of the system.
Right.
And it continue up until the 80s and 90s, where some people decide that we're not playing that game anymore.
That's right.
We're not playing that game anymore.
Let me ask you this
real quick. So let me drop this
go
little bit
ahead.
in to say with that analysis, Stuppies, to say that the social psychology of that generation of black men were lackeys is just inconsistent. Go ahead, Brother Askell.
Real quick. Somebody was trying to get in. I don't know who that is.
This is Basab.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Okay, what's happening?
I'm saying this because y'all keep mentioning World War One. Do y'all realize the majority of us, and I'm speaking about black people, we fought for the French, not the U.S. Not the U.S. It's been my son at the moment. But when we got over there, we still in Jim Crow, and the states traded us off, and we wound up fighting for the French instead. And I'm sitting back saying that to say you see that pattern up until let's round it out and say after World War II. But from the revolutionary period until World War II, you see us kind of being a buffer class of soldiers, and we picked who benefit our fighting purpose more. If the British promised us liberty, then that's what side we fighting on for liberty. Not the British, but liberty.
Liberty.
If the Patriots, quote unquote, are promising us liberty, then we're gonna ride with them. You see this in the Civil War, up until World War I and II. And that's why I was saying earlier when I wrote it down, you would have to break it into 3 tiers. And it's all a form of escapism when you're talking about the African American soldier. The first form of escapism is from slavery as itself, bondage. Your second tier is the escapism of Jim Crow. So now you're fighting for civil rights and respect. Your third tier would be poverty. A lot of the brothers joining today, they're doing it to escape the places they're
Escape
born and
poverty.
from.
That's right.
Yeah. It's very rarely that we over patriotic and decide to make these life decisions. And never was we lackey in it. I got a cold coming, so I'm gonna move back out. But
you good, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So you see, Mujasi, that's where me and Stu Pease diverge a little bit. Because for me, it isn't even so much about the mindset of the people who have to go fight in these wars. It's the fact that you pretty much have to go fight in these wars. That's where the lackeyism for me comes in. You know, it's more so of being in a subservient position, having to put your life on the line for a nation that doesn't respect you. Now, a lot of them causes could be noble because you got to do what you have to do, but the reality is the reality. So my take is a little bit different. I don't really care so much about if a guy wants to fit in or be seen as an accepted. That's not a necessary part for my definition. You know what I'm saying? So let me ask you this question, Mujasi. Right now, Donald Trump, Condoleezza Rice, you have some others are angling towards a ground war in Iran, right? Would it be unfair for me to characterize really any soldier? This includes the whites too. They would be lackeys also, but I'm talking about our people, right? Would it be fair for me to characterize them? If you going over Iran to fight this proxy war for Israel, no matter how noble you are as a man, as an individual, you are a lackey. You're in a lackey position. Would that be fair or unfair?
Wait, who are you referring to? The soldiers or?
I'm saying any black soldier.
Any black soldier going over there?
Who ends up getting sent to Iran to fight in a ground war. Is that a fair characterization on my part?
No, honestly, I don't even know if I'm qualified to even answer that question. Because
yes, you are. you absolutely are.
For today's black soldier,
I'm talking about right now.
Right now, for today's black soldier going over to fight in potentially a ground war in Iran, I can't say I'm qualified to answer that. I wouldn't even know. I don't even know the psyche of why somebody would join the Marines or the Marine Corps. I don't know, because that's so far away from. Couldn't even answer that and say, whether they lackeys or not. No, I don't like what Viasco did, and what all of us is sharing into this discussion is that we're seeing that the social psychology of black soldiers in the American Revolution and the Civil War and World War I, World War II had different aims. And I love how Viasco said that there's the fundamental root of some of that was escapism away from bondage and away from servitude and to find some form of liberation. That's a perfect reframing. I don't know if I can apply that to the black soldier today. So I don't understand the social psychological disposition of a black soldier today. So to call him a lackey, I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer. I just don't. I don't know. I have no idea.
A lot. I think he said it about the financial. Visa said that there was a financial aspect to that third tier that he talked about. And
you think that might be relevant today?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We do it because of we want to get a little bit of higher education, because in the military you can get higher education, you can get housing for your family, you get food rations, like you know what I'm saying, all like healthcare, like it's so many kind of those same reasons. It amounts to the same kind of liberation type of idea, you know what I mean? I don't think it's no overwhelming patriotism even in it today. So yeah.
In light of that,
over there.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You say you don't know of many brothers who are going over there?
I don't know a lot of brothers who are enlisted in the last 5-10 years. I don't know a lot of brothers that do.
Well, the
that.
numbers
got
are
a few family
dwindling.
members.
The numbers are dwindling, right? But Black Americans, I believe, last I checked, they make. I know it's a very disproportionate number. I don't know if are they the bulk of the enlisted, Corey? I gotta Google
That I wouldn't know that, but yeah,
But
I
it's certainly
wouldn't know that.
it's certainly I can say this with confidence. I got to look it up after, but I can confidently say
Puerto Ricans are the
it's
bulk.
it's
Puerto
well
Ricans
it's
are middle American white men. Poor white men
are
and
the
Puerto
bulk,
Ricans are the bulk.
but it's well over
Followed by black
And the
13.
poor white man is doing it for the same reasons. I mean, it's not no overwhelming patriotism. They trying to get a college, you know what I mean, through college or
Of course,
you know what I mean,
think
or
about
whatever the hell
think
it
about
is,
how
you know.
crazy that is, dog. Think about how crazy that is.
Absolutely, it is crazy.
You're gonna get sent off to Iraq. It's not Iraq, excuse me, Iran, right? In a place where these people know for a fact motherfuckers gonna get slaughtered because of the topography of Iran, right? And they're
And the level of
capability,
preparedness.
the level of all of it. They know if they send ground troops over there right now, it's like throwing motherfuckers in a wood chipper, Corey. I'm just being. That's
No,
just what it is.
absolutely. The ground war would be absolutely devastating. But
Devastating. And
when
wait a
you're
minute.
hungry, you gotta eat. So them boys on the ground, they hungry. So when you're hungry, you gotta eat. So, you know,
So if a good subsection of us are still that fucked up to where we have to be meal for the grist or grist for the mill. I fucked that up. Just to get a college education or somewhere to live. That's fucked up.
It's like that for a lot of Americans, and now you coming around to my side of the table here. This is the type of shit I talk about every day.
That's right. Corey usually build on this all the time. So I will probably, my analysis of that, if we're using the 3 frameworks that Brother Viasca put on the table and talk about that necessity to find some financial opportunities and stability by enlisting, we'll look at that more an oppressed individual and not necessarily a lack. There's something that happened to me, and I'm part of a group of people that's been systemically that's keeping me subservient in this certain position.
Absolutely. Yeah, circumstances. I mean, you got to basically work with the cards you was dealt. You know what I mean?
There you go. There you go. Lack, you make it sound like it's something that's deficiently wrong with me. Something's wrong with my, aptitude and my behaviors, and it seems pathological. Like, I guess that's what I'm interpreting from Becky, but I think the way you're defining it, and you're much more colorful, more in depth with language,
Sure.
It's just
but Justin, I have to push back on you. Because earlier mentioned those brave soldiers who returned from World War I and World War II, who went to change the system. Yes? I didn't touch it.
Sorry.
That's not me. I didn't touch coconut water. I can't drink that. No.
The coconut water.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me you can't drink coconut water, man? Cut that.
I can't drink it.
You gotta cut that. You hear him, Haskell? You gotta disown him, Haskell. I need you to disown him right now.
I don't think
No, I can't drink it. I can't drink it.
I need you to disavow him right now, Haskell.
Health reasons.
That's hilarious.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no. This is what I'm saying.
Y'all be using shit like colorful language. Why don't we just call it disrespect? Like, why the fuck? Y'all be the first people to call some shit and say keep it real, and then come back and say calling us Tuskegee Airmen is colorful language. It's disrespect.
Hey, it was prompted by your vicious attack on Jamaica and Cuba. You caused this.
This is where it's stemming from. Okay.
I got the Tuskegee Airmen hit. because Kissinger did what he was supposed to do.
Yep. Your fault.
Yes.
Okay. I can accept that. I can accept that. And still call, if you calling what I did, hold on. But if you calling what I did disrespect, I'm not accepting from Mujasi that this is colorful language. I dropped a bomb and you dropped one too. If they both was disrespectful, neither was colorful.
The choice of language was disrespectful.
Okay.
You know, but at the same time,
so Lackey don't fall under that category.
Lackey is disrespectful as fuck. I ain't running with colorful language.
I'm just asking now.
You know
what I will say now that I got to the bottom, now that I got more information, I will say, Haskell, I think y'all been having a fair fight. But I want to know, do you qualify Lackey as in the category of disrespectful?
Yeah, I said it. I wouldn't say it in front of your family if they were here. You get what I said that earlier, right?
Corey family listening. The nigga sold out of
No, they ain't. You know what? I'm a fair guy. When you bring something on the table, when you put something on the table, it's there for the beating. You know what I mean?
Corey's family right now is listening to this, and when he said a picture, and Corey, I need you to go on mute. When he said that his family was showed the beautiful picture that we celebrated last week, and you saying Lackey, I'm sure his phone went crazy.
Y'all, I was there. I was there to say it, so I kind of had to, like,
crazy.
You know, I couldn't back down. But let me say this though.
To be fair though, Brad, I gotta say I didn't know, but I think that was your fault. He did. I gotta blame you, right? Because I think
here we go with the geopolitics of the day.
Defending you, not knowing that you had threw a shot already. You know,
all I said was I didn't say the Jamaicans was Lackey. I think that we should put Stu P's citizenship up for grabs because he can't drink coconut water for some reason. But I will say that Lackey and Kissinger getting the Caribbean nations in order. They need. I dropped a small bomb.
In order.
Wow. You gotta at least say you look at Stu P's different now. That he can't drink. That you know he can't drink coconut water.
It's only two.
Like you don't look at him a little bit different. Just slightly different.
No, come on, Brad's been talking like that. So
no, I'm talking about Stu P. The fact that he can't drink coconut
water.
That don't make you like look at him just slightly different. Just a little bit. Just a little bit different.
Anathema and Harold. I don't know what the fuck Stu P's is, but you ain't no Jamaican. They never not drink no fucking coconut water. So I don't want to hear
that. Would definitely make me look like if Brass be like, yo, fuck watermelon. Like I'm gonna have a side eye. Even though I
wait a minute.
Watermelon,
Corey, wait a minute. Hold on, Corey. Check this out real quick, Brad. So where we putting Chef? Because Chef say he don't eat
Negro food. Chef don't eat Negro food.
He don't eat black food.
You know what? I wouldn't trust that nowhere on my street, right?
I trust Chef
only on my street. I'm calling the police.
The only thing I trust about Chef at this point is his thumbnail. That's the only thing that I believe. For everything else, if that nigga says watermelon ain't delicious and fried chicken ain't tasty, I ain't interested in shit he got to say.
Chef don't eat nigga food.
Coconut water is fundamentally Jamaican. The whole world looks at coconut water as fundamentally Jamaican.
Caribbean. Really Caribbean, yeah.
He can't even partake in the shit that makes him fundamentally who he is.
You're allergic?
You gotta start talking like American now. You gotta get the American accent going.
That's my kidney level. Let me tell you the truth. My kidney level is down. My kidney level is down. So the doctor recommend that don't fuck with it anymore. I used to drink it by the gallons.
Was it a white doctor?
Yeah,
because I think the coconut water will build you back up. It's the building blocks of Jamaican life.
Right. So it's got all the essential vitamins and oils in it and all. That is making me.
I think that should get your kidneys back in order. I think you should double up.
I ain't gonna lie, that do sound like some white supremacist shit.
Yeah, that's a white man telling a Jamaican not to drink coconut water.
Hey, just all you need is that and some moringa. You can
and you gotta call Chief X and go get that fucking moringa, man. And then you be on.
I need to see Chief X and get that moringa. I need that moringa.
Dude,
You're right.
I got a lady that lives down the street from me that got a moringa tree. I ain't gotta hit a Chief X.
Hey, she's scamming like a motherfucker. Trust me. She online scamming that motherfucking tree is the tree of life or some shit. Don't trust her.
Yeah.
They got a lot of them in Jamaica too. You eat the seeds, you drink it with water, and it makes it taste sweet. You ever did that, Stoopies? The moringa seed?
Moringa? Don't fuck around that.
You drink it, you chew it up with water.
The man just said he don't fuck around with that. That nigga's
That's
not
crazy.
Jamaican, bro.
Hey, I'm giving him the side eye for you now.
Hey, Corey,
I'm giving him the side eye for you now.
Haskell tried to reach out for a little bit of Jamaican left and Stoopies.
I'm way more, but I'm surprised because I'm way more Americanized than Stoopies.
Apparently not,
I'm surprised you don't mess with moringa.
I think Stoopies done turned into a lackey. He done turned into a lackey.
Yeah. Stoopies are fucking lackey.
So what about like sarsaparilla, strongback? You don't mess with none of that type of stuff?
Listen. I was on the roster when they're making roots. Half of these people who make all of those ailments can't read shit. Don't know nothing scientific.
Hey, Haskell, that nigga's a ladder puller, bro. He's a fucking collaborator.
Don't sit in the front seat. If you ride in the car with Stoopies, don't sit in the front seat.
No. When I was in public education.
Wait, Stoopies. Corey, hold on. I want to drop a bomb on that shit. Say that shit.
Don't you sit in the front seat when you ride in the car with Stoopies. Please don't.
When I was in public health school, when I was in public health school, there was a course that I did called ethnomedicine.
What's the name of that school?
And public health. I went to the School of Public Health. It's now UTEC.
Did you say the Republican school?
Public.
Oh, I was about to say goddamn.
Right. I went to West Indies School of Public Health, and it's now under the University of Technology. And when I went to that school back in the good old days, we had a class named ethnomedicine, basically ethnic medicine, where we had to go to the field and research traditional medicine, speak to some of the traditional medicine keepers, the belief system. And when you look at some of the conditions where they prepare some of these concussions that people die by, it means that swore by that this shit and why they believed it worked. And you look at it, then you research the medicinal value of these plants and say, what medicinal values these plants have? You realize that a lot of these people are just making up shit. They're just making up fuckery. They're walking around making up shit. So I don't talk from an era of inexperience. Okay. Wait a minute, what now?
So how about all of the synthesized drugs they're synthesized from a lot of these herbs? Those worthless too?
All right. When we talk about synthesized drugs,
Pastor, why you doing
we like to talk about no. We like to talk about penicillin, aspirin, and certain things that we get from plants. Right? Granted, we still and tree bark. We still rely on some of those medicinal applications. But we have moved far beyond that when it comes to medicine. We have moved far beyond that. Because with the inception of the microscope, with the inception of gram staining, we get to identify causative agent. We get to identify what can affect the cells of these organisms that want to be bacilli, cocci, monococci, spirochetes, or in the case of leptospirosis. We understand what the disease agent is. And we move far beyond your grandmother now, picking up a plant and say, listen, drink this bush and it will cure you. Because many of those cures was never repeatable. Many of the cures that were relied on earlier was never repeatable, meaning that it works the same way for everybody across the board. But I believe in germ theory. You don't. I went to public health school. You didn't. I'm using Reginald.
Yeah, but
I went. I
yeah,
had to
but
force the word to
this
speak. I had to. I had to learn how to Gramstein. I need to learn to
you
Gramstein.
did
I had to learn how to use
plaque assays and that
a
sort of stuff.
monkey agar, all kind of bullshit. I had to learn to do. I had to learn to look under the microscope and identify bacteria based on the shape, and whether it was monococci or this, that, cocci, all that bullshit. I forget more than that I've learned in a lifetime. I had to learn that, and I understand that how we check for diseases is that when we infect an agent into a subject, and if we inject the same agent in multiple subjects, we have always seen the same symptoms across the board. So it must be in relation to that agent. But you don't believe in germ
I don't
theory.
even know how we got here.
You trying to hold on to the last little
I
friend.
don't know how we got here.
And he went straight
You trying to
white
hold
man
on
on
to the
you.
last
He
little
went
friend
straight
you got
white
from
man
Jamaica.
on you.
And that nigga is not
Yeah,
your friend. That
I
nigga
don't
is
know how we
a
got the
that
germ
nigga
theory.
is a defector.
That man started telling
got
you
there.
how the white man been sprinkling freedom around here.
And you can't fucking accept it. That nigga Stu Pease just told you, fuck all that Jamaican shit. These white people been sprinkling freedom all over this motherfucker. And you thought he was still eating tree bark.
So think about it like
Moringa.
this, right? Think about it like this, right? Brass. If somebody says that eating ginger or preparing ginger is good for you, that isn't necessarily saying, get rid of conventional medicine. One doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the other. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but I'm not the nigga
Yeah,
you
so
should be saying too.
yeah. So yeah, I'm saying
You
it's
need to
two
say
pieces.
that
I
nigga.
don't know why the whole. I don't know what just happened though. Just now, but
You know what just happened. You can't accept it, but you know what the fuck just happened, bro. And it happened live. I'm glad that this nigga's a collaborator. He got no chance to collaborate. This nigga is a collaborator to the highest level. And you know what I love about it, Haskell? All that anger from earlier, the level of disappointment and sadness in your motherfucking voice right now is so goddamn
no,
beautiful.
because we've had these me and Stupies have had these conversations.
Ain't no more
So
weed with
it- I'm-
you, please, brother.
Yeah.
No more
So
weed.
I'm not surprised. But when I said the thing about
Y'all just let a
Moringa,
couple of Yankees turn y'all against each other. I just want y'all to let y'all know that.
And it's
Dude,
crazy.
that's wild, Haskell. Now I'm gonna take a point from you. I gotta take a point. I gotta take a Jamaican merit from you now.
Hey,
I didn't.
Hey, Corey, this
Listen,
nigga just called Stupies just called the whole Jamaica a bunch of goddamn Dr. Saviors.
Of course. Dark, ignorant Negroes.
That motherfucker just called the whole Isle of Jamaica. He was defending a bunch of goddamn Dr. Saviors.
Well, you know what's funny, Brass and Corey.
What?
A lot of those, like, and all cultures have their form of traditional medicine, right? The Chinese, the Indians, whoever you want to name. It's not just us, but most of that stuff was stuff that was retained from Western Central Africa, and it's here in the United States too. Particularly in places like South Carolina, North Carolina, of course, where a lot of Caribbean slaves ended up getting, transferred to the Gullah Geechee. They still practice a lot of these things. I think some of that stuff can go too far, but I don't think throwing it out wholesale. I think you're going a little too far, Stupies. Like,
No, let
You're not supposed to
me
be
play.
so nice to these fucking collaborators, bro. I'm just
Let me play unfair. The average, when I was in public health school, we used to study the average life expectancy of traditional people who lived in Africa, and people say, oh, them wasn't living long past 35, 40. When a Negro lived past 40 in Africa, that was a strong fucking Negro. No, we don't like to talk about that. But these Negroes weren't living long. These Negroes weren't living long eating that bush. These Negroes weren't living long eating that bush and grandma concussions.
It's 2 P's. Is this a feeling? So are you saying you're not alone in this? Like this is something that like, would you be like in the minority of people that believe this, or you know what I'm saying? Like, is this like a? I know where Haskell is. I'm saying, is there a lot of people like you that's kind of rejecting that older kind of medicine?
Most scientific people reject medicine. They see what they believe. It have what that P word again that they use it, where they give these people these medicine and tell them, oh, it's going to work miracle, but it's not. My brain gone, you know.
It's a placebo. Placebo.
It's a placebo effect. Thank you very much. It's like a placebo effect, where these Negroes say, oh, my grandmother used to dress my foot with this, and so you're lucky you didn't get tetanus. You're lucky you didn't get tetanus or lockjaw.
I can't believe Haskell is still even in here right now. This shit crazy. This shit is crazy. No, I respect it. I respect it. But.
Listen. A lot of Negroes back in the day was walking around with tetanus and lockjaw and all kind of diseases. But because the average life expectancy was not that long, we don't go back into the books and say, oh, these Negroes were ignorant. All of this relying on this bush. Nothing wrong with it. Because when you're malnourished as a people, and this is mean of me to say it, because many of our people were very malnourished, right? So soon it's like Herbalife. I remember when Herbalife came to our community in Jamaica, and people swore by Herbalife. Oh, it's a miracle drug. I said, because you have not been eating soundly most of your life. So as soon as you get access to some vitamins, you thought it was a miracle drug.
Oh, y'all got Herbalife? Y'all got Herbalife there?
Herbalife was everywhere.
I thought that was some American shit. I didn't know
that. Yeah. So when these Africans start getting Herbalife now and start swearing by Herbalife that, oh, this shit works. Yes, my grandmother was, and you know, she started taking Herbalife and her life changed. Your grandmother nutrition was poor. Your grandmother wasn't eating the proper vitamins. So as soon as somebody introduced vitamins and some caffeine to her, it gave her such a boost to her system that all of a sudden grandma starts saying, oh, this is the healthiest thing I've ever experienced.
Start doing backflips.
Yeah, but grandma wasn't eating good in the first place.
What was she eating?
Not good.
She was eating
that tree bark and shit you was talking about, coconut water.
No, she was eating carbs. All grandma was eating was carbs, a lot of fatty foods. And when you look at the vitamin level, she wasn't eating much green leafy vegetables. She wasn't eating much cheese for different level of proteins. She was overcooking our food. So most of the vitamins in black people food has been denaturized due to overcooking. We know that. When you go to the lab, they say, we overcook our food as food.
But that sounds like more of a
That's why I don't allow my wife to overcook my kids' green beans and shit. She like to cook them and then saute the onions with them and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're cooking all the vitamins out of them.
But still,
right. So many vitamins and minerals that is necessary for development of mind and body.
Everything you're saying still is going towards the whole concept of food being a medicine, because you're saying is that this poor diet is what led to the poor health. It wasn't the plaque assays and the staining this and staining that, and it's the bad diet.
Let me define health. Health, according to WHO, is a complete mental, social, and physical well-being of an individual. It's the absence of diseases and impurity. I can't remember the definition, but I knew it by heart at one point. Trust me on that. I knew what I was saying by heart. Nutrition is important for the development of the human body in terms of bone, skin, muscle, tendon, sinew, and all that we rely to move on our daily basis. We get that from our nutrition, right? Nutrition will also help you to fight off infection. But in some infection, nutrition cannot cure infections. That's why people had syphilis back in the day and they died from it. That's why people were introduced to pox and they died from it. No matter how good you eat, that's why people was introduced to the plague. right? By the flea, Zinus pestis, or whatever you want to name. That's why they died from it. Nutrition,
Which
which
plague
can
you
strengthen
which plague
an
you're
individual.
referring to specific? Which
The
plague
black
you're
plague.
the black
The
plague?
black plague with the flea.
Those,
That's the
those
name of the
people were
flea I
living
just talked
in
about.
absolute filth is what they were doing. But go ahead.
Right? But the flea, we know that the flea that lived in rat was responsible for the spread of the disease. Right? We identified that. We know cholera. We identified cholera. We identified that although you can eat well and eat good, it may allow you to fight
Yes.
off certain infection, but it cannot prevent it.
You also
That
need to
become
not live in absolute filth too. You also need to not drink dirty water, contaminated water, like what happens in cholera. Yes, you need to do that also.
Hey, Haskell and Stu, a lot of that, what was the company you named a minute ago? Herbalife? A lot of the Latinos and Hispanics out here, that's like, they got that shit cornered out here. Like, it's motherfuckers, they got whole, like, corner
they don't
stores
eat
and shit.
healthy either.
Yeah, they whole
don't eat-
whole corner store, you think it's like a corner store and shit, but they have whole sections of,
Herbalife.
they just sell Herbalife. They hold their little. You can see them holding the meetings in the back of the corner store and shit. But I know with them, there was a documentary. I remember it was Fat Joe and all of them. They was talking about how they had to get they talking about Pun. That's what it was. Pun and like when he lost his life, and they was talking about the amount of bread and rice and shit that they eat is not. It's either different from when they came up. But it's basically like he got friends 30 and 40 and shit dying, having strokes and shit, 28 years old, having strokes and
Yeah,
this, that, and the
because
other.
a lot of they won't stop. They eat nothing but carbs. They ingest a bunch of sugar. They drink liquor their whole fucking life. Smoke weed. Don't sleep. Don't drink water. Don't exercise. The vast majority, America is like it probably is the sickest nation on planet Earth right now. Right? And I don't need to I don't hold on. I don't need to qualify that statement.
I know. I believe you.
Huh?
I agree with you. You have diseases that are caused by pathogens. Pathogens are disease-causing agents. And you have social diseases, like what I have. I have kidney disease. I have sugar. I have hepatitis. I burned my candle at both ends for the first since I was 13. I was on the road till I was, when I got married, 43. No, not 43. 37. I was on the road. So basically, I spent the first 25 years of my life burning the candle at both ends, drinking, whoring, working, not sleeping. That's all my life was, drinking, whoring, smoking. Right?
Yeah, I remember, because remember we was talking about you when you was telling us about when you had like, what was that, gonorrhea or syphilis or some shit you was telling me?
No, I didn't have gonorrhea or syphilis. No, I didn't have
No, you don't
gonorrhea.
remember when you was telling us that shit last week about
No, I didn't have gonorrhea or syphilis.
Oh,
No.
all right, maybe
I
that was some other
I worked with gonorrhea because I worked in the STI program.
Nigga was talking about whoring and drinking and burning candles. That's usually the byproduct. That's usually what happens when you fucking around with the shit we're talking about.
I'm burning
That nigga said he was fucking,
candles.
whoring, drinking, and burning the candle
Yo.
at both ends.
That
Usually
man
what
did not
follows
tell
at the
you.
end of that sentence is
You know that
syphilis,
man did
gonorrhea.
not tell you that he had no damn gonorrhea.
It was somebody else. No, I don't know who Stu Bees is right now. I thought I knew Stu Bees. Nigga can't drink coconut water.
Yo, who's about to come on a panel? Who's about to come on the internet? Who's about to come on the internet and let people know they got an STD?
The nigga just said he was okay. Wait, he's okay. You're right, but the nigga just said he was drinking, whoring, burning the candle at both ends.
And he
usually at the
also
end of
said-
that, we start talking
No,
about
but-
STDs.
He also said the resultant. He said the resultant the resultant ills of what resulted from that, which was his kidney issues, et cetera, et cetera.
Blood pressure issue, hypertension issue. I did not mention anything about STIs, right?
Listen, I said I had the wrong one. I had the wrong one. Maybe it was another one here.
Yo.
Hey y'all,
Hey,
I gotta drop out.
shout out to my brother
Thanks,
National, bro. I ain't
thanks for
seen my
letting
brother
me
in a
know.
long
I
time.
gotta go to work.
Lord
I
have
gotta
mercy.
drop out.
All right.
But Brass, before I leave, can you check and see if that inbox worked this time to this account? Because I
Oh
really
no,
do
I
think.
saw it. I said we should
Okay.
do it. You talking about the blackout report?
Yeah.
Yeah, we putting
I
that. We
think.
putting that together. If you want to be a part of it, just let us know. We putting that shit together.
Okay, cool.
What's a
I gotta
blackout
go.
report again?
Oh no,
brother Vyasa,
I
before
gotta
you,
send you this shit. Vyasa sent me some fire shit for a show to have a good conversation. I just don't want to get on here and freestyle because it was that good. I sent it to you. I sent it to you in the Discord. He sent it to my
okay
Discord. It's
All right,
fire.
hey,
gentlemen.
brother Vyasa, before you drop off, I just want to say appreciate it. Your little commentary earlier. I don't even mean to say little, but your commentary earlier that's some dope shit, bro.
It's no problem. I'll come around more often.
Yeah.
Like I said, I work overnights, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to learn y'all's pattern of when y'all go live. If I
We
see
don't
it in
have
my
a pattern.
I know, Chef.
They really do. If people gave us more topics, it would be more of a pattern. But a lot of times we're having good conversations. We just decide to share. I don't know why people don't believe that. I'm not saying you, but 9 times out of 10, we've already gotten through the crux of what we talked about before we even have gone live. So.
Oh, I know how this stuff goes. What's up?
Yeah, because
Q?
that's when Stu Peace
Yeah,
is telling
but
me about
jump on anytime. Iron Sham Iron. Jump on anytime. Sometimes I might appear to be combative, especially somebody named Stu Peace, but he
Oh
isn't
man,
really.
I've known about y'all, Negro. I've known about Chefin for it seemed like 10 years. Stu Peas, I've been seeing.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah. I
I'm
know.
sorry.
I know how it gets.
You know,
I know how it gets.
condolences, you know, and the amount of brain cell you lost.
Yeah. Any nigga that
Mon
knows
Chef.
Chef for 10
I
years, you need the
can
motherfucking detox.
I can show my teeth with the best of them. I just really push myself not to do that, especially over the airwaves as black men. One, look at what y'all was talking about, health and stress. So why let the internet stress a motherfucker out? That's retarded. Two, we don't know who's on the other side of the screen. At any moment, the bucker could be watching, or somebody that was going to, interested in investing in helping us grow, but we become our own deterrents. So I try to monitor my behavior when I do this. Plus, you know what I mean? I want the next generation to see it's okay you can have all your street stripes, but still be a square out here in regards of intelligence and respectability, and still keep your
Be
street
careful,
fight.
Vaya, so they're gonna start saying you virtue signaling or some dumb shit.
No man. The brother read 1984. Vasta, did you read 1984?
Yeah.
I heard you made a reference to Big Brother.
Yeah.
I read 1984.
I was born in 84.
I need to go up against you to see what you make out there. I need you. Come on,
I think that'll be a good conversation too, Stu Peas. Topics like that. You know what? And I'm still waiting on that Animal Farm conversation. I don't forget.
Yeah. Animal Farm
Right,
and
y'all. I gotta
1984.
get out of here. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Hey, peace, brother Vyasa. I just wanted to say appreciated that earlier. Go ahead.
And he heard you the first time, Simone.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
man, but
yeah.
Just my brother. Bro.
I'm just fucking with you, Simone.
I know you are.
Hey,
yeah.
Right.
I enjoyed today's conversation about the Iran war, about who would have done what or who would have done what. I enjoyed that it morphed into whether or not our people are what the word that Askel used?
Lackeys.
Lackeys. Because this war plays on the psyche of us as a people, to see that if we're going to involve ourselves in a dispute that is not of our making, or it is not beneficial to us. Is the Iran situation beneficial to the average black American? What's happening in Iran? Is it beneficial? Is the outcome beneficial to us? Or are we going to struggle when oil is now at $100 a barrel, and we realize that it's jumped almost 50 cents at the pump within the last week? That it was less than $3, now it's $3.57, $3.58. And if the war prolongs, we might be seeing $5 gas by the end of the month. Is it beneficial to us? Should we go and fight for lower gas prices.
Hey, but now, Stu, but that goes back to the original conversation that we had before. This shows our Americanism because right now, the concern of an American is $100 a barrel oil or gas prices, and this motherfucker's getting bombs dropped on their heads. And now we're talking about, you literally just used the words, should we go fight for gas prices? These people is fighting for their life. That's just, in all the comments that we make, we don't even realize the American shit we be saying.
Right.
It's the
We're agreeing with this decision.
Who that? Cuba?
You say Cuba?
Is the embargo lifted?
Which embargo?
On me, man. Every time I talk, I get.
Oh God! Come on, bro.
I get attacked. I get you come over, bro.
The sanctions have been lifted. Go ahead, Drew. The sanctions have been lifted. I'm speaking.
Say something for the baby, my nigga. Jesus.
So who Brad's supposed to be? Trump?
Yeah, like
Trump.
I've been called worse than this motherfucker. It is what it is.
Brass is USA. So I'm Spain. I'm not.
We all live in the USA, but somehow I'm the USA.
Nah, but you Captain America though.
This shit is. I feel like I'm talking to motherfuckers who live outside the United States. So
nah, but Brad, you got the super serum.
Yeah,
I hope so. Shit. You know what that super serum is? Coconut juice, man. That's what it is. That nigga said the embargo. But you see my point. Even in joking, Stupides, you see how like we sitting up, like we supposed to somehow understand the horrors of war, and the only thing that we can somehow find a reason to get upset about is the goddamn gas prices. Hilarious.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. Really, we don't. We don't. We don't. We're selfish.
We give a fuck, stupid. We give a fuck as far as how much it's gonna affect us. That's what we are.
No, we do give a fuck about them gas prices.
That's what I mean.
You're talking about it's the babies in Iran, and all, man, you care about how much the tank is gonna be when you get there next time.
Nick care about that 93 because you can't put that.
Nigga putting premium in a 2026. Nigga done bust down the regular, fucking his car up with that regular. But I'm the nigga with the super serum. I'm the only one to see it. Just me.
Nah, we all some Negropeans. I admitted to that.
I used to not accept that shit, but I can't even fight the motherfucker on that shit.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, nigga, I might be like, who's part of the squad? I might be like, who Buddy is with the arrows in the event.
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
Yeah. But you the captain though.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I can't get what's the nigga with the one eye?
You talking about Nick Fury?
No, ain't no Cubans in the Avengers, bro. Just go back on.
I'm down with Dr. Doom. Fuck that.
You down with Dr. Sabi, then?
I ain't down with that motherfucker.
You said Dr. Doom?
Yeah, Dr. Doom.
That's a whole different universe, man. That's DC.
No, Dr. Doom is Marvel.
He's Marvel? Oh, I thought that was DC.
Yeah, that's what the whole next Marvel movie about is Dr. Doom.
Yeah.
Hey, you know they bringing back Tony Stark as Dr. Doom.
Yeah, they're bringing back the crackhead. Yeah, you realize that we have
I'm glad.
What y'all think about old ass Denzel? Because I'm looking forward to this movie, playing Hannibal, dog.
I think Denzel has shown that he could do if he can make me believe at 70 that he can pull off the shit he be pulling off as the Equalizer. That nigga could do
anything. Yeah,
I've come to believe he could do any guy. And with CGI, I think it's gonna be even better. Bro. I hope it's better than that whack ass Gladiator.
Are y'all looking forward to a Hannibal movie, or
I'm looking forward to it.
I don't look forward to it.
But I think in this community though, I'm not looking forward to it. Because I'm fully prepared for niggas to start talking about haplogroups and the historical inaccuracies.
you know it's coming?
That's crazy.
I can't wait for it. It's gonna be so many.
I know
wars
you
popping
can't
off.
wait for it. I know you can't.
Oh yeah, it's finna go down.
Hey, you know what's funny though, Brass? I was wondering what the fuck you were talking about, and Haskell knew exactly what the fuck you
He
were.
knew exactly what, bro. When that movie come out, bro.
Yeah.
You know how many
Oh,
times?
you don't know
How many
Smalls?
times in arguments? You know how
No,
many times in arguments?
for a split second, Haskell, I did not know. But that split second, you were even faster. I'm just telling you, that's your level
Hey,
of
Smalls.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
about to be so many wars over whether or not the Carthaginians were black or not.
I believe you, dog.
Here we go, bro.
If
I believe
that
you,
movie
bro.
comes out,
Yeah.
comes out and it's successful, especially if it's successful, oh yeah, it's gonna go down.
How many times,
Oh, yeah.
Smalls, have you heard Gods of Egypt movie brought up in these Black Egypt conversations? You know how they portray you in media and Hollywood and all shit crazy.
Right. But Brass, I think it's gonna extend beyond this community though.
Oh yeah. I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
Well, that'll make it even more.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a pretty big deal. But I'm a nigga that believes Denzel could pretty much play anything. So it is what it is. And I haven't seen, off the top of my head, I can't think of a bad Denzel movie. So
right.
The nigga he damn near undefeated, bro. Damn near.
You said that Gladiator shit was garbage.
I don't think that was really his movie. I think he was in it per se. I'm talking about like a movie. Hannibal gonna be the lead character.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Nah, but you know what though? You know
he
why
did
I'm
make a
looking
bad
forward to
movie.
it?
He did make a bad movie. I don't know if you seen that last Spike Lee shit he did with ASAP Rocky. That shit was terrible.
What movie was that?
Exactly. That shit was terrible.
Right. I don't.
He was
What?
it's a Spike Lee movie. Just
Yo,
look it up.
did
It's the
you-
last movie he did. ASAP Rocky was in it.
Did y'all watch
okay.
the Nat Turner
I'm
movie?
not even gonna.
Did y'all
I
watch
did.
the Nat Turner movie when it came
I
out?
did.
What,
I did.
Was it good?
what Nat Turner movie?
No, it was it was
Who
low
did it?
budgetish. They were trying their best to, but it was low budgetish.
What Nat Turner movie y'all talking about?
Yeah, I'm
What was the
the
guy
one,
name again?
Rise of a Nation.
Nathaniel.
Rise of
I
a
think his name was.
Nation.
Oh no, that shit was good though. It was low budget, but it was
But
good.
it was low budget. But Rise of a Nation, I make it my duty, and this is how far my black origin. I bootleg every movie that is not black people.
Oh
But I go to the theater when it's black people movie. I went to the
niggas-
theater to watch Denzel
Oh,
Washington.
you diggers. You diggers. Lord have mercy. Still
It's
see
made by white
I
studios,
went to the
just so you.
theater to watch Fences.
The money
I
is
watched
going to a
Fences
white
in the
studio,
theater.
so you can't get away.
No, but I support
You know
black
that's two P's, right? The money is going
Yeah,
to
but
a
I
white studio.
I know, but
Jesus.
based on principle alone, I go to the movie anytime a black movie coming out. I go into the theater. I watch every black
What was the
movie.
guy? What was the guy name again? Nathaniel. Because I haven't seen him after that. Like he disappeared.
Because he was
They
accused
damn
of
near
sex crime.
because they damn near got rid of him because of that movie.
Because of
He
that
got, he
movie.
got blackballed after that movie.
He got blacklisted, right?
What was his name? What was his name again? Nathaniel, right?
I don't know his name. He's
Nathaniel
the same guy.
something.
He's the same guy from The Great Debaters.
Yes.
He's the same guy from that movie.
Yeah. He's a good black actor, but he got black.
Yeah, that was a bad choice. I know he hated his agent for that shit. That was a bad choice.
Yeah. And then they wanted to charge him for some sexual deviancy.
Oh yeah,
Him and
immediately.
some white girl.
Immediately.
Him and some white girl, and they automatically end his career. Right?
I'm about to go look.
And that's why. What the word we use? What the word we use again, Askel, to describe them?
Or lackey?
That lackey. Yeah.
God damn it.
I
There
mean,
y'all go.
look, in a lot of ways, bro, you know, some people like to deny this stuff, but
Hey man, you
You
know
know,
what? Y'all two are starting to make up too many redefinitions for that word. Now it's starting to apply to too much shit. Like y'all
Yeah,
not backing
stop
off.
saying y'all.
you're
Hey,
not.
hey, stop saying y'all too, because remember,
Nah, you're not
these are
calling.
okay.
You're not calling Buddy a lackey. Smalls. He's saying he the anti-lackey because he went against the grain. But
Yeah,
you know,
Okay.
if you do, that's what can happen to you. That's what
that's what can
forces a
happen.
lot of our. That's what forces a lot of our people to be lackey. Because
So
if you
like,
don't play ball,
so like a Colin Kaepernick.
I don't know, man. I kind of.
He stood up for what he believed in, and black people in mass. They said they don't watch
Yeah, he said
football, but the football numbers is higher than ever. So I don't know who to believe.
I don't watch it anymore. I've not watched football. I've seen the score sometime, but I've not sat and watched a football game since Colin Kaepernick. No more
Nah, but
interest
what
to
I'm
me.
saying is though,
Really?
yeah, I haven't watched it either, but to varying degrees, brass, we all doing some kind of capitulation
Yeah,
on
I
some
ain't watched
level.
the
All
full
dance in the
football
gym.
game since Colin Kaepernick. I
Yeah,
tune in,
Really?
Sunday, and I got a team here in Baltimore, so I go places on Sunday. It's going to be on, so you know what I mean? It's like I can't even avoid it. You feel me? Because Baltimore's so fucking fanned out. But me sitting down at home, turning on a football game and watching it all the way through, I still follow it. I watch YouTube mostly, and I catch up on the and then I'm a barber, so every Monday my clients come in to the next week. That's all they talking about. So I gotta know something just to stay in the fucking conversation.
Well,
You know what I
y'all
mean?
just got Max Crosby,
Well,
bro.
I'm sorry. I
Got
thought
so they gonna really
this was
talk.
niggas two eggs at him. I
Hey,
didn't know.
listen, Chef, you might want to watch next year because y'all niggas just got Max Crosby, and that
I
motherfucker.
don't give a fuck. We been had Lamar Jackson,
Well,
and
he's
what they
one
did
nigga. I'm talking about
they
his
did to
teammate.
Kaepernick, what they did to Kaepernick.
Hey,
Ain't none
Max
of them
Crosby
niggas.
came.
Ain't none of them niggas worth what they did to Kaepernick.
Max Crosby came
Ain't
to
none of
sprinkle
them
freedom
niggas
to these
worth
motherfuckers.
how they shitted on black people and told us to shut the fuck up and play a fucking sport. And I don't give a fuck if y'all getting shot in the street.
Talk to him, Chef. Talk
And
to him,
here
Chef.
we go with the virtue signal.
That's virtue signal?
I don't know. I'm just
I don't
using it
know,
for
man.
everything at this point. I don't even know what the word really means. But it gets
I
used so
tell y'all,
much.
I'm just talking trash.
the fact that we turned on Kaepernick just to watch a sport. Like, we turned
I don't know
on
who
him.
it's we because
Are you saying black people turned on Kaepernick, Chef?
It's
Yeah, I'm
you know
like,
it's still
y'all
black
the
people
first
on
Black
that
people
team.
turned on Kaepernick.
Hey, Marcus Garvey, you know it's still black people playing.
I don't give a fuck.
in
Right.
Washington.
So we just
Hold
don't
on,
support them.
they supposed to play. No, they supposed to go get them millions.
Virtue signal.
They supposed. I'm never going to tell a black man don't go get $100 million. Like,
So
where
we
else they
didn't
gonna
turn
get
on
$100 million? You
They
think
chose
they
Colin Kaepernick though.
So we didn't turn on Colin,
No,
or did we? Or
y'all
did
ain't
the
making
white
it.
man?
Y'all don't get paid $100 million to turn that shit on.
But I get that. But when we get there's money made in regards to it and all of that. But listen, if that's your stance, that's your stance. That's fine.
So Chef, how did black people turn on Kaepernick? I
didn't get the memo
interested.
in my Negro email that we wasn't supposed to be watching football. I didn't get that one.
Yeah, I missed that.
So you said, how did black people turn on Colin Kaepernick?
And I'm talking about regular black people, Chef. I'm talking about regular black people. I ain't talking about internet. I ain't talking about internet niggas.
I'm about to tell you. You feel me? Black people made the excuse that he wasn't black. He made the whole shit up about him. Like, his cause was dealing with black people being shot. Oh, he really don't mean that. When he got benched, that's when he started to bring this shit up. Like, all kind of, he wasn't sincere. Like, everything. Like,
So
it just
people
got
in your real life, Chef. So
in
people,
real life,
I
yo,
ain't talking
black
about
people was
internet.
saying,
People in your real life that were saying these things.
yes.
Damn.
Is the community real life?
Hold on. You think that when people come on the internet and talk about sports, the way that they talk about sports on the internet, you think they don't talk like that in real life?
No, what I'm saying is we're in a spot of the internet where people say a lot of crazy things like Kaepernick ain't black, or those type of
They might
things.
have got
I
those
never had
positions
those
off the internet.
conversations.
Listen, I'm not saying that they didn't get these positions off the internet, but this is what they were spewing in real life on the streets in these conversations.
Well, I never had that. I never had that from any uncles, any cousins, or anything. They only place I ever heard that was on the internet. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. I never heard anyone not backing Kaepernick in my real life. Only place I heard it was on the internet. That's just my own. That's just my own.
Well, what do you
I'm
call
a one-off.
What do you call backing, Howard? What do you call backing? Just so I can get an understanding. Are you saying we're not backing them if we watch the NFL, or how far does this go?
No, Chef said that black people were
I'm
not
asking
backing
you,
him.
not Chef. I'm asking you. What do you consider not backing Colin Kaepernick?
Well, from what I heard from people that were not backing him, which I don't believe was true, is they're not going to watch the NFL. But that's actually the only thing I got from it. They're not watching football anymore because of.
I'm gonna try this one more time, Howard. I'm gonna try this one more time. What would you consider not backing Colin Kaepernick?
Oh, what would I consider?
Yeah.
What would I consider not backing him? Damn, that's a good question. What I would consider not backing him is completely blacking him out from anything, not supporting any of his businesses, not buying his jerseys, not just completely unfollowing him, doing all that. But I don't think that happened. Go ahead.
Right? No, I was just asking Brother Howard. That would be boycotting him. I think Brother Brass was asking me
So how do we
black
back him? Like, do we put money towards his foundations? Do we get educated on it?
No, I don't. I think that would be blacking him out, not supporting him. But these niggas talking on the internet wasn't supporting.
Y'all still talking about Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah, but I'm saying these niggas wasn't supporting his foundations anyway. I don't think. Well, okay, let me. Oh, all right. You know what? I'm going too fast. Let me slow it down. What I was saying to Chef, in my own personal realm of black people, family and friends, there was no one in my personal realm that was not supporting the brother Colin Kaepernick. In my own personal realm, the only thing that I saw where people were saying crazy shit about him was on the internet in the conscious realm, and I'm putting that in quotations. That's the only place I really saw that. I didn't see it in my personal life with friends and family. But maybe I'm different, or maybe you guys could tell me things that are different. But Chef is actually different because a barbershop, that may be a little, because he has more contact. He has more contact with people.
With other people. Yeah. Because what I would say, Brother Howard, is I would say it's completely opposite. I didn't find a lot of support for maybe a little talk here and there, but I didn't. Being honest, I didn't find anyone who was really about that life when it came to supporting Kaepernick's call. I don't have to completely agree with Chef. And everybody who I knew, I'd have to be guilty myself. Like, yeah, we kept watching football. We kept right on like, that's my experience. I don't know. Like maybe everybody else is different. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I'm saying that it wasn't like, I think people in my personal, like you said, we talking about